3. How we lived. I established a camp on the shore of my Paleocene sea, close to that freshwater brook I had found. I decided we should be healthier and safer from attack there, rather than in the gloom of the forest. I set up a sunshade for Nebogipfel, using bits of the time car with items of clothing stretched over them. I carried Nebogipfel to this site in my arms. He was as light as a child, and still only half conscious. He looked up at me, helpless, through the ruins of his goggles, and it was hard for me to remember that he was a representative of a species which had crossed space and tamed the sun. My next priority was fire. The available wood, fallen branches and so forth, was moist and mouldy, and I took to carrying it out to the edge of the beach to allow it to dry. With some fallen leaves to act as kindling, and a spark from a stone beaten against the time-car metal, I was able to ignite a flame readily enough. At first I went through the ritual of restarting the fire daily, but soon discovered the doubtless ancient trick of keeping coals glowing in the fire's pit during the day, with which it was a simple matter to reignite the blaze as required. Nebogipfel's convalescence progressed slowly. Enforced unconsciousness, to a member of a species who do not know sleep, is a grave and disturbing thing, and on his revival he sat in the shade for some days, passive and unwilling to talk. But he proved able to eat the oysters and bivalves I fetched up from the sea, albeit with a deep reluctance. In time, I was able to vary our diet with the cooked flesh of turtle, for that creature was quite abundant all along the shore. After some practice, I succeeded in bringing down clusters of the fruits of the shoreline palm trees by hurling lumps of metal and rocks high into the branches. The nuts proved very useful. Their milk and flesh varied our diet. Their empty shells served as containers for a variety of purposes, and even the brown fibres which clung to the shells were capable of being woven into a crude cloth. However, I have no great facility for such fine work, and I never got much further than making myself a cap, a broad-brimmed affair, like a coolie's. Still, despite the munificence of the sea and the palms, our diet was monotonous. I looked with envy at the succulent little creatures which clambered out of my reach through the branches of the trees above me. I explored the shore of the sea. Many types of creature inhabited that oceanic world. I observed wide, diamond-shaped shadows skimming the surface, which I believed were rays. And twice I saw upright fins, beating with purpose through the water, at least a foot high, which could only be the signs of huge sharks. I spotted an undulating form, cruising through the surface of the water, perhaps a half-mile from land. I made out a wide, hinged jaw, inset with small, cruel teeth, and white flesh behind. This beast was perhaps 5 feet long, swimming by means of undulations of its sinuous body. I reported this sighting to Nebogipfel, who, retrieving a little more of that encyclopedic body of data stored in his little skull, identified it as Champsosaurus, an ancient creature related to the crocodile, and in fact a survivor of the age of the dinosaurs, an age already long vanished by this Paleocene period. Nebogipfel told me that in this period the ocean-going mammals of my century, whales, sea cows, and so forth, were in the midst of their evolutionary adaptation to the sea, and lived still as large, slow-moving land animals. I kept a wary eye out for a basking land whale, for surely I should be able to hunt down such a slow-moving animal, but I never saw one. When I removed Nebogipfel's splints for the first time, the broken flesh showed itself to be healing. Nebogipfel probed at his joints, however, and pronounced that they had been set incorrectly. I was not surprised, but neither of us could think of a way to improve the situation. Still, after some time, Nebogipfel was able to walk, after a fashion, by using a crutch made of a shaped branch, and he took to hobbling about our little encampment like some desiccated wizard. His eye, however, which I had ruined with my assault in the time-car workshop, did not recover, and remained without sight, to my deep regret and shame. Being a Morlock, poor Nebogipfel was far from comfortable in the intensity of the daytime sun, so he took to sleeping through the day within the shelter I constructed, and moving about during the hours of darkness. I stuck to the daylight, and so each of us spent most of his waking hours alone. We met and talked at twilight and dawn, although I have to admit that after a few weeks of open air, heat, and hard physical labour, I was pretty much spent by the time the sun fell. The palms had broad fronds, and I determined to retrieve some of these, intent on using them to construct a better shelter. But all my efforts at hurling artifacts up into the trees were of no avail at fetching down the fronds, and I had no means of cutting down the palms themselves. So I was forced to resort to stripping down to my trousers and shinning up the trees like a monkey. Once at the crown of a tree, it was the work of moments to strip the fronds from the trunk and hurl them to the ground. I found those climbs exhausting. In the fresh sea air and sunshine, I was growing healthier and more robust, but I'm not a young man, and I soon found a limit to my athletic ability. With the retrieved fronds, I constructed us a more substantial shelter, of fallen branches roofed over by plaited fronds. I made a wide hat of fronds for Nebogipfel. When he sat in the shade with this affair tied under his chin, and otherwise naked, he looked absurd. As for me, I have always been pale of complexion, and after the first few days I suffered greatly from my exposure to the sun, and I learned caution. The skin peeled from my back, arms, and nose. I grew a thick beard to protect my face, but my lips blistered in a most unsightly fashion. And the worst of it was the intense burning of the bald patch at my crown. I took to bathing my burns and to wearing my hat and what remained of my shirt at all times. One day, after perhaps a month of this, while I was shaving, using bits of time-car as blade and mirror, I realized suddenly how much I had changed. My teeth and eyes shone brilliant white. From a mahogany-brown face, my stomach was as flat as it had been during my college days, and I walked about in a palm-frond hat, cut-off trousers, and barefoot, as naturally as if I had been born to it. I turned to Nebogipfel. "Look at me. My friends would barely recognize me. I'm becoming an aboriginal." His chinless face showed no expression.
"You are an aboriginal. This is England, remember?"
Nebogipfel insisted that we retrieve the components of our smashed time-car from the forest. I could see the logic of this, for I knew that in the days to come we should need every scrap of raw materials, particularly metals. So we salvaged the car and assembled the remnants in a pit in the sand. When the more urgent of our survival needs were satisfied, Nebogipfel took to spending a great deal of time with this wreckage. I did not inquire too closely at first, supposing that he was constructing some addition to our shelter, or perhaps a hunting weapon. One morning, however, after he had fallen asleep, I studied his project. He had reconstructed the frame of the time-car. He had laid out the shattered floor section and built up a cage of rods around it, tied together with bits of wire salvaged from the steering column. He had even found that blue toggle switch which had closed the Plattnerite circuit. When he next woke, I confronted him. "You're trying to build a new time machine, aren't you?" He dug his small teeth into palm nut flesh.
"No, I am rebuilding one."
"Your intention is obvious. You have remade the frame which bore the essential Plattnerite circuit."
"As you say, that is obvious."
"But it's futile, man." I looked down at my calloused and bleeding hands, and found myself resenting this diversion of his effort while I was struggling to keep us alive. "We don't have any Plattnerite. The stuff we arrived with is exhausted and scattered about in the jungle anyway, and we've no possible means of manufacturing any more."
"If we build a time machine," he said, "we may not be able to escape from this age. But if we do not build one, we certainly will not be able to escape."
I growled. "Nebogipfel, I think you should face facts. We are stranded, here in deep time. We will never find Plattnerite here, as it is not a naturally occurring substance. We can't make it, and no one will bring a sample to us, for no one has the faintest inkling that we are within 10 million years of this era." For reply, he licked at the succulent meat of his palm nut. "Pah!" Frustrated and angry, I stalked about the shelter. "You'd be better advised to spend your ingenuity and effort in making me a gun, so I can bag some of those monkeys."
"They are not monkeys," he said. "The most common species are Miasis and Criacus."
"Well, whatever they are—" "Oh, Infuriated, I stalked away. My arguments made no difference, of course, and Nebogipfel continued with his patient rebuilding. But he did assist me in many ways in my quest to keep us alive, and after a time I grew to accept the presence of the rudimentary machine, glittering and complicated and exquisitely useless, there on that Paleocene beach. We all need hope to give purpose and structure to our lives, I decided, and that machine, as flightless as great Diatrema, represented Nebogipfel's last hope. (4) Illness and recuperation. I fell ill. I was unable to rise from the crude pallet of fronds and dried leaves I had made for myself. Nebogipfel was forced to nurse me, which duty he performed without much in the way of bedside manner, but with patience and persistence. Once, in the dark pit of night, I came to a state of half-consciousness, with the Morlocks' soft fingers probing at my face and neck. I imagined I was once more entrapped in the pedestal of that white sphinx, with the Morlocks crowding around to destroy me. I cried out, and Nebogipfel scurried backwards, but not before I was able to lift my fist and strike him a blow in the chest. Enfeebled as I was, I retained sufficient strength to knock the Morlock off his feet. That done, my energy was spent, and I lapsed into unconsciousness. When I next came to wakefulness, there was Nebogipfel at my side again, patiently trying to induce me to take a mouthful of shellfish chowder. At length, my senses returned, and I found myself propped up on my pallet. I was alone in our little hut. The sun was low, but the heat of the day still lay on me. Nebogipfel had left a nutshell of water close to my pallet. I drank this. The sunlight seeped away, and the warm, tropical darkness of evening settled over our lean-to. The sunset was tall and magnificent. This was because of a surplus of ash in the atmosphere, Nebogipfel had told me, deposited by volcanoes to the west of Scotland. This volcanism would one day lead to the formation of the Atlantic Ocean. Lava was flowing as far as the Arctic, Scotland and Ireland, and the warm climatic zone in which we found ourselves stretched as far north as Greenland. Britain was already an island in this Paleocene, but compared to its configuration in the 19th century, its northwest corner was tipped up to a greater altitude. The Irish Sea had yet to form, so that Britain and Ireland formed a single landmass, but the south-east of England was immersed beneath the sea whose margins we inhabited. My Paleocene Sea was an extension of the North Sea. If we could have made a boat, we could have travelled across the English Channel and sailed into the heart of France through the Aquitaine Basin, a tongue of water which connected in turn to the Tethys Sea, a great ocean swamping the Mediterranean countries. With the coming of night, the Morlock emerged from a deeper shade in the forest. He stretched, working his muscles more as a cat will than a human, and he massaged his injured leg. Then he spent some minutes on finger-combing the hair on his face, chest, and back. At length he came hobbling over to me. The purple light of the sunset glinted from his starred and cracked goggles. He fetched me more water, and with my mouth moistened, I whispered, "How long?"
3 days.
I had to suppress a shudder at the sound of his queer, liquid voice. You might have thought I would be used to Morlocks by now, but after 3 days spent lying helpless, it came as something of a shock to be reminded that I was isolated in this hostile world, save only for this alien of the far future. Nebogipfel made me some chowder. By the time I had eaten, the sunset was gone, and the only illumination came from a sliver of young moon which hung low in the sky. Nebogipfel had discarded his goggles, and I could see his huge, grey-red eye hovering like the moon's translucent shadow in the dark of the hut. "What I want to know is," I said, "what made me ill?"
"I am not certain."
"Not certain?" I was surprised at this unusual admission of limitation, for Nebogipfel's breadth and depth of knowledge were extraordinary. I pictured the mind of a 19th-century man as something analogous to my old workshop, full of information, but stored in a quite haphazard way, with open books and scraps of notes and sketches scattered over every flat surface. By comparison with this jumble, the mind of a Morlock, thanks to the advanced educational techniques of the year 657,208, was ordered like the contents of a fine encyclopedia, with the books of experience and learning indexed and shelved. All this raised the practical level of intelligence and knowledge to heights undreamed of by men of my time.
"Still," he said, "we should not be surprised at the fact of illness. I am, in fact, surprised you have not succumbed earlier."
"What do you mean?" He turned to me.
"That you are a man out of your time."
In a flash I understood what he meant. The germs of disease have taken toll of humanity since the beginning. Indeed, were cutting down the pre-human ancestors of man even in this ancient age. But because of this grim winnowing of our kind, we have developed resisting power. Our bodies struggle against all germs, and are altogether immune to some. I pictured all those human generations which still lay ahead of this deep age, those firefly human souls which would flicker in the darkness like sparks before being extinguished forever. But those tiny struggles would not be in vain, for, by this toll of 1 billion deaths, man would buy his birthright of the earth. It was different for the Morlock. By Nebogipfeld's century, there was little left of the archetypal human form. Everything in the Morlock's body, bones, flesh, lungs, liver, had been adjusted by machinery to permit, Nebogipfeld said, an ideal balance between longevity and richness of life. Nebogipfeld could be wounded, as I had seen, but, according to him, his body was no more likely to catch a germ infection than was a suit of armour. And, indeed, I had detected no signs of infection about his injured leg or his eye. The original world of Eloi and Morlock had devised a different solution, I remembered, for I had seen no disease or infection there either, and little decay, and I had surmised that that was a world cleansed of harmful bacteria. I, however, had no such protection. After my first brush with illness, Nebogipfeld turned his attention to more subtle aspects of our survival needs. He sent me foraging for supplements for our diet, including nuts, tubers, fruit, and edible fungi, all of which were added to our staples of seafood and the flesh of those animals and birds stupid enough to allow themselves to be entrapped by my clumsy hunting with slings and stones. Nebogipfeld also attempted to derive simple medicines, poultices, herbal teas, and the like. My illness filled me with a deep and abiding gloom, for this was a danger of time travel which had not occurred to me before. I shivered, and wrapped my arms around my still feeble body. My strength and intelligence could beat off Diatrema and other massive natives of the Paleocene, but they would offer me no defence against the predations of the invisible monsters born by air, water, and flesh. 5. The Storm. Perhaps, if I had had some experience of tropical conditions before our stranding in the Paleocene, I might have been prepared for the storm. The day had been heavy and more humid than usual, and the air near the sea had that odd, light-impregnated quality one associates with the forthcoming change of weather. That evening, exhausted by my labours and uncomfortable, I was glad to fall into my pallet. At first, though, the heat was so great that sleep was slow to come. I was woken by a slow patter of raindrops falling onto our loose roof of palm fronds. I could hear the rain coming down into the forest behind us, bullets of water hammering against the leaves and pounding into the sand of the beach. I could not hear or see Nebogipfeld. It was the darkest part of the night. And then the storm fell on us. It was as if some lid had been opened up in the sky. Gallons of rainwater came hurtling down, pushing in our palm frond roof in a moment. The wreckage of our flimsy hut clattered down around me, and I was drenched to the skin. I was still on my back, and lay staring up into the rod-like paths of the raindrops, which receded into a cloud-obscured heaven. I struggled to get up, but soaked roof fronds impeded me, and my pallet turned into a muddy swamp. Soon I was coated in mud and filth, and with the water hammering at my scalp and trickling into my eyes, I was all but blind. By the time I reached my feet, I was dismayed at the alacrity with which our shelter was collapsing. All its struts had fallen, or were leaning crazily. I could make out the boxy structure of Nebogipfel's reconstructed time device, but it was already all but buried by bits of the hut. I cast about in that sodden, slippery wreckage, dragging away fronds and bits of cloth. I found Nebogipfel. He looked like an oversized rat, with his hair plastered against his body and his knees tucked up against his chest. He had lost his goggles and was quivering, quite helpless. I was relieved to find him so easily, for the night was his normal time of operation, and he might have been anywhere within a mile or so of the hut. I bent to scoop him up, but he turned to face me, his ruined eye a pit of darkness.
"The time car! We must save the time car!"
His liquid voice was almost inaudible against the storm. I reached for him again, but, feebly, he struggled away from me. With the raindrops hammering against my scalp, I growled in protest, but, gamely, I waded through the litter of our home to Nebogipfel's device. I hauled great handfuls of fronds from it, but found the framework embedded in a deepling mud, all tangled up with clothes and cups and the remnants of our attempts at furniture. I took hold of the frame's uprights and tried to haul the whole thing free of the mud by main force, but succeeded only in bending the shape of the frame and then in snapping open its corners. I straightened up and looked about. The hut was quite demolished now. I saw how the water was beginning to run out of the forest, over the sand, and down to the ocean. Even our friendly freshwater stream was becoming broader and more angry, and itself threatened to burst its shallow banks and overrun us. I abandoned the time car and stalked over to Nebogipfel. "It's all up!" I shouted to him. "We have to get away from here!"
"But the time device!"
"We have to chuck it, can't you see? We're going to get washed into the sea at this rate." He strove to rise to his feet, with lengths of his hair dangling like bits of sodden cloth. I made to grab him, and he tried to wriggle out of my grasp. If he had been healthy, perhaps, he could have evaded me, but his damaged leg impeded him, and I caught him. "I can't save it!" I shouted into his face. "We'll be lucky to get out of this lot with our blessed lives!" And with that, I threw him over my shoulder and stalked out of our hut and towards the forest. Instantly, I found myself wading through inches of cold, muddy water. I slipped more than once on the squirming sand, but I kept one arm wrapped around the wriggling body of the Morlock. I reached the fringe of the forest. Under the shelter of the canopy, the pressure of the rain was lessened. It was still pitch black, and I was forced to stumble forward into darkness, tripping on roots and colliding with boles, and the ground under me was sodden and treacherous. Nebogipfel gave up his struggling and lay, passive, over my shoulder. At last, I reached a tree I thought I remembered. Thick and old, and with low side branches that spread out from the trunk at a little above head height. I hooked the Morlock over a branch, where he hung like a soaked-through coat. Then, with some effort, for I am long past my climbing days, I hauled myself off the ground and got myself sat on a branch with my back against the trunk. And there we stayed, as the storm played itself out. I kept one hand resting on the Morlock's back, to ensure he did not fall or strive to return to the hut, and I was forced to endure a sheet of water which ran down the trunk of the tree and over my back and shoulders. As the dawn approached, it picked out an eerie beauty in that forest. Peering up into the canopy, I could make out how the rain trickled across the engineered forms of the leaves and was channeled down the trunks to the ground. I'm not much of a botanist, but now I saw that the forest was like a great machine designed to survive the predations of such a storm as this, far better than man's crude constructions. As the light increased, I tore a strip from the remains of my trousers — I was without a shirt — and tied it over Nebogipfel's face to protect his naked eye. He did not stir. The rains died at midday, and I judged it safe to descend. I lifted Nebogipfel to the ground, and he could walk, but I was forced to lead him by the hand, for he was blind without his goggles. The day beyond the jungle was bright and fresh. There was a pleasant breeze off the sea, and light clouds scudded across an almost English sky. It was as if the world was remade, and there was nothing left of yesterday's oppressiveness. I approached the remains of the hut with some reluctance. I saw scraps, bits of smashed-up structure, the odd nutshell cup, and so forth, all half buried in the damp sand. In the midst of it all was a baby diatrema, pecking with its great clumsy beak at the rubble. I shouted, "Oi!" and ran forward, clapping my hands over my head. The bird-beast ran off, the loose yellow flesh of its legs wobbling. I poked through the debris. Most of our possessions were lost, washed away. The shelter had been a mean thing, and our few belongings mere shards of improvisation and repair, but it had been our home, and I felt a shocking sense of violation.
"What of the device?"
Nebogipfel asked me, turning his blinded face this way and that.
"The time car, what of it?"
After some digging about, I found a few struts and tubes and plates, bits of battered gunmetal now even more twisted and damaged than before. But the bulk of the car had been swept into the sea. Nebogipfel fingered the fragments, his eyes closed.
"Well," he said, "well, this will have to do."
And he sat down on the sand and cast about blindly for bits of cloth and vine, and he began the patient construction of his time device once more. 6. Heart and Body. We never managed to retrieve Nebogipfel's goggles after the storm, and this proved to be a great handicap to him. But he did not complain. As before, he restricted himself to the shade during the hours of daylight, and if he was forced to emerge into the light of twilight or dawn, he would wear his wide-brimmed hat, and over his eye a slitted mask of animal skin which I made for him, to afford him some sight. The storm was a mental as well as a physical shock to me, for I had begun to feel as if I had protected myself against such calamities as this world might throw at me. I decided that our lives must be put on a more secure footing. After some thought, I decided that a hut of some form, solidly founded and placed on stilts, that is, above the runoff from future monsoons, was the thing to aim for. But I could not rely on fallen branches for my construction material, for these, by their nature, were often irregular of form and sometimes rotten. I needed tree trunks, and for that I would need an axe. So I spent some time as an amateur geologist, hunting about the countryside for suitable rock formations. At last I found, in a layer of gravelly debris in the area of Hampstead Heath, some dark, rounded flints, together with cherts. I thought this debris must have been washed here by some vanished river. I carried these treasures back to our encampment with as much care as if they were made of gold, or more, for that weight of gold would not have been of any value to me. I took to bashing up the flint on open spaces on the beach. It took a good deal of experimentation and a considerable wasting of flint before I found ways to crack open the nodules in sympathy with the planes of the stone to form extensive and sharp edges. My hands felt clumsy and inexpert. I had marvelled before at the fine arrowheads and axe blades which are displayed in glass cases in our museums, but it was only when I tried to construct such devices for myself that I understood what a deep level of skill and engineering intuition our forefathers had possessed in the age of polished stone. At last I constructed a blade with which I was satisfied. I fixed it to a short length of split wood, binding it in with strips of animal skin, and I set off with a high mood for the forest. I returned, not 15 minutes later, with the fragments of my axe-head in my hand, for it had shattered on the second blow, with barely a cut made in the tree's bark. However, with a little more experimentation, I got it correct, and soon I was chopping my way through a forest of young, straight trees. For our permanent encampment, we would stay on our beach, but I ensured we were well above the tidal line and away from the possibilities of flood from our stream. It took me some time to dig pits for the fowls, deep enough to satisfy me, but at last I had erected a square framework of upright posts, securely fixed, and with a platform of thin logs attached at perhaps a yard above the ground. This floor was far from even, and I planned to acquire the skills of better plank-making one day. But when I lay down on it at night, the floor felt secure and solid, and I had a measure of security that we were raised above the various perils of the ground. I almost wished another storm down on our heads so that I could test out my new design. Nebogipfel hauled his fragments of time-car up onto the floor by a little ladder I made for him, and continued his dogged reconstruction there. One day, as I made my way through the forest, I became aware of a pair of bright eyes studying me from a low branch. I slowed, taking care not to make any jerky movements, and slipped my bow from my back. The little creature was perhaps 4 inches long, and rather like a miniature lemur. Its tail and face were rodent-like, with gnawing incisors quite clear at the front. It had clawed feet and suspicious eyes. It was either so intelligent that it thought it should fool me into ignoring it by its immobility, or else so stupid that it did not recognize any danger from me. It was the work of a moment to fit the string of the bow into the notch of an arrow and fire it off. Now, my hunting and trapping skills had improved with practice, and my slings and traps had become moderately successful, but my bows and arrows much less so. The construction of my arrows was sound enough, but I could never find wood of the right flexibility for the bows, and generally, by the time my clumsy fingers had loaded up the bow, most of my targets, bemused by my antics, were well able to scamper for cover. Not so this little fellow. He watched with no more than dim curiosity as my skewed arrow limped through the air towards him. For once my aim was true, and the flint head pinned his little body to the tree trunk. I returned to Nebogipfel, proud of my prize, for mammals were useful to us, not just as sources of meat, but for their fur, teeth, fat, and bones. Nebogipfel studied the little rodent-like corpse through his slit mask. "Perhaps I shall hunt down more of these," I said. The little creature really didn't seem to understand what danger he was in, right until the end. Poor beast.
"Do you know what this is?"
"Tell me."
"I believe it is Purgatorius."
"And the significance?"
"It is a primate, the earliest known."
He let himself sound amused. I swore. I thought I was done with all this, but even in the Paleocene one cannot avoid meeting one's relatives. I studied the tiny corpse. So here is the ancestor of monkey and man and Morlock. The insignificant little acorn from which will grow an oak which will smother more worlds than this earth. I wonder how many men and nations and species would have sprung from the loins of this modest little fellow had I not killed him. Once again, perhaps I have destroyed my own past. Nebogipfel said,
"We cannot help but interact with history, you and I. With every breath we take, every tree you cut down, every animal we kill, we create a new world in the multiplicity of worlds. That is all. It is unavoidable."
After that, I could not bring myself to touch the flesh of the poor little creature. I took it into the forest and buried it. One day I set myself to follow our little freshwater stream westwards towards its source, in the interior of the country. I set off at dawn. Away from the coast, the tang of salt and ozone faded, to be replaced by the hot, moist scents of the dipterocarp's forest, and the overpowering perfume of the crowding flowers. The going was difficult, with heavy growth underfoot. It became much more humid, and my cap of nut fibre was soon soaked through. The sounds around me, the rustling of vegetation and the endless trills and coughs of the forest, took on a heavier tone in the thickening air. By mid-morning I had travelled 2 or 3 miles, arriving somewhere in Brentford. Here I found a wide, shallow lake, from which flowed our stream and a number of others, and the lake was fed in turn by a series of minor brooks and rivers. The trees grew close around this secluded body of water, and climbing plants clung to their trunks and lower branches, including some I recognized as bottle gourds and loofahs. The water was warm and brackish, and I was wary of drinking it, but the lagoon teemed with life. Its surface was covered by groupings of giant lilies shaped like upturned bottle tops and perhaps 6 feet wide, which reminded me of plants I had once seen in Turner's water-lily house in the Royal Botanic Gardens at Kew. It was ironic, I thought, that the eventual site of Kew itself was less than a mile from where I stood. The lilies' sources looked strong and buoyant enough for me to stand on, but I did not put this hypothesis to the test. It was the work of a few minutes to improvise a fishing rod made from the long, straight trunk of a sapling. I fixed a line to this, and I baited a hook of time-car metal with grubs. I was rewarded within a few minutes by brisk tugs of the line. I grinned to imagine the envy of some of my angling friends, dear old Philby, for instance, at my discovery of this unfished oasis. I built a fire, and ate well that night of broiled fish and tubers. A little before dawn, I was woken by a strange hooting. I sat up and looked about me. My fire had more or less died. The sun was not yet up. The sky had that unearthly tinge of steel blue which prefigures a new day. There was no wind, and not a leaf stirred. A heavy mist lay immobile on the surface of the water. Then I made out a group of birds, 100 yards from me around the rim of the lake. Their feathers were dun-brown, and each had legs as long as a flamingo's. They stepped about the waters of the lake's margin, or stood poised on one leg like exquisite sculptures. They had heads shaped like those of modern ducks, and they would dip those familiar-looking beaks through the shimmering surface and sweep through the water, evidently filtering for food. The mist lifted a little, and more of the lake was revealed. I saw now that there was a great flock of these creatures, which Nebogipfel later identified as Presbyonis, thousands of them in a great open colony. They moved like ghosts through that vaporous haze. I told myself that this location was nowhere more exotic than the junction of Gunnersbury Avenue with the Chiswick High Road, but a vision more unlike England it is hard to conjure. As the days wore on in that sultry, vital landscape, my memories of the England of 1891 seemed more and more remote and irrelevant. I found the greatest of satisfactions in my building, hunting and gathering, and the bathing warmth of the sun and the sea's freshness were combining to give me a sense of health, strength, and immediacy of sensory experience lost since childhood. I had done with thinking, I decided. There were but 2 conscious minds in all this elaborate panoply of Paleocene life, and I could not see that mine would do me much good from now on, save for keeping me alive a little longer. It was time for the heart and the body to have their say. And the more the days wore away, the more I gathered a sense of the greatness of the world, the immensity of time, and the littleness of myself and my concerns in the face of that great multiple panorama of history. I was no longer important, even to myself, and that realization was like a liberation of the soul. After a time, even the death of Moses ceased to clamour at my thoughts. 7. Pristichampus. Nebogipfel's screaming woke me with a start. A Morlock's voice, raised, is a kind of gurgle, queer, but quite chilling to hear. I sat up in the cool darkness, and for an instant I imagined I was back in my bed in my house on the Petersham Road, but the scents and textures of the Paleocene night came crowding in on me. I scrambled out of my pallet and jumped down, off the floor of the shelter, and to the sand. It had been a moonless night, and the last stars were fading from the sky as the sun approached. The sea rolled, placid, and the wall of forest was black and still. In the midst of this cool, blue-soaked tranquillity, the Morlock came limping towards me along the beach. He had lost his crutch, and, it seemed to me, he could barely stay upright, let alone run. His hair was ragged and flying, and he had lost his face mask. Even as he ran, I could see how he was forced to raise his hands to cover his huge, sensitive eye. And behind him, chasing. It was perhaps 10 feet in length, in general layout something like a crocodile, but its legs were long and supple, giving it a raised, horse-like gait, quite unlike the squat motion of the crocodiles of my time. This beast was evidently adapted to running and chasing. Its slit eyes were fixed on the Morlock, and when it opened its mouth, I saw rows of saw-edged teeth. This apparition was bare yards from Nebogipfel. I screamed and ran at the little tableau, waving my arms, but even as I did so I knew it was all up for Nebogipfel. I grieved for the lost Morlock, but, I'm ashamed to record it, my first thought was for myself, for with his death I should be left alone here in the mindless Paleocene. And it was at that moment, with a startling clarity, that a rifle shot rang out from the margin of the forest. The first bullet missed the beast, I think, but it was enough to make that great head turn and to slow the pumping of those mighty thighs. The Morlock fell now and went sprawling in the sand, but he pushed himself up on his elbows and squirmed onwards on his belly. There was a second shot, and a third. The crocodile flinched as the bullets pounded into its body. It faced the forest with defiance, opened its saw-toothed mouth, and emitted a roar which echoed like thunder from the trees. Then it set off on its long, determined legs towards the source of these unexpected stings. A man, short, compact, wearing a drab uniform, emerged from the forest's margin. He raised the rifle again, sighted along it at the crocodile, and held his nerve as the beast approached. I reached Nebogipfel now and hauled him to his feet. He was shivering. We stood on the sand together and waited for the drama to play itself out. The crocodile could have been no more than 10 yards away from the man when the rifle spoke again. The crocodile stumbled. I could see blood streaming from its mouth, but it raised itself up with barely a sliver of its momentum lost. The rifle shouted, and bullet after bullet plunged into that immense carcass. At last, less than 10 feet from the man, the thing tumbled, its great jaws snapping at the air, and the man, as cool as you like, stepped neatly aside to let it fall. I found Nebogipfel's mask for him, and the Morlock and I followed the trail of the crocodile up the slope of the beach. Its claws had scuffed up the sand, and the last few pace marks were strewn with saliva, mucus, and steaming blood. Close to, the crocodile thing was even more intimidating than from a distance. The eyes and jaw were open and staring, and as the last echoes of life seeped from the monster, the huge muscles of its rear legs twitched, and hoofed feet scuffed at the sand. The Morlock studied the hot carcass.
"Prestigiambus," he said in his low gurgle.
Our saviour stood with his foot on the twitching corpse of the beast. He was aged perhaps 25. He was clean-jawed and with a straightforward gaze. Despite his brush with death, he looked quite relaxed. He favoured us with an engaging, gap-toothed grin. His uniform consisted of brown trousers, heavy boots, and a brown khaki jacket. A blue beret perched jauntily on his head. This visitor could have come from any age or any variant of history, I supposed, but it did not surprise me at all when this young man said, in straightforward, neutrally accented English, "Damn ugly thing, isn't it? Tough fellow, though. Did you see I had to plug him in the mouth before he fell? And even then he kept on coming. Got to give him credit. He was game enough." Before his relaxed, officer-class manners, I felt clumsy, rather oafish in my skins and beard. I extended my hand. "Sir, I think I owe you the life of my companion." He took the hand and shook it. "Think nothing of it." His grin widened. "Mr. X, I presume?" he said, naming me. Do you know, I've always wanted to say that. "And you are?" "Oh, I'm sorry. The name's Gibson. Wing Commander Guy Gibson. And I'm delighted to have found you." 8. The Encampment. It transpired that Gibson was not alone. He shouldered his rifle, turned, and made a beckoning gesture towards the shadows of the jungle. 2 soldiers emerged from that gloom. Sweat had soaked through the shirts of these laden fellows, and as they stepped into the growing light of the day, they seemed altogether more suspicious of us, and generally uncomfortable, than had the wing commander. These 2 were Indians, I thought, sepoys, soldiers of the Empire. Their eyes glittered black and fierce, and each had a turban and clipped beard. They wore khaki drill shirts and shorts. One of them carried a heavy mechanical gun at his back and bore 2 heavy leather pouches, evidently holding ammunition for this weapon. Their heavy, silvery epaulettes glittered in the Paleocene sunlight. They scowled at the corpse of Pristichampus with undisguised ferocity. Gibson told us that he and these 2 fellows had been involved on a scouting expedition. They had travelled perhaps a mile from a main base camp, which was situated inland from the sea. It struck me as odd that Gibson did not introduce the 2 soldiers by name. This little incivility, brought on by an unspoken recognition by Gibson of differences of rank, seemed to me altogether absurd, there on that isolated beach in the Paleocene, with only a handful of humans anywhere in the world. I thanked Gibson again for rescuing the Morlock, and invited him to join us for some breakfast at our shelter. "It's just along the beach," I said, pointing, and Gibson peeked his hand over his eyes to see. "Well, that looks as if it's going to be a jolly solid construction." "Solid? I should say so," I replied, and began a long and rather rambling discourse on the details of our incomplete shelter, of which I felt inordinately proud, and of how we had survived in the Paleocene. Guy Gibson folded his hands behind his back and listened, with a set, polite expression on his face. The sepoys watched me, puzzled and suspicious, their hands never far from their weapons. After some minutes of this, I became aware, rather belatedly, of Gibson's detachment. I let my prattle slow to a halt. Gibson glanced around brightly at the beach. "I think you've done remarkably well here, remarkably. I should have thought that a few weeks of this Robinson Crusoe stuff would pretty much have driven me batty with loneliness. I mean, opening time in the pub won't be for another 50 million years." I smiled at this joke, which I failed to follow, and I felt rather embarrassed at my exaggerated pride at such mean achievements before this vision of dapper competence. "But look here," Gibson went on gently, "don't you think you'd be better off coming back with us to the expeditionary force? We have travelled here to find you, after all. And we've some decent provisions there, and modern tools and so forth." He glanced at Nebogipfel and added, a little more dubiously, "And the doc might be able to do something for this poor chap as well. Is there anything you need here? We can always come back later." Of course there was not. I had no need to return through those few hundred yards along the beach ever again. But I knew that, with the arrival of Gibson and his people, my brief idyll was done. I looked into Gibson's frank, practical face, and knew that I could never find the words to express such a sense of loss to him. With the sepoys leading the way, and with the Morlock supporting himself against my arm, we set off into the interior of the jungle. Away from the coast, the air was hot and clammy. We moved in single file, with the sepoys at front and back, and Gibson, the Morlock, and myself sandwiched between. I carried the frail Morlock in my arms for much of the journey. The 2 sepoys kept up their suspicious, hooded glares at us, although after a time they allowed their hands to stray from their webbing holsters. They said not a single word to Nebogipfel or me in the whole time we travelled together. Gibson's expedition had come from 1944, 6 years after our own departure, during the German assault on the London Dome. "And the war is still continuing?" "I'm afraid so," he said, sounding grim. "Of course we responded for that brutal attack on London, paid them back in spades." "You were involved in such actions yourself?" As he walked, he glanced down, apparently involuntarily, at the service ribbons sewn to the chest of his tunic. I did not recognize these at the time. I am no military buff, and in any case some of these wards hadn't even been devised in my day, but I learned later that they constituted the Distinguished Service Order and the Distinguished Flying Cross and Bar, high awards indeed, especially for one so young. Gibson said without drama, "I saw a bit of action, yes. A good few sorties. Pretty lucky to be here to talk about it. Plenty of good chaps who aren't." "And these sorties were effective?" "I'll say. We broke open their domes for them, without much of a delay after they did us the same favour." "And the cities underneath?" He eyed me. "What do you think? Without its dome, a city is pretty much defenceless against attack from the air. Oh, you can throw up a barrage from your 88s. 88s? The Germans have an 8.8-centimetre flat 36 anti-aircraft gun, pretty useful as a field gun and anti-naught, as well as its main purpose, Good bit of design. Anyway, if your bomber pilot can get in under such flak, he can pretty much dump what he likes into the guts of an undomed city. And the results, after 6 more years of all this? He shrugged. There's not much in the way of cities left, I suppose. Not in Europe, anyway. We reached the vicinity of South Hampstead, I estimated. Here we broke through a line of trees into a clearing. This was a circular space, perhaps a 1/4 mile across, but it was not natural. The tree stumps at its edge showed how the forest had been blasted back or cut away. Even as we approached, I could see squads of bare-chested infantrymen hacking their way further into the undergrowth with saws and machetes, extending the space. The earth in the clearing was stripped of undergrowth and hardened by several layers of palm fronds, all stamped down into the mud. At the heart of this clearing sat 4 of the great juggernaut machines which I had encountered before, in 1873 and 1938. These beasts sat at 4 sides of a square 100 feet across, immobile, their ports gaping like the mouths of thirsty animals. Their anti-mine flails hung limp and useless from the drums held out before them, and the mottled green and black coloration of their metal hides was encrusted with guano and fallen leaves. There were a series of other vehicles and items of materiel scattered around the encampment, including light armoured cars and small artillery pieces mounted on thick-wheeled trolleys. This, Gibson gave me to understand, would be the site of a sort of graving yard for time-travelling juggernauts in 1944. Soldiers worked everywhere, and when I walked into the clearing beside Gibson, and with the limping Nebogipfel leaning against me, to a man the troopers ceased their labouring and stared at us with undiluted curiosity. We reached the courtyard enclosed by the 4 noughts. At the centre of this square there was a white-painted flagpole, and from this a Union flag dangled, gaudy, limp, and incongruous. A series of tents had been set up in this yard. Gibson invited us to sit on canvas stools beside the grandest of these. A soldier, thin, pale, and evidently uncomfortable in the heat, emerged from one of the noughts. I took this fellow to be Gibson's Batman, for the wing commander ordered him to bring us some refreshment. The work of the camp proceeded all around us as we sat there. It was a hive of activity, as military sites always seem endlessly to be. Most of the soldiers wore a full kit of a jungle-green twill shirt and trousers with anklets. On their heads they had soft felt hats with pugrees of light khaki, or else bush hats of, Gibson said, an Australian design. They wore their divisional insignia sewn into their shirts or hats, and most of them carried weaponry. Leather bandoliers for small arms ammunition, web pouches, and the like. They all bore the heavy epaulettes I remembered from 1938. In the heat and moisture, most of these troopers were fairly dishevelled. I saw one chap in a suit of pure white, which enclosed him head to foot. He wore thick gloves and a soft helmet which enclosed his head, with an inset visor through which he peered. He worked at the opened side panels of one of the juggernauts. The poor fellow must have been melting of the heat in such an enclosure, I surmised. Gibson explained that the suit was of asbestos, to protect him from engine fires. Not all the soldiers were men. I should think 2/5 of the 100 or so personnel were female, and many of the soldiers bore wounds of one sort or another, burn scars and the like, and even, here and there, prosthetic sections of limb. I realized that the dreadful attrition of the youth of Europe had continued since 1938, necessitating the call-up of those wounded already, and more of the young women. Gibson took off his heavy boots and massaged his cramped feet with a rueful grin at me. Nebogipfel sipped from a glass of water, while the Batman provided Gibson and me with a cup of traditional English breakfast tea. Tea! There in the Paleocene. "You have made quite a little colony," I said to Gibson. "I suppose so. It's just the drill, you know." He put down his boots and sipped his tea. "Of course, we're a jumble of services here. I expect you noticed." "No," I said frankly. "Well, most of the chaps are army, of course." He pointed to a slim young trooper who wore a khaki tag at the shoulders of his tropical shirt. "But a few of us, like him and myself, are RAF. RAF? Royal Air Force. The men in grey suits have finally worked out that we're the best chaps to drive these great iron brutes, you see. A trooper of the army passed by, goggling at Nebogipfel, and Gibson favoured him with an easy grin. "Of course, we don't mind giving these foot-sloggers a lift. Better than leaving you to do it yourselves, eh, Stubbins?" The man, Stubbins, slim, red-haired, with an open, friendly face, grinned back, almost shyly, but evidently pleased at Gibson's attention. All this despite the fact that he must have been a good foot taller than the diminutive Gibson, and some years older. I recognised in Gibson's relaxed manner something of the poise of the natural leader. "We've been here a week already," Gibson said to me. "Surprising we didn't stumble on you earlier, I suppose." "We weren't expecting visitors," I said dryly. "If we had been, I suppose I would have lit fires, or found some other way of signalling our presence." He favoured me with a wink. "We have been occupied ourselves. We had the devil's own work to do in the first day or two here. We have good kit, of course. The boffins made it pretty clear to us before we left that the climate of dear old England is pretty variable, if you take a long enough view of it, and so we've come prepared with an issue of everything from greatcoats to Bombay bloomers. But we weren't expecting quite these tropical conditions, not here, in the middle of London. Our clothes seem to be falling apart, literally rotting off our backs, and the metal fittings are rusting, and our boots won't grip in this slime. Even my bally socks have shrunk, and the whole lot is being gnawed away by rats." He frowned. "At least I think they're rats." "Probably not, in fact," I remarked. "And the Juggernauts? Kitchener class, are they?" Gibson cocked an eyebrow at me, evidently surprised at my display of this fragment of knowledge. "Actually, we can barely move the Nauts. Those wretched elephants' feet sink into this endless mud." And now a clear, familiar voice called out from behind me, "I'm afraid you're a little out of date, sir. The Kitchener class, including the dear old Raglan, has been discarded for a number of years now." I turned in my chair. Approaching me was a figure dressed in a crisp Juggernaut crew beret and coverall. This soldier walked with a pronounced limp, and a hand was proffered for shaking. I took the hand. It was small, but strong. "Captain Hilary Bond," I said, and smiled. She looked me up and down, taking in my beard and animal-skin clothes. "You're a little more ragged, sir, but quite unmistakable. Surprised to see me?" "After a few doses of this time-travelling, nothing much surprises me any more, Hilary." 9. The Chronic Expeditionary Force. Gibson and Bond explained the purpose of the Chronic Expeditionary Force to me. Thanks to the development of Carolinum fission piles, Britain and America had managed to achieve the production of platnerite in reasonable quantities soon after my escape into time. No longer did the engineers of the day have to rely on the scraps and leavings of my old workshop. There was still a great fear that German chronic warriors were planning some sneak offensive against Britain's past, and besides, it was known from the wreckage we had left behind in Imperial College, and other clues, that Nebogipfel and I must have travelled some tens of millions of years into the past. So, a fleet of time-travelling juggernauts was rapidly assembled, and equipped with subtle instruments which could detect the presence of platnerite traces, based on the radioactive origins of that substance, I was given to understand. And now this expeditionary force was proceeding into the past, in great leaps of 5 million years or more. Its mission was nothing less than to secure the history of Britain from enemy anachronistic attack. When stops were made, a valiant effort was made to study the period, and to this end a number of the soldiers had been trained, albeit hastily, to act as amateur scientists, climatologists, ornithologists, and the like. These fellows made rapid but effective surveys of the flora, fauna, climate, and geology of the age, and a good deal of Gibson's daily log was given over to summarizing such observations. I saw that the soldiers, common men and women all, accepted this task with good humour and joking, as such people will, and, it seemed to me, they showed a healthy interest in the nature of the strange Paleocene Thames valley around them. But at night, sentries patrolled the perimeter of the encampment, and troopers with field glasses spent a great deal of their time peering at the air or the sea. When engaged in these duties, the soldiers showed none of the gentle humour and curiosity which characterized their scientific or other endeavours. Rather, their fear and intent was apparent in the set of their faces and the thinness of their eyes. This force was here, after all, not to study flowers, but to seek Germans. Time-travelling human enemies here amid the wonders of the past. Proud as I was of my achievements in surviving in this alien age, it was with considerable relief that I abandoned my suit of rags and animal pelts and donned the light, comfortable tropical kit of these time-traversing troopers. I shaved off my beard, washed, in warm, clean water, with soap, and tucked with relish into meals of tinned soya meat. And at night it was with a feeling of peace and security that I lay down under a covering of canvas and mosquito netting, and with the powerful shoulders of the Nauts all about me. Nebogipfel did not settle in the camp. Although our discovery by Gibson was the cause of some celebration and marvelling, for our retrieval had been the primary objective of the expedition, the Morlock soon became the object of blatant fascination among the troopers, and, I suspected, a little sly goading. So the Morlock returned to our original encampment by the edge of the Paleocene Sea. I did not oppose this, for I knew how eager he was to continue the construction of his time frame. He even borrowed tools from the expeditionary force to facilitate this. Recalling his close shave with the Pristichampus, however, I insisted that he not stay there alone, but be accompanied either by me or an armed soldier. As for me, after a day or two I tired of being at leisure in this busy encampment. I am not by nature an idle man, and I asked to participate in the soldiers' chores. I soon proved my worth in sharing my painfully acquired knowledge of the local flora, fauna, and surrounding geography. There was a good deal of sickness in the camp, for the soldiers had been no more prepared than I had been for the various infections of the age, and I lent a hand assisting the camp's solitary doctor, a rather young and perpetually exhausted Naik attached to the 9th Gurkha Rifles. After the first day, I saw little of Gibson, who was consumed by the minutiae of the daily operation of his expeditionary force, and, to his own irritation, by a hefty load of bureaucracy, forms and reports and logs, which he was required to maintain daily, and all for the benefit of a Whitehall which would not exist for another 50 million years. I formed the impression that Gibson was restless and impatient with this time-travelling. He would, I think, have been more content if he could have resumed the bombing raids over Germany which he had led, and which he described to me with startling clarity. Hilary Bond had a deal of free time. Her duties were most demanding during those periods when the great time-travelling ironclads pushed through the centuries, and she served as my and Nebogipfel's host. One day the two of us walked along the rim of the forest, close to the shore. Bond pushed her way through the thick patches of undergrowth. She limped, but her gait was blunt and forceful. She described to me the progress of the war since 1938. "I would have thought the smashing up of the domes would have made an end of it," I said. "Can't people see? I mean, what is there to fight for after that?" "It should have been an end of the war, you mean? Oh, no. It's been an end to city life for a time, I imagine. Our populations have taken a fair old battering, but there are the bunkers, of course. That's where the war is being run from now, and where the munitions factories and so forth are mostly located. It isn't much of a century for cities, I don't think." I thought back to what I had seen of the barbarism of the countryside beyond the London Dome, and I tried to imagine permanent life in an underground bomb shelter. I conjured up images of hollow-eyed children scurrying through darkened tunnels, and a population reduced by fear to servility and near savagery. "And what of the war itself?" I asked. "The fronts, your great siege of Europe?" Bond shrugged. "Well, you hear a lot on the babbles about great advances here and there. One last push, that sort of thing." She lowered her voice. "But, and I don't suppose it matters much if we discuss this here, the flyers see a bit of Europe, you know, even if it is by night and lit up by shellfire, and word gets around, and I don't think those trench lines have moved across an inch of mud since 1935. We're stuck, is what we are. I can no longer imagine what you're all fighting for. The countries are all pretty much bashed up industrially and economically. None of them can pose much of a threat to the rest, surely, and none of them can have assets left that are worth acquiring." "Perhaps that's true," she said. "I don't think Britain has strength left to do much but rebuild her own smashed-up countryside once the war is done. We'll not be going conquering for a long time. And the situation being as even as it is, the view of things from Berlin must be pretty similar." Then why go on?
Because we can't afford to stop.
Beneath the tan she had acquired in this deep Paleocene, I could see traces of Bond's former weary pallor.
There are all sorts of reports, some rumours, but some better substantiated from what I hear, of German technical developments.
Technical developments? You mean weapons? We walked away from the forest now, and down to the edge of the sea. The air burned hot against my face, and we let the water lap around the soles of our boots. I pictured the Europe of 1944, the smashed cities, and, from Holland to the Alps, millions of men and women trying to inflict irreparable damage on each other. In this tropical peace, it all seemed absurd, a fevered dream.
But what can you possibly hope to invent, I protested, that can do significantly more damage than has already been achieved? There is talk of bombs, a new sort, more powerful than anything we've yet seen. Bombs containing carolinum, they say.
I remembered Wallace's speculations on those lines in 1938.
And, of course, Bond said, there is chronic displacement warfare. You see, we can't stop fighting if it means letting the Germans have a monopoly on such weapons. Her voice had a sort of quiet desperation. You can see that, can't you? That's why there's been such a rush to build atomic piles, to acquire carolinum, to produce more platinarite. That's why so much expense and resource has been invested in these time-travelling juggernauts.
And all to leap back in time before the Germans. To do unto them before they get the chance to do unto you? She lifted her chin and looked defiant.
Or to fix the damage they do. That's another way of looking at it, isn't it?
I did not debate, as Nebogipfel might have done, the ultimate futility of this quest, for it was clear that the philosophers of 1944 had not yet come to such an understanding of the multiplicity of histories as I had under the Morlocks' tuition.
But, I protested, the past is a pretty huge place. You came looking for us, but how could you know we would end up here? How could you settle near us, even to within 1,000,000 years or so?
We had clues, she said. What sort of clues? You mean the wreckage left behind in Imperial?
Partly, but also archaeological.
Archaeological? She looked at me quizzically.
Look here, I'm not sure you'd want to hear this.
That, of course, made my curiosity burn. I insisted she told me.
Very well. They, the Boffins, knew the general area where you had left for the past. In the grounds of Imperial College, of course, and so they began an intensive archaeological survey of the area. Pits were dug.
Good heavens, I said. You were looking for my fossilized bones.
And Nebogipfel's. It was reasoned that if any anomalies were found, bones or tools, we should be able to place you tolerably well by your position in the strata.
And were they?
Hilary.
She held back again, and I had to insist she answer.
They found a skull.
Human?
Sort of. She hesitated. Small and rather misshapen, placed in a stratum 50 million years older than any human remains had a right to be, and bitten clean in two.
Small and misshapen. It must, I realized, have been Nebogipfel's. Could that have been the relic of his encounter with Pristichampus, but in some other history in which Gibson did not intervene? And did my bones lie, crushed and turned to stone, in some neighbouring, undiscovered pit? I felt a chill, despite the heat of the sun on my back and head. Suddenly this brilliant Paleocene world seemed faded, a transparency through which shone the pitiless light of time. So you detected your traces of platinarite, and you found us, I said. But I imagine you were disappointed merely to find me again, and no horde of warmongering Prussians. But, look here, can't you see there is a certain paradox? You develop your time ironclads because you fear the Germans are doing the same. Very well. But the situation is symmetrical. From their point of view, the Germans must fear that you will exploit such time machinery first. Each side is behaving precisely in such a way as to provoke the worst reaction in its opponents. and so you both slide towards the worst situation for all. That's as may be, Bond said, but the possession of time technology by the Germans would be catastrophic for the Allied cause. The role of this expedition is to hunt down German travellers and to avert any damage the Germans inflict on history. I threw my hands in the air, and Paleocene water rippled about my ankles. But, confound it, Captain Bond, it is 50 million years until the birth of Christ. What meaning can that firefly struggle between England and Germany in such a remote future have here? We cannot relax, she said with a grim weariness. Can't you see that? We must hunt the Germans right back to the dawn of creation, if necessary. And where will this war stop? Will you consume all of eternity before you are done? Don't you see that? I waved a hand, meaning to summarize all of that awful future of shattered cities and populations huddling in subterranean caves. All that is impossible. Or will you go on until there are 2 men left, just 2, and the last turns to his neighbour and bashes out his brain with a lump of shattered masonry, eh? Bond turned away. The light of the sea picked out the lines in her face, and she would not reply. This period of calm, after our first encounter with Gibson, lasted 5 days. The Apparition. It was noon of a cloudless, brilliant day, and I had spent the morning putting my clumsy nursing skills at the service of the Gurkha doctor. It was with a sense of relief that I accepted Hilary Bond's invitation to join her for another of our walks to the beach. We cut through the forest easily enough. By now the troopers had cleared respectable paths radiating from the central encampment, and when we reached the beach, I hauled off my boots and socks and dumped them at the fringe of the forest, and I scampered down to the water's edge. Hilary Bond discarded her own footwear, a little more decorously, and she piled it on the sand with the hand-weapon she carried. She rolled up the legs of her trousers. I was able to see how her left leg was misshapen, the skin shrunken by an ancient burn, and she waded into the foamy surf after me. I stripped off my shirt. We were pretty much informal in that camp, in the ancient forest, men and women all, and I dunked my head and upper body in the transparent water, disregarding the soaking my trouser legs were receiving. I breathed deep, relishing it all, the heat of the sun prickling on my face, the sparkle of the water, the softness of the sand between my toes, the sharp scents of salt and ozone. "You're glad to get here, I see," Hilary said with a tolerant smile. "Indeed I am." I told her how I had been assisting the doctor. "You know I'm willing enough, more than willing to help, but by about 10 o'clock today my head had got so full of the stench of chloroform, of ether, of various antiseptic fluids, as well as more earthy smells, that—" She held her hands up. "I understand." We emerged from the sea, and I towelled myself dry with my shirt. Hilary picked up her gun, but we left our boots piled on the beach, and we strolled by the water's edge. After a few dozen yards, I spotted the shallow indentations which betrayed the presence of corbicula, those burrowing bivalves which inhabited that beach in such numbers. We squatted on the sand, and I showed her how to dig out the compact little creatures. Within a few minutes we had built up a respectable haul, and a heap of bivalves sat drying in the sun beside us. As she picked over the bivalves with the fascination of a child, Hilary's face, with her cropped hair plastered flat by the water, shone with pleasure at her simple achievement. We were quite alone on that beach. We might have been the only 2 humans in all that Paleocene world, and I could feel the sparkle of every bead of perspiration on my scalp, the rasp of every grain of sand against my shins. And it was all suffused by the animal warmth of the woman beside me. It was as if the multiple worlds through which I had travelled had collapsed down to this single moment of vividness, to here and now. I wanted to communicate something of this to Hilary. "You know—" But she had straightened up, and turned her face to the sea. "Listen." I gazed about, baffled, at the forest's edge, the lapping sea, the lofty emptiness of the sky. The only sounds were the rustle of a soft breeze in the forest canopy, and the gentle gurgle of the lapping wavelets. Listen to what? Her expression had become hard and suspicious. The face of the soldier, intelligent and fearful. "Single-engined," she said, her concentration apparent. "That's a Daimler-Benz DB, a 12-cylinder, I think." She jumped to her feet and pressed her hands to her brow, shielding her eyes. And then I heard it too, my older ears following hers. It was a distant thrum, like some immense, remote insect, which came drifting to us off the sea. "Look," Hilary said, pointing. "Out there. Can you see it?" I sighted along Hilary's arm, and was rewarded with a glimpse of something, a distortion hanging over the sea, far to the east. It was a patch of otherness, a whirl no bigger than the full moon, a kind of sparkling refraction tinged with green. Then I had an impression of something solid in the middle of it all, congealing and spinning, and then there was a hard, dark shape like a cross, which came hurtling low out of the sky, from the east, from the direction of a Germany yet to be born. That thrumming noise grew much louder. "My God," Hilary Bond said. "It is a Messerschmitt, an eagle. It looks like a Bf-109F. "Messerschmitt? That's a German name," I said, rather stupidly. She glanced at me. "Of course it's a German name. Don't you understand?" "What?" "That's a German plane. It is die Zeitmaschine, come to hunt us down." As it approached the coast, the craft tipped in the air like a seagull in flight, and began to run parallel to the sea's edge. With a noisy whoosh, and so fast that Hilary and I were forced to swivel on the sand to follow its progress, it passed over our heads, not 100 feet from the ground. The machine was some 30 feet long, and perhaps a little more from wingtip to wingtip. A propeller whirled at its nose, blurred by speed. The craft's underside was painted blue-grey, and its upper sections were done out in mottled brown and green. Strident black crosses on the fuselages and wings marked the craft's country of origin, and there were more gaudy militaristic designs on the painted skin of an eagle's head, an upraised sword, and so on. The underside was quite smooth, save for the craft's single load, a teardrop mass of metal perhaps 6 feet long, painted in the ubiquitous blue. For some moments Bond and I stood there, as stunned by this sudden apparition as if by some religious visitation. The excitable young man buried inside me, the shade of poor lost Moses, thrilled at the sight of that elegant machine. What an adventure for that pilot! What a glorious view! And what extraordinary courage it must have taken to haul that machine into the smoke-blackened air of 1944 Germany, to take that plane so high that the landscape of the heart of Europe would be reduced to a kind of map, a textured tabletop coated with sand and sea and forest and tiny, doll-like people, and then to close the switch which launched the craft into time. I imagined how the sun would arc over the ship like a meteorite, while beneath the prow, the landscape, made plastic by time, would flow and deform. Then the gleaming wings tipped again, and the propeller's noise came crashing down over us. The craft swooped upwards and away, over the forest, and in the direction of the expeditionary force. Hilary ran up the beach, and her uneven limping left asymmetric craters in the sand. "Where are you going?" She reached her boots and began to haul them on roughly, ignoring her socks. "To the camp, of course." "But—" I stared at our small, pathetic pile of bivalves. "But you can't outrun that Messerschmitt. What will you do?" She picked up her handgun and stood up straight. For answer, she looked at me, her expression blank, and then she turned and shoved her way through the fringe of palm trees which lined the edge of the forest, and disappeared into the shadows of the dipterocarps. The noise of the Messerschmitt aircraft was fading, absorbed by the forest canopy. I was alone on the beach, with the bivalves and the lapping of the surf. It all seemed quite unreal. War, imported to this Paleocene idyll. I felt no fear, nothing but a sense of bizarre dislocation. I shook off my immobility and prepared to follow Bond into the forest. I had not even reached my boots when a small, liquid voice came floating across the sand to me.
"No, go to the water, no!"
It was Nebogipfel. The Morlock came stumbling across the sand towards me, his improvised crutch digging a series of deep, narrow pits. I saw how a loose edge of his face mask flapped as he staggered along. "What is it? Can't you see what's happening? Die Zeitmaschine."
"The water."
He leaned on his crutch, as limp as a rag doll, and his panting tore at his frame. His wheezing had grown so pronounced that his syllables were barely distinguishable.
"The water. We must get in the—"
"This is no time for a swim, man," I bellowed, indignant. "Can't you see—"
"Do not understand," he gasped. You do not— Come."
I turned, abstracted, and looked over the forest. Now I could see the elusive form of Die Zeitmaschine as it skimmed over the treetops, its green and blue paint making vivid splashes against the foliage. Its speed was extraordinary, and its distant noise was like an insect's angry buzz. Then I heard the staccato cough of artillery pieces and the whistle of shells. "They're fighting back," I said to Nebogipfel, caught up by the spark of war. "Can you see? The flying machine has evidently spotted the expeditionary force, but they are firing off their guns at it."
"The sea,"
Nebogipfel said. He plucked at my arm with fingers as feeble as a baby's, and it was a gesture of such immediacy, such pleading, that I had to tear my eyes from the aerial battle. The grubby slit mask exposed mere slivers of his eyes, and his mouth was a downturned, quivering gash.
"It is the only shelter close enough. It might be sufficient."
"Shelter? The battle is 2 miles away. How can we be hurt standing here on this empty beach?"
"But the bomb carried by the German, did you not see it?"
His hair was lank against his small skull.
"The bombs of this history are not sophisticated, little more than lumps of pure carolinum, but they are effective enough for all that. There is nothing you can do for the expedition, not now. We must wait until the battle is done."
He stared up at me.
"Can you see that? Come,"
he said, and he tugged again at my arm. He had dropped his crutch now, so that my arm was supporting him. Like a child, I allowed myself to be led into the water. Soon we had reached a depth of 4 feet or more. The Morlock was covered up to his shoulders. He bade me crouch down so that I, too, was more or less immersed in salt water. Over the forest, the Messerschmitt banked and came back for another pass, swooping like some predatory bird of metal and oil. The artillery pieces shouted up at Die Zeitmaschine, and shells burst into clouds of smoke, which drifted off through the Paleocene air. I admit that I thrilled to this aerial contest, the first I had witnessed. My mind raced with visions of the extended conflicts in the air which must have filled the skies over Europe in 1944. I saw men who rode upon the wind and slew and fell like Milton's angels. This was the apotheosis of war, I thought. What was the brutish squalor of the trenches beside this lofty triumph, this headlong swoop to glory or death? Now the Messerschmitt spiraled away from the bursting shells, almost lazily, and began to climb higher. At the top of this manoeuvre, it seemed to hover, just for a moment, hundreds of feet above the earth. Then I saw the bomb, that deadly, blue-painted metal pod, detached from its parent, quite delicately, and it began its fall to earth. A single shell arced up out of the forest, and it punched a hole in the wing of the flying machine. There was an eruption of flame, and Die Zeitmaschine looped crazily away, enveloped by smoke. I emitted a whoop. "Good shooting! Nebogipfel, did you see that?" But the Morlock had reached up out of the sea and hauled with his soft hands at my head.
"Down," he said. "Get down into the water."
My last glimpse of the battle was of the trail of smoke which marked the path of the tumbling Messerschmitt, and before it a glowing star, already almost too bright to look at, which was the falling bomb. I ducked my head into the sea. 11. The bomb. In an instant, the gentle light of the Paleocene sun was banished. A crimson-purple glare flooded the air above the water's surface. An immense, complex sound crashed over me. It was founded on the crack of a great explosion, but all overlaid by a roaring and by a noise of smashing and tearing. All of this was diluted by the few inches of water above me, but still it was so loud that I was forced to press my hands to my ears. I called out, and bubbles escaped from my mouth and brushed against my face. That initial crack subsided, but the roaring went on and on. My air was soon done, and I was forced to push my head above the water. I gasped and shook water from my eyes. The noise was extraordinarily loud. The light from the forest was too bright to look into, but my dazzled eyes had an impression of a great ball of crimson fire that seemed to be whirling about in the middle of the forest, almost like a living thing. Trees had been smashed down like skittles all around that pirouetting fire, and huge shards of the broken-up dipterocarps were picked up and thrown around in the air as easily as match-stalks. I saw animals tumbling from the forest, fleeing in terror from the storm. A family of diatrema, their feathers ruffled and scorched, stumbled towards the water, and there came a pristichampus, a handsome adult, its hoofed feet pounding at the sand. And now the fireballs seemed to be attacking the exposed earth itself, as if burrowing into it. From the heart of the shattered forest, puffs of heavy incandescent vapour and fragments of rock were hurled high and far. Each of these was evidently saturated with carolinum, for each was a centre of scorching and blistering energy, so that it was like watching the birth of a family of meteorites. A huge, compact fire started up in the heart of the forest now, in response to the carolinum's godlike touch of destruction. The flames leaped up, hundreds of feet tall, forming themselves into a cone of billowing light about the epicentre of the blast. A cloud of smoke and ash, laden with flying lumps of debris, began to collect like a thunderhead above the blaze, and, punching through it all like a fist of light, there was a pillar of superheated steam rising out of the crater made by the carolinum bomb, a pillar red-lit from below as if by a miniature volcano. Nebogipfel and I could do nothing but cower in the water, keeping under for as long as we could, and, in the intervals when we were forced to surface for air, holding our arms above our heads for fear of the shower of scorched, falling debris. At last, after some hours of this, Nebogipfel decreed it safe enough to approach the land. I was exhausted, my limbs heavy in the water. My face and neck were stinging with burns, and my thirst raged. But even so, I was forced to carry the Morlock for most of the way back to the shore, for his little strength had given out long before the end of our ordeal. The beach was scarcely recognizable from the gentle spot where I had hunted for bivalves with Hilary Bond mere hours before. The sand was strewn with debris from the forest, much of it smashed-up branches and bits of tree trunk, some of it still smouldering, and muddy rivulets worked their way across the pocked surface. The heat emanating from the forest was still all but unbearable. Fires burned on in many sections of it, and the tall, purple-red glow of the carolinum column shone out over the agitated waters. I stumbled past a scorched corpse, I think it was a diatrema chick, and I found a reasonably clear patch of sand. I brushed away a coating of ash which had settled there, and dumped the Morlock on the ground. I found a little rill and cupped my hand to catch the water. The liquid was muddy and flecked with black soot. The stream was polluted by the burnt flesh of trees and animals, I surmised, but my thirst was so great that I had no choice but to drink it down in great, dirty handfuls. "Well," I said, and my voice was reduced to a croak by the smoke and my exertions, "this is a damned fine fist of things. Man has been present in the Paleocene for less than a year, and already this." Nebogipfel was stirring. He tried to get his arms under him, but he could barely lift his face from the sand. He had lost his face mask, and the huge, soft lids of his delicate eyes were encrusted with sand. I felt touched by an odd tenderness. Once again, this wretched Morlock had been forced to endure the devastation of war among humans, among members of my own shoddy race, and had suffered as a consequence. As gently as if I were lifting a child, I lifted him from the sand, turned him over, and sat him up. His legs dangled like lengths of string. "Take it easy, old man," I said. "You're safe now." His blind head swiveled towards me, his functioning eye leaking immense tears. He murmured liquid syllables. What? I bent to hear. What are you saying? He broke into English.
Not safe.
What?
We are not safe here, not at all.
But why? The fire can't reach us now.
Not the fire, the radiations. Even when the glow is finished, in weeks or months, still the radiative particles will linger. The radiations will eat into the skin. It is not a safe place.
I cupped his thin, papery cheek in my hand, and at that moment, burned, thirsty beyond belief, I felt as if I wanted to chuck it all in, to sit on that ruined beach, regardless of fires, bombs, and radiative particles, to sit and wait for the final darkness to close about me. But some lingering bits of strength coalesced around my concern at the Morlocks' feeble agitation. Then, I said, we will walk away from here and see if we can find somewhere we can rest. Ignoring the pain of the cracked skin of my own shoulders and face, I slipped my arms under his limp body and picked him up. It was late afternoon by now, and the light was fading from the sky. After perhaps a mile, we were far enough from the central blaze that the sky was clear of smoke, but the crimson pillar above the Carolinum crater illuminated the darkling sky almost as steadily as the Aldis lamps which had lit up the London dome. I was startled by a young Pristichampus who came bursting from the forest's rim. The yellow-white mouth of the beast was gaping wide as it tried to cool itself, and I saw that it dragged one hind leg quite badly. It looked as if it was almost blind, and quite terrified. Pristichampus stumbled past us and fled, screeching, in an unearthly fashion. I could feel clean sand under my bare feet once more, and I could smell the rich brine of the sea, a vapour which began the job of washing the stink of smoke and ash out of my head. The ocean remained placid and immovable, its surface oily in the Carolinum light, despite all the foolishness of humanity, and I pledged my gratitude to that patient body, for now the sea had cradled me, saving my life even as my fellow humans had blown each other to bits. This reverie of walking was broken by a distant call. "Hello!" It came drifting along the beach, and perhaps a quarter-mile away ahead of me I made out a waving figure walking towards me. For a moment I stood there, quite unable to move, for I suspect that I had assumed, in some morbid recess of my soul, that all the members of the chronic expeditionary force must have been consumed by the atomic explosion, and that Nebogipfel and I had been once more left alone in time. The other chap was a soldier who had evidently been far enough away from the action to remain unscathed, for he was dressed in the trooper's standard jungle green twill shirt, rifle green felt hat, and trousers with anklets. He carried a light machine gun with leather ammunition pouches. He was tall, wire-thin, and red-haired, and he seemed familiar. I had no idea how I looked, a frightful mess, I imagine, with scorched and blackened face and hair, white staring eyes, naked save for my trousers, and with the inhuman bundle of the Morlock in my arms. The trooper pushed back his hat. "This is all a fine pickle, isn't it, sir?" He had the clipped, Teutonic accent of the north-east of England. I remembered him. "Stubbins, isn't it?" "That's me, sir." He turned and waved up the beach. "I've been map-making up that way. Was 6 or 7 miles away when I saw Jerry coming over the water. As soon as I saw that big column of flame go up, well, I knew what was what." He looked towards the encampment site uncertainly. I shifted my weight, trying to hide my fatigue. But I shouldn't go back to the encampment yet. The fire's still burning, and Nebogipfel warns of radiative emissions. "Who?" For answer, I lifted the Morlock a little. "Oh, him!" Stubbins scratched the back of his head. The short hairs there rasped. "There'll be nothing you can do to help, Stubbins. Not yet." He sighed. "Well then, sir, what are we to do?" "I think we should carry on up the beach a little way and find somewhere to shelter for the night. I expect we'll be safe. I doubt that any Paleocene animal will be unwise enough to interfere with men tonight, after all that. But we perhaps should build a fire. Do you have matches, Stubbins?" "Oh, yes, sir. He tapped his breast pocket, and a box rattled. "Don't you worry about that." I won't. I resumed my steady walking along the beach, but my arms were aching uncommonly, and my legs seemed to be trembling. Stubbins noted my distress, and, with silent kindness, he hung his machine-gun from his broad back and lifted the unconscious Morlock from my arms. He had a wiry strength, and did not find, it seemed, Nebogipfel a burden. We walked until we found a suitable hollow in the forest's fringe, and there we made our camp for the night. 12. The aftermath of the bombing. The morning dawned fresh and clear. I woke before Stubbins. Nebogipfel remained unconscious. I walked down to the beach and to the fringe of the sea. The sun was rising over the ocean before me, its warmth already strong. I heard the clicks and trills of the forest fauna, busy already with their little concerns, and a smooth black shape, I thought it was a ray, glided through the water a few 100 yards from land. In those first moments of the new day, it was as if my Paleocene world was as vigorous and unscarred as it had been before the arrival of Gibson and his expedition. But that pillar of purple fire still guttered from the central wound in the forest, reaching up through 1,000 feet or more. Clots of flame, bits of melted rock and soil, hurled themselves along the flanks of that pillar, following glowing parabolic paths. And over it all there lingered still an umbrella-shaped cloud of dust and steam, its edges frayed by the action of the breeze. We breakfasted on water and the flesh of nuts from the palms. Nebogipfel was subdued, weakened, and his voice was a scratch. But he counselled Stubbins and me against returning to the devastated campsite. For all we knew, he said, the three of us might have been left alone, there in the Paleocene, and we must think of our survival into the future. Nebogipfel argued that we should migrate further away, several miles, he said, and set up camp in some more equable spot, safe from the radiative emissions of the Carolinum. But I saw in Stubbins's eyes, and in the depths of my own soul, that this course of action was impossible for both of us. "I'm going back," Stubbins said at last, with a blunt directness that overcame his natural deference. "I hear what you're telling me, sir, but the fact is there might be people lying sick and dying back there. I couldn't just leave them to it." He turned to me, and his open, honest face was crumpled with concern. "That wouldn't be right, would it, sir?" "No, Stubbins," I said. "Not right at all." And so it was, with the day still young, that Stubbins and I set off back along the beach in the direction of the devastated campsite. Stubbins still wore his jungle green kit, which had survived the previous day pretty much unscathed. I, of course, was dressed only in the remains of the khaki trousers I had been wearing at the moment of the bombing. Even my boots were lost, and I felt singularly ill-equipped as we set out. We had no medical supplies whatever, save for the small kit of bandages and ointments Stubbins had been carrying for his own use. But we had gathered some fruit from the palm trees, emptied out their milk, and filled the shells with fresh water. Stubbins and I each wore 5 or 6 such shells around our necks on bits of liana, and we thought with this we might bring some succour to such victims of the bombing as we found. There was a steady noise from the bomb's slow, continuing detonation, a featureless sound with the ground-shaking quality of a waterfall's roar. Nebogipfel had made us promise that we should approach the central bomb site no closer than a mile, and by the time we reached that part of the beach which was, as best as we could judge it, a mile from the epicentre of the blast, the sun was climbing high in the sky. We were already in the shadow of that lingering, poisonous umbrella cloud, and the crimson-purple glow of the continuing central explosion was so violent that it cast a shadow before me on the beach. We bathed our feet in the sea. I rested my aching knees and calves, and relished the warmth of the sunlight on my face. Ironically, it remained a beautiful day, with the sky clear and the sea bathed in light. I observed how the action of the tide had already repaired much of the damage to the beach wrought by the best efforts of we humans the day before. Bivalves burrowed again in the sooty sand, and I saw a turtle scampering through the shallows, almost close enough for us to touch. I felt very old, and immeasurably tired, quite out of place here at the dawn of the world. We struck away from the beach and into the forest. I entered the gloom of that battered wood with dread. Our plan was to work through the forest around the campsite, following a circle a safe mile in radius, Schoolboy geometry was sufficient to provide an estimate of the 6-mile hike we would have to complete around the circumference of that circle before we reached the sanctuary of the beach again. But I knew that we would find it difficult, or impossible, to stick to a precise arc, and I expected our full traverse to be considerably longer and to take some hours. We were already close enough to the epicenter of the blast that many of the trees had been toppled and smashed up, trees destroyed in a moment which might otherwise have stood for a century, and we were forced to clamber over the charred, battered remnants of trunks and through the forest canopy's scorched remains. And, even where the effects of the first blast were less marked, we saw the scars of the storm of fire, which had turned whole stands of dipterocarps into clusters of charred, denuded trunks, like immense match-stalks. The canopy was quite disrupted, and the daylight piercing through to the forest floor was much more powerful than I had become accustomed to. But still, the forest was a place of shadows and gloom, and the purple glow of that deadly, continuing explosion cast a sickly glow over the scorched remains of trees and fauna. Not surprisingly, the surviving animals and birds, even the insects, had fled the wounded forest, and we proceeded in an eerie stillness broken only by the rustle of our own footsteps and by the steady, hot breath of the bomb's fire pit. In some places, the fallen wood was still hot enough to steam, or even to glow dull red, and my bare feet were soon blistered and burned. I tied grass around my soles to protect them, and I was reminded of how I had done the same as I made my way out of the forest I had burned in the year 802,701. Several times we came across the corpse of some poor animal caught in a disaster beyond its comprehension. Despite the blaze, the putrefactive processes of the forest worked vigorously, and we were forced to endure a stink of decay and death as we walked. Once I stepped on the liquefying remains of some little creature. It had been a planetetherium, I think, and poor Stubbins was forced to wait for me as, with noises of disgust, I scraped the remains of the little animal from the sole of my foot. After perhaps an hour, we came across a still, hunched form on the floor of the forest. The stench was so bad that I was forced to hold the remains of my handkerchief over my face. The body was so badly burned and misshapen that at first I thought it might be the corpse of some beast, a young diatrema perhaps, but then I heard Stubbins exclaim. I stepped to his side, and there I saw, at the end of a blackened limb stretched out along the ground, the hand of a woman. The hand, by some bizarre accident, was quite undamaged by the fire. The fingers were curled, as if in sleep, and a small gold ring sparkled on the fourth finger. Poor Stubbins stumbled away into the trees, and I heard him retching. I felt foolish, helpless and desolate, standing there in the ruined forest with those shells of water dangling useless from my neck.
"What if it's all like this, sir?" Stubbins asked. "You know, this."
He could not bear to look at the corpse, or in any way point to it.
"What if we find no one alive? What if they've all gone, all burnt to a crisp like this?"
I laid a hand on his shoulder, and sought a strength I did not feel. "If that's so, then we'll go back to the beach and find a way to live," I said. "We'll make the best of it. That's what we'll do, Stubbins. But you mustn't give up, man. We've barely started our searching." His eyes were white, in a face as soot-dark as a chimney-sweep's.
"Noah," he said, "you're right. We mustn't give up. We'll make the best of it. What else can we do? But—"
"Yes?"
"Oh, nothing," he said.
And he began to straighten his kit, in readiness to go on. He did not have to finish his sentiment for me to understand what he meant. If all the expedition were finished, save the two of us and the Morlock, then, Stubbins knew, the three of us would sit in our huts on the beach until we died, and then the tide would cover our bones, and that would be that. We should be lucky to leave behind a fossil to be found by some curious householder digging a garden in Hampstead or Kew 50 million years from now. It was a grim, futile prospect, and what, Stubbins would want to know, what was the best that could be made out of all that? In grim silence, we left the girl's charred corpse and pressed on. We had no way of judging time in the forest, and the day was long in that grisly wreckage, for even the sun seemed to have suspended his daily traverse around the sky, and the shadows of the broken stumps of trees seemed neither to shorten nor to track across the ground. But in reality, it was perhaps only an hour later that we heard a crackling, crashing noise approaching us from the interior of the wood. At first, we could not see the source of the noise. Stubbins's eyes, wide with fear, were white as ivory in the gloom, and we waited, holding our breath. A form approached us, coalescing from the charred shadows, stumbling and colliding with the tree stumps. It was a slight figure, clearly in distress, but, nonetheless, undoubtedly human. With my heart in my mouth, I rushed forward, careless now of the crusty, blackened undergrowth under my feet. Stubbins was at my side. It was a woman, but with her face and upper body burned and so blackened I could not recognize her. She fell into our arms with a gurgled sigh, as if with relief. Stubbins sat the woman on the ground with her back to a snapped-off tree stump. He muttered clumsy endearments as he worked.
"Don't you worry. You'll be fine. I'll look after you,"
and so forth, in a voice that was choked. She still wore the charred remnants of a twill shirt and khaki trousers, but the whole was blackened and torn, and her arms were badly scorched, particularly on the underside of the forearms. Her face was burned. She must have been facing the blast, but there were, I saw now, strips of healthy flesh across her mouth and eyes, which remained comparatively unharmed. I surmised that she had thrown her arms across her face when the blast had come, damaging her forearms, but protecting at least some of her face. She opened her eyes now. They were a piercing blue. Her mouth opened, and an insect whisper emerged. I bent close to hear, suppressing my revulsion and horror at the blackened ruin of her nose and ears.
"Water! In the name of God! Water!"
It was Hilary Bond. 13. Bond's account. Stubbins and I stayed with Hilary for some hours, feeding her sips of water from our shells. Periodically Stubbins set off on little circular tours of the forest, calling boldly to attract the attention of more survivors. We tried to ease Hilary's wounds with Stubbins's medical kit, but the contents of the kit, intended to treat bruises and cuts and the like, were quite inadequate to cope with burns of the extent and severity of Hilary's. Hilary was weakened, but she was quite coherent, and she was able to give me a sensible account of what she had seen of the bombing. After she had left me on the beach, she had plunged through the forest as fast as she could. Even so, she was no closer than a mile to the camp, when the Messerschmitt came.
"I saw the bomb falling through the air," she whispered. "I knew it was Carolinum from the way it burned. I've not seen it before, but I've heard accounts, and I thought I was done for. I froze like a rabbit, or like a fool, and by the time I'd got my wits back, I knew I didn't have time to get to the ground or duck behind the trees. I threw my arms before my face."
The flash had been inhumanly bright.
"The light burned at my flesh. It was like the doors of hell opening. I could feel my cheeks melting, and when I looked, I could see the tip of my nose burning like a little candle. It was the most extraordinary—"
She collapsed into coughing. Then the concussion came.
"Like a great wind,"
and she was knocked backwards. She had tumbled across the forest floor until she had collided with a hard surface, presumably a tree trunk, and for a spell knew no more. When she came to, that pillar of crimson and purple flame was rising like a demon out of the forest, with its attendant familiars of melted earth and steam. Around her the trees were smashed and scorched, although, by chance, she was far enough from the epicentre to have avoided the worst of the damage, and she hadn't been further injured by falling branches or the like. She had reached up to touch her nose, and she remembered only a dull curiosity as a great piece of it came away in her hand.
"But I felt no pain. It is very odd. Although," she added grimly, "I was compensated for that soon enough."
I listened to this in a morbid silence, and vivid in my mind's eye was the slim, rather awkward girl with whom I had hunted bivalves mere hours before this terrible experience. Hilary thought she slept. When she came to her senses, the forest was a good deal darker, the first flames had subsided, and for some reason her pain was reduced. She wondered if her very nerves had been destroyed. With a huge effort, for she was by now greatly weakened by thirst, she pulled herself to her feet and approached the epicentre of the blast.
I remember the glow of the continuing Carolinum explosion, that unearthly purple, brightening as I moved through the trees. The heat increased, and I wondered how close I would be able to come before I would be forced back.
She had reached the fringe of the open space around the parked juggernauts.
I could barely see, so bright was the glare of the Carolinum fire pit, and there was a roar, like rushing water, she said. The bomb had landed slap in the centre of our camp. That German was a good marksman. It was like a toy volcano, with smoke and flame pouring up out of it. Our camp is flattened and burned, most of our belongings destroyed. Even the noughts are smashed to bits. Of the 4, only one has retained its shape, and that is gutted. The others are burst open, toppled like toys, burned and exploded. I saw no people, she said. I think I had expected.
She hesitated.
Horrors. I expected horrors. But there was nothing left of them. Oh, save for one thing. The strangest thing.
She laid a hand on my arm. It was reduced by flame to a claw.
On the skin of that nought, most of the paint was blistered away, except in one place, where there was a shaped patch. It was like a shadow of a crouching man.
She looked up at me, her eyes gleaming from her ruined face.
Do you understand? It was a shadow of a soldier, I don't know who, caught in that moment of a blast so intense that his flesh was evaporated, his bones scattered, and yet the shadow in the paint remained.
Her voice remained level, dispassionate, but her eyes were full of tears.
Isn't that strange?
Hilary had stumbled about the rim of the encampment for a while. Convinced by now she would not find people alive there, she had a vague idea of seeking out supplies. But, she said, her thoughts were scattered and confused, and her residual pain so intense it threatened to overwhelm her, and with her damaged hands she found it impossible to grub through the charred remnants of the camp with any semblance of system. So she had come away, with the intention of trying to reach the sea. After that, she could barely remember anything of her stumble through the forest. It had lasted all night, and yet she had come such a short distance from the explosion site that I surmised she must have been blundering in circles until Stubbins and I found her. 14. Survivors. Stubbins and I resolved that our best course would be to take Hilary out of the forest, away from the damaging Carolinum emissions, and bring her to our encampment along the beach, where Nebogipfel's advanced ingenuity might be able to concoct some way to make her more comfortable. But it was clear enough that Hilary did not have the strength to walk further, so we improvised a stretcher of 2 long, straight, fallen branches, with my trousers and Stubbins's shirt tied between them. Wary of her blistered flesh, we lifted Hilary onto this makeshift construction. She cried out when we moved her, but once we had her settled on the stretcher, her discomfort eased. So we set off back through the forest, towards the beach. Stubbins preceded me, and soon I could see how his bare, bony back prickled with sweat and dirt. He stumbled in the forest's scorched gloom, and lianas and low branches rattled against his unprotected face, but he did not complain, and kept his hands wrapped around the poles of our stretcher. As for me, staggering along in my undershorts, my strength was soon exhausted, and my emptied-out muscles set up a great trembling. At times it seemed impossible that I could lift my feet for another step, or keep my stiffening hands wrapped around those rough poles. But, watching the stolid determination of Stubbins ahead of me, I strove to mask my fatigue and to follow his pace. Hilary lay in a shallow unconsciousness, with her limbs convulsing and mumbled cries escaping her lips as echoes of pain worked their way through her nervous system. When we reached the shore, we set Hilary down in the shade of the forest's rim, and Stubbins lifted her head, cupping her skull in one hand as he fed her sips of water. Stubbins was a clumsy man, but he worked with an unconscious delicacy and sensitivity that overcame the natural limitations of his frame. It seemed to me that he was pouring his whole being into those simple acts of kindness for Hilary. Stubbins struck me as fundamentally a good, kind man, and I accepted that his detailed care of Hilary was motivated largely by nothing more nor less than simple compassion. But I saw, too, that it would have been unbearable for poor Stubbins to have survived, thanks only to the lucky chance of following an assignment away from the camp during the disaster, when all of his fellows had perished, and I foresaw that he would spend a good deal of his remaining days on such acts of contrition as this. When we had done our best, we picked up the stretcher and progressed along the beach. Stubbins and I, all but naked, our bodies coated with the soot and ash of the burned forest, and with the broken body of Hilary Bond suspended between us, walked along the firmer, damp sand at the sea's fringe, with cool, wet sand between our toes, and brine wavelets lapping against our shins. When we reached our small encampment, Nebogipfel took command. Stubbins fussed about, but he impeded Nebogipfel's movements, and the Morlocks served me with a series of hostile glares, until I took Stubbins' arm and pulled him away. "Look here, old chap," I said, "the Morlock might look a little strange, but he knows a sight more medicine than I do, or you, I should hazard. I think it's best if we keep out of his way for a bit, and let him treat the captain." Stubbins's great hands flexed. At length, I had an idea. "We still need to seek out any others," I said. "Why not build a fire? If you use green wood and produce enough smoke, you should raise a signal which will be visible for miles." Stubbins fell in with this suggestion with alacrity, and he plunged without delay into the forest. He was like some clumsy animal as he hauled out branches from the wood, but I felt relief that I had found a useful purpose for the helpless energies surging within him. Nebogipfel had prepared a series of opened palm-nut shells, set in little cups in the sand, each filled with a milky lotion he had devised. He asked for Stubbins's clasp knife. With this, he began to cut away Hilary's clothing. Nebogipfel scooped up handfuls of his lotion, and, with his soft Morlock fingers, he began to work it into her worst damaged flesh. At first, Hilary, still all but unconscious, cried out at these ministrations, but before long her discomfort passed, and she appeared to be passing into a deeper, more peaceful sleep. "What is the lotion?"
"A salve," he said as he worked, "based on palm-nut milk, bivalve oil, and plants from the forest."
He pushed his slit mask more comfortably over his face, and left on it streaks of the sticky lotion.
"It will ease the pain of the burns."
"I'm impressed by your foresight in preparing the salve," I said.
"It did not take much foresight," he said coolly, "to anticipate such victims after your self-inflicted catastrophe of yesterday." I felt a stab of irritation at this. Self-inflicted? None of us had asked the confounded German to come through time with his Carolinum bomb. "Blast you, I was trying to congratulate you on your efforts for this girl." "But I would much rather not have you bring me such sad victims of folly as exercises for my compassion and ingenuity."
Oh, confound it! The Morlock really was impossible at times, I thought, quite unhuman. Stubbins and I maintained our bonfire, feeding it with wood so green it spat and fractured and sent up billows of cloudy white smoke. Stubbins set off for brief, ineffectual searches of the forest. I was forced to promise him that if the fire met with no success in a few days, we should resume our expedition around the explosion epicentre. It was on the 4th day after the bombing that more survivors began to arrive at our beacon. They came alone, or in pairs, and they were burned and beaten up, clothed in the ragged remnants of jungle kit. Soon Nebogipfel was running a respectable field hospital, a row of palm-frond pallets, there in the shade of the dipterocarps, while the able-bodied among us were set to work with rudimentary nursing duties and the collection of more supplies. For a while, we hoped that there might be, elsewhere, some other encampment better equipped than ours. Perhaps Guy Gibson had survived, I speculated, and had taken things in hand in his practical, level-headed way. We had a brief burst of optimism along these lines when a light motor vehicle came bounding along the beach. The car bore 2 soldiers, both young women, but we were to be disappointed. These 2 girls were merely the furthest flung of the exploratory expeditions the force had sent out from its base. They had been following the shore to the west, looking for a way to strike inland. For some weeks after the attack, we maintained patrols along the beach and into the forest. These occasionally turned up the remains of some poor victim of the bombing. Some of these appeared to have survived for a time after the first blast, but, enfeebled by injuries, had proved unable to save themselves or call for help. Sometimes a bit of kit would be brought back. Nebogipfel was keen that any scraps of metal should be retrieved, for he argued that it would be some considerable time before our little residual colony would be able to smelt ore. But of other further survivors we found none. The 2 women in their car were the last to join us. We kept the signal fire burning, though, day and night, long after any reasonable hope of more survivors had vanished. All told, of the 100 or more expedition members, 21 individuals, 11 women, 9 men, and Nebogipfel survived the bombing and firestorm. No trace of Guy Gibson was found, and the Gurkha doctor was lost. So we busied ourselves with caring for injured, with collecting the supplies necessary to keep us alive from day to day, and with assembling our thoughts for how we should build a colony for the future. For, with the destruction of the Juggernauts, it was soon evident to us all that we should not be returning to our home centuries, that this Paleocene Earth would, after all, receive our bones. 15. A new settlement. 4 of our number died, of burns and other injuries, soon after being brought to the camp. At least their suffering appeared to be slight, and I wondered if Nebogipfel had tempered his improvised drugs in such a way as to shorten the distress of these afflicted. I kept such speculations to myself, however. Each loss cast a deep pall over our little colony. For myself, I felt numb, as if my soul was replete with horror and beyond further reaction. I watched the battered young soldiers in their ragged, bloodied remnants of military kit go about their dismal chores, and I knew that these new deaths, in the midst of the brutal, primitive squalor within which we now strove to survive, forced each one of them to confront his or her own mortality anew. To make things worse, after a few weeks, a new sickness began to haunt our thinned ranks. It afflicted some of those already wounded, and, disturbingly, others who had seemed, on the surface, to have been left healthy after the bombing. The symptoms were gross: vomiting, bleeding from the body's orifices, and a loosening of the hair, fingernails, and even the teeth. Nebogipfel took me aside.
"It is as I feared," he whispered. "It is a sickness brought on by exposure to Carolinum radiation."
"Are any of us safe, or will we all succumb?"
"We have no way to treat it, save for the alleviation of some of the worst symptoms, and as for safety—"
"Yes." He pushed his hands under his slip mask to rub his eyes.
"There is no such thing as a safe level of radioactivity," he said. "There are only degrees of risk, of chance. We may all survive, or we may all succumb."
I found all this most distressing. To see those young bodies, already scarred by years of war, now lying broken on the sand, left this way at the hands of a fellow human, and with only the inexpert ministrations of a Morlock, a stranded alien, to treat their wounds, it made me ashamed of my race, and of myself. Once, you know, I told Nebogipfel, I think a part of me might have argued that war could ultimately be a force for good, because it might break open the ossified ways of the old order of things and open up the world for change. And once I believed in an innate wisdom in humanity, that, after witnessing so much destruction in a war like this, a certain bluff common sense would prevail to put a stop to it all. Nebogipfel rubbed his hairy face.
"Bluff common sense?"
he repeated. "Well, so I imagined," I said. "But I had had no experience of war, not of the real thing. Once humans start bashing each other up, precious little will stop them until exhaustion and attrition overcame them. Now I can see there's no sense in war, not even in the outcome of it." But on the other hand, I told Nebogipfel, I was struck by the selfless devotion of this handful of survivors to the care and tending of each other. Now that our situation had been reduced to its essentials, the simple human suffering, the tensions of class, race, creed, and rank, all of which I had observed in this expeditionary force before the bombing, had dissolved away. Thus I observed, if I adopted the dispassionate viewpoint of a Morlock, that contradictory complex of strengths and weaknesses that lay at the soul of my species. Humans are at once more brutal, and yet in some ways more angelic, than the shallow experience of my first 4 decades of life had led me to believe. It's a little late, I conceded, to be learning such deep lessons about the species with whom I have shared the planet for 40-odd years, but nevertheless, there it is. It seems to me now that if man is ever to achieve peace and stability, at least before he evolves into something new, like a Morlock, then the unity of the species will have to start at the bottom, by building on the firmest foundation, the only foundation, the instinctive support of a man for his fellows. I peered at Nebogipfel. Do you see what I'm getting at? Do you think there's any sense in what I say? But the Morlock would neither support nor dismiss this latest rationalization. He simply returned my gaze, calm, observant, analytical. We lost 3 more souls to the radiative sickness. Others showed some symptoms. Hilary Bond, for instance, suffered extensive hair loss, but survived. And some, even one man who had been closer to the original blast than most, showed no ill effects at all. But, Nebogipfel warned me further, we were not done with the Carolinum yet, for other illnesses, cancers, and other disorders of the body might develop in any of us in later life. Hilary Bond was the senior officer surviving, and as soon as she was able to raise herself on her pallet, she began to take a calm and authoritative command. A natural military discipline began to assert itself over our group, though much simplified, given that only 13 had survived of the expeditionary force, and I think the soldiers, particularly the younger ones, found much comfort in the restoration of this familiar framework to their world. This military order could not last, of course. If our colony flourished, grew, and survived beyond this generation, then a chain of command along the lines of an army unit would be neither desirable nor practicable. But for now, I reflected, needs must. Most of these troopers had spouses, parents, friends, even children, back home, in the 20th century. Now they must come to terms with the fact that none of us were going home, and as their remaining equipment slowly fell apart in the humidity of the jungle, the troopers came to realize that all that would sustain them in the future was the fruit of their own labor and ingenuity, and their support for each other. Nebogipfel, still mindful of the dangers of radiative emissions, insisted that we should make a more permanent encampment further along the coast. We sent out scouting parties, making the best use of our motor car while its fuel lasted. At length, we decided on the delta of the mouth of a broad river, some 5 miles southwest of the expedition's original encampment. It was in the vicinity of Surbiton, I suppose. The land bordering our river's plain would be fertile and irrigated if we chose to develop agriculture in the future. We made the migration in several stages, for many of the wounded required carrying for much of the journey. At first we used the car, but its supply of petrol soon expired. Nebogipfel insisted we bring the vehicle with us, though, to serve as a mine of rubber, glass, metal, and other materials, and so for its final journey we shoved our car like a wheelbarrow along the sand, laden with wounded and with our supplies and equipment. Thus we limped along the beach, the 14 of us who had survived, with our ragged clothes and crudely treated wounds. It struck me that if a dispassionate observer had watched this little trek, he should scarcely have been able to deduce that this ragged band of survivors were the sole representatives, in this age, of a species which could one day shatter worlds. Our new colony site was distant enough from the expedition's first encampment that the forest here showed no significant damage. We could not yet forget the bombing, though, for at night that bruised purple glow to the east still lingered. Nebogipfel said it would remain visible for many years to come, and, exhausted by the work of the day, I often took to sitting at the edge of the camp, away from the lights, and talk of the others, and I would watch the stars rise over that man-made volcano. At first, our new encampment was crude, little more than a row of lean-tos lashed up out of windfall branches and palm fronds. But as we settled in, and as our supply of food and water became assured, a more vigorous programme of construction was put under way. The first priority, it was agreed, was a communal hall, large enough to house us all in the event of a storm or other disaster. The new colonists set to constructing this with a will. They followed the rough outlines I had intended for my own shelter, a wooden platform set on stilt-like foundations, but its scale was rather more ambitious. A field beside our river was cleared, so that Nebogipfel could direct the patient cultivation of what might one day become useful crops, bred out of the aboriginal flora. A first boat, a crude dugout canoe, was constructed, so that the sea could be fished. We captured, after much effort, a small family of diatrema, and contained them within a stockade. Although these bird-beasts broke out several times, causing a havoc about the colony, we stuck at containing and taming the birds, for the meat and eggs available from a domesticated flock of diatrema was a pleasant prospect, and there were even experiments in having the diatrema draw ploughs. From day to day, the colonists treated me with a certain polite deference, as befitted my age, I conceded, and my greater experience of the Paleocene. For my part, I found myself in the position of leader of some of our projects in their early days, thanks to my greater experience. But the inventiveness of the younger people, coupled with the jungle survival training they had received, allowed them quickly to surpass my limited understanding, and soon I detected a certain tolerant amusement in their dealings with me. I remained an enthusiastic participant in the colony's burgeoning activities, however. As for Nebogipfel, he remained, naturally enough, something of a recluse in that society of young humans. Once the immediate medical problems were resolved, and the demands on his time grew less, Nebogipfel took to spending time away from the colony. He visited our old hut, which still stood some miles to the northeast along the beach, and he went for great explorations into the forest. He did not take me into his confidence as to the purpose of these trips. I remembered the time car he had tried to construct before the arrival of the expeditionary force, and I suspected he was returning to some such project. But I knew that the platnerite of the force's land cruisers had been destroyed in the bombing, so I could see no purpose in his continuing with that scheme. Still, I did not press Nebogipfel on his activities, reasoning that, of all of us, he was the most isolated, the most removed from the company of his fellows, and so, perhaps, the most in need of tolerance. 16. The establishment of First London. Despite the grisly battering they had endured, the colonists were resilient young people, and they were capable of high spirits. Gradually, once we were finished with the bombing radiation deaths, and once it was clear that we should not immediately starve or get washed into the sea, a certain good humour became more evident. One evening, with the shadows of the dipterocarps stretching towards the ocean, Stubbins found me sitting, as usual, at the verge of the camp, looking back towards the glow of the bomb pit. With a painful shyness, he, to my astonishment, asked me if I would care to join in a game of football. My protests that I had never played a game in my life counted for nothing, and so I found myself walking back along the beach with him, to where a rough pitch had been marked out in the sand, and posts, scrap timber from the construction of the hall, had been set up to serve as goals. The ball was a palm nut shell, emptied of its milk, and 8 of us prepared to play out the game, a mixture of men and women. I scarcely expect that dour battle to go down in the annals of sporting history. My own contribution was negligible, save only to expose that utter lack of physical coordination which had made my days at school such a trial. Stubbins was by far the most skilled of us. Only 3 of the players, including Stubbins, were fully fit, and one of those was me, and I was completely done in within 10 minutes of the start. The rest were a collection of strapped-up wounds and comic, pathetic, missing or artificial limbs. But still, as the game wore on, and laughter and shouts of encouragement started to flourish, it seemed to me that my fellow players were really little more than children, battered and bewildered, and now stranded in this ancient age, but children nevertheless. What kind of species is it, I wondered, that inflicts such damage on its own offspring? When the game was done, we retired from our pitch, laughing and exhausted. Stubbins thanked me for joining in. "Not at all," I said. "You're a fair old player, Stubbins. Maybe you should have taken it up as a professional."
"Aye, well, I did, as a matter of fact," he said wistfully. "I signed on as an apprentice with Newcastle United, but that was in the early days of the war. Pretty soon that put a stop to the football. Oh, there's been some competition since, regional leagues and the League War Cups, but in the last 5 or 6 years even that has been closed down." "Well, I think it's a shame," I said. "You've a talent there, Stubbins." He shrugged, his evident disappointment mingling with his natural modesty. "It wasn't to be.
But now you've done something much more important, I consoled him. You've played in the first football match on the earth, and got a hat-trick of goals. I slapped him on the back. Now, that's a feather fit for any cap, Albert. As time wore on, it became increasingly apparent, I mean, at that level of the spirit below the intellectual where true knowledge resides, that we should truly never return home. Slowly, inevitably, I suppose, partnerships and ties in the 20th century became remote, and the colonists formed themselves into couples. This pairing off showed no respect for rank, class, or race. Sepoy, Gurkha, and English alike joined in new liaisons. Only Hilary Bond, with her residual air of command, remained aloof from it all. I remarked to Hilary that she might use her rank as a vehicle for performing marriage ceremonies, much as a sea captain will join passengers in wedlock. She greeted this suggestion with polite thanks, but I caught scepticism in her voice, and we did not pursue the matter. A little pattern of dwellings spread along the coast and up the river valley from our seashore node. Hilary viewed all this with a liberal eye. Her only rule was that, for now, no dwelling should be out of sight of at least one other, and none should be more than a mile's distance from the site of the hall. The colonists accepted these strictures with good grace. Hilary's wisdom regarding the business of marriage, and my converse folly, soon became obvious, for one day I saw Stubbins strolling along the beach with his arms around 2 young women. I greeted them all cheerfully, but it was not until they had passed that I realized that I did not know which of the women was Stubbins's wife. I challenged Hilary, and I could tell she was suppressing amusement. "But," I protested, "I've seen Stubbins with Sarah at the barn dance, but then, when I called at his hut that morning last week, there was the other girl." Now she laughed, and laid her scarred hands on my arms. "My dear friend," she said, "you have sailed the seas of space and time. You have changed history many times. You are a genius, beyond doubt. And yet, how little you know of people." I was embarrassed. "What do you mean?" "Think about it." She ran her hand over her ravaged scalp, where tufts of greyed hair clung. "We are 13, not counting your friend Nebogipfel, and that 13 is 8 women and 5 men. She eyed me. "And that's what we're stuck with. There's no island over the horizon from whence might come more young men to marry off our girls. If we all made stable marriages, if we settled into monogamy, as you suggest, then our little society would soon tear itself apart. For, you see, 8 and 5 don't match. And so I think a certain looseness of our arrangements is appropriate, for the good of all, don't you think? And besides, it's good for this genetic diversity that Nebogipfel lectures us about." I was shocked. Not, I fondly believed, by any moral difficulties, but by the calculation behind all this. Troubled, I made to leave her, and then a thought struck me. I turned back. "But, Hilary, I am one of the 5 men you speak of." "Of course." I could see she was making fun of me. "But I haven't—" She grinned. "Then perhaps it's time you did. You're only making things worse, you know." I left in confusion. Evidently, between 1891 and 1944, society had evolved in ways of which I had never dreamed. Work on the Great Hall proceeded quickly, and within no more than a few months of the bombing, the bulk of the construction was done. Hilary Bond announced that a service of dedication would be held to commemorate the completion. At first, Nebogipfel demurred. With characteristic Morlock over-analysis, he could see no purpose to such an exercise, but I persuaded him that it would be politic, as regards future relations with the colonists, to attend. I washed and shaved, and got myself as smart as it is possible to be when dressed only in a ragged pair of trousers. Nebogipfel combed and trimmed his mane of flaxen hair. Given the practicalities of our situation, many of the colonists went around pretty much nude by now, with little more than strips of cloth or animal skin to cover their modesty. Today, however, they donned the remnants of their uniforms, cleaned up and repaired as far as possible, and, while it was a parade which would have scarce passed muster at Aldershot, we were able to present ourselves with a display of smartness and discipline which I, for one, found touching. We walked up a shallow, uneven flight of steps, and into the new hall's dark interior. The floor, though uneven, was laid and swept, and the morning sunlight slanted through the glassless windows. I felt rather awed. Despite the crudeness of its architecture and construction, the place had a feeling of solidity, of intent to stay. Hilary Bond stood on a podium improvised from the car's petrol tank, and rested her hand for support on Stubbins's broad shoulder. Her ruined face, topped by those bizarre tufts of hair, held a simple dignity. Our new colony, she announced, was now founded, and ready to be named. She proposed to call it First London. Then she asked us all to join her in a prayer. I dropped my head with the rest, and clasped my hands before me. I was brought up in a strict high church household, and Hilary's words now worked nostalgically on me, transporting me back to a simpler part of my life, a time of certainty and surety. And at length, as Hilary spoke on, simply and effectively, I gave up my attempts at analysis, and allowed myself to join in this simple, communal celebration. 17. Children and Descendants. The first fruits of the new unions arrived within the year, under Nebogipfel's supervision. Nebogipfel inspected our first new colonist carefully. I heard that the mother was most uncertain about allowing a Morlock to handle her baby, and protested, but Hilary Bond was there to calm her fears, and at last Nebogipfel announced that the baby was a perfect girl, and returned her to her parents. Quite quickly, or so it seemed to me, there were several of the children about the place. It was a common sight to see Stubbins bouncing his baby boy on his shoulders to the little chap's evident delight, and I knew it should not be long before Stubbins would have the little chap kicking bivalve shells for footballs about the beach. The children were a source of immense joy to the colonists. Before the first births, several of the colonists had been prone to severe bouts of depression, brought on by homesickness and loneliness. Now, though, there were the children to think about, children who would only know First London as their home, and whose future prosperity provided a goal, the greatest goal of all, for their parents. As for me, as I watched the soft, unmarked limbs of the children, cradled in the scarred flesh of parents who were still young themselves, it was as if I saw the shadow of that dreadful war lifting from these people at last, a shadow banished by the abundant light of the Paleocene. Still, though, Nebogipfel inspected each newborn arrival. The day came, at last, when he would not return a child to its new mother. That birth turned into an occasion of private grief, into which the rest of us did not intrude, and afterwards Nebogipfel disappeared into the forest, following his secret pursuits for long days. Nebogipfel spent a good deal of his time running what he called study groups. These were open to any and all of the colonists, though in practice 3 or 4 at a time would turn up, depending on interest and other commitments. Nebogipfel held forth on practicalities of life in the conditions of the Paleocene, such as the manufacture of candles and cloth from the local ingredients. He even devised a sort of soap, a coarse, gritty paste concocted of soda and animal fat. But he also expounded on subjects of broader significance: medicine, physics, mathematics, chemistry, biology, the principles of time travel. I sat in on a number of these sessions. Despite the unearthly nature of his voice and manner, the Morlocks' exposition was always admirably clear, and he had a knack of asking questions to test the understanding of his audience. Listening to him, I realized that he could have taught the lecturers of the average British university a thing or two. As for the content, he was careful to restrict himself to the language of his audience, to the vocabulary, if not the jargon, of 1944, but he summarized for them the main developments in each field in the decades which followed that date. He worked demonstrations where he could with bits of metal and wood, or produced diagrams sketched in the sand with sticks. He had his students cover every scrap of paper we had been able to retrieve with the codification of his knowledge. I discussed all this with him around midnight, one dark and moonless night. He had discarded his latest slit mask, and his grey-red eyes seemed luminescent. He was working with a crude mortar and pestle, in which he was mashing up palm fronds in some liquid.
Paper, he said, or at least an experiment in that direction. We must have more paper. Your human verbal memory is not of sufficient fidelity. They will lose everything when I am gone, within a few years.
I took it, wrongly as it turned out, that he was referring to a fear, or expectation at any rate, of death. I sat down beside him and took the mortar and pestle. But is there a point to all this? Nebogipfel was still barely subsisting, and you talk to them of quantum mechanics and the unified theory of physics. What need have they of this material?
None, he said, but their children will, if they are to survive. Look, by accepted theory, one needs a population of several hundred of any of the large mammalian species for sufficient genetic diversity to ensure long-term survival.
Genetic diversity. Hilary mentioned that.
Clearly, the available stock of humankind here is far too small for the viability of the colony, even if all the potential genetic material is placed in the pool.
And so, I prompted.
And so, the only prospect for survival beyond 2 or 3 generations is for these people rapidly to attain an advanced grasp of technology. That way, they can become the masters of their own genetic destiny. They need not tolerate the consequences of inbreeding or the lingering genetic damage inflicted by the Carolinum's radioactivity. So you see, they do need quantum mechanics and the rest.
I pushed at the pestle. Yes, but there's an implied question here. Should the human race survive, here in the Paleocene? I mean, we're not meant to be here, not for another 50 million years. He studied me.
But what is the alternative? Do you want these people to die out?
I remembered my determination to eradicate the existence of the time machine before it was ever launched, to put a stop to this endless splintering of histories. Now, thanks to my blundering about, I had indirectly induced the establishment of this human colony deep in the past, an establishment which would surely cause the most significant historical fracturing yet. I had a sudden feeling of falling. It was a little like the vertiginous plummeting one feels when travelling into time, and I felt that this diverging of history must already be far beyond my control. And then I thought of the expression on Stubbins's face as he gazed at his first child. I am man, not a god. I must let myself be influenced by my human instincts, for I was surely incapable of managing the evolution of histories with any conscious direction. Each of us, I thought, could do little to change the course of things. Indeed, anything we tried was likely to be so uncontrolled as to inflict more damage than benefit. And yet, conversely, we should not allow the huge panorama about us, the immensity of the multiplicity of histories, to overwhelm us. The perspective of the multiplicity rendered each of us and our actions tiny, but not without meaning. And each of us must proceed with our lives with stoicism and fortitude, as if the rest of it, the final doom of mankind, the endless multiplicity, were not so. Whatever the impact on the future of 50 million years hence, there was a sense of health and rightness about this Paleocene colony, I thought. So my reply to Nebogipfel's question was inevitable. No. No, of course, we must do all we can to help the colonists and their descendants survive.
Therefore?
Yes?
Therefore, I must find a way to make paper.
I ground on with the pestle and mortar. 18. The feast, and later. One day, Hilary Bond announced that the first anniversary of the bombing was 1 week away, and that a celebratory feast would be held to commemorate the founding of our little village. The colonists fell on this scheme with a will, and preparations were soon well advanced. The hall was decorated with lianas and immense garlands of flowers gathered from the forest, and preparations were made to kill and cook one of the colony's precious flock of diatrema. As for me, I scavenged funnels and lengths of tubing, and, in the privacy of an old lean-to, began conducting intense private experiments. The colonists were curious about this, and I was forced to resort to sleeping in the lean-to to keep the secret of my improvised apparatus. It was time, I had decided, to put my scientific understanding to good use, for once. The day of the feast dawned. We gathered before the hall in the bright morning light, and there was an air of great excitement and occasion. Once more, the remains of uniforms had been cleaned and donned, and the infants in arms were decorated in the new fabrics Nebogipfel had devised of a type of local cotton, coloured bright red and purple by vegetable dyes. I passed through the little knot of people, seeking out my closer friends, when there was a crash of twigs and a deep, creaking bellow. The cry went up, "Pristichampus! It is Pristichampus! Look out!" And, indeed, the bellow had been characteristic of that great land-running crocodile. People ran around, and I cast about for a weapon, cursing myself for being so unprepared. Then another voice, gentler and more familiar, came floating to us. "Aye, don't be afraid! Look!" The panic subsided, and a sprinkle of laughter broke out. Pristichampus, a proud male, stalked into the clear space in front of the hall. We moved back to make room for it, and its hoofed feet left great pockmarks in the sand. And there, on its back, grinning widely, his red hair flaming in the sunlight, sat Stubbins. I approached the crocodile. Its scaly hide stank of decaying meat, and one cold eye was fixed on me, swivelling as I walked. Stubbins, bare-backed, grinned down at me. In his wiry hands he held a rein made of plaited lianas, wrapped around Pristichampus's head. "Stubbins," I said, "this is quite an achievement." "Aye, well, I know we've set the diatrema to dragging a plough, but this creature is far more agile. While we be able to travel miles, it's better than a horse." "Just be careful, even so," I admonished him. "And Stubbins, if you join me later—" "Yes?" "I might have a surprise for you." Stubbins dragged at Pristichampus's head. It took considerable effort, but he managed to get the beast to turn. The great creature stepped its way out of the clearing and back towards the forest, the muscles of its huge legs working like pistons. Nebogipfel joined me, his head almost lost beneath a huge, broad-brimmed hat. "That's a fine achievement," I remarked. "But, can you see, he barely had control of the brute."
"He will win," Nebogipfel said. "Humans always do."
He stepped closer to me, his white pelt shining in the morning sunlight.
"Listen to me."
I was startled by this sudden, incongruous whisper. What? What is it?
"I have finished my construction."
What construction?
"I leave tomorrow. If you wish to join me, you are welcome."
And he turned, and, noiselessly, walked away towards the forest. In a moment, the white of his back was lost in the darkness of the trees. I stood there, with the sun at my neck, gazing after the enigmatic Morlock, and it was as if the day had been transformed, for my mind was in a perfect turmoil, for his meaning was utterly clear. A heavy hand clapped me on the back. "So," said Stubbins, "what's this great secret you have for me?" I turned to him, but I found it difficult, for some seconds, to focus on his face. "Come with me," I said at last, with as much vigour and good humour as I could muster. A few minutes later, Stubbins, and the rest of the colonists, were raising shells full to the brim with my home-made nut-milk liqueur. The rest of the day passed in a joyous blur. My liqueur proved more than popular, although for my part I should have much preferred to have been able to improvise a pipeful of tobacco. There was much dancing to the sound of inexpert singing and hand-clapping, which impersonated a jolly sort of 1944 music Stubbins called swing, that I would like, I think, to have heard more of. I had them sing The Land of the Lael for me, and I performed, with my usual solemnity, one of my patent improvised dances. It evoked great admiration and mirth. The diatrema was roasted on a spit, the cooking of it took most of the day, and the evenings saw us sprawled on the scuffed sand, with plates laden with succulent meat. Once the sun slipped below the tree-line, the party thinned rapidly, for most of us had become accustomed to a dawn-to-dusk existence. I hailed good night one final time, and retired to the ruins of my improvised still. I sat in the entrance to the lean-to, sipping at the last of my liqueur, and I watched the shadow of the forest sweep across the Paleocene sea. Dark shapes slid through the water, rays, perhaps, or sharks. I thought over my conversation with Nebogipfel, and tried to come to terms with the decision I must make. After a time, there was a soft, uneven footstep on the sand. I turned. It was Hilary Bond. I could barely make out her face in the last of the daylight, and yet, somehow, I was not surprised to see her. She smiled.
"Can I join you? Do you have any of that moonshine left?"
I waved her to a place in the sand beside me, and I passed her my shell. She drank with some grace.
"It's been a good day," she said.
"Thanks to you."
"No. Thanks to all of us."
She reached out and took my hand, quite without warning. The touch of her skin was like an electric jolt. She said,
"I want to thank you for all you've done for us. You and Nebogipfel.
We haven't.
I doubt if we'd have survived those first few days without you."
Her voice, soft and level, was nevertheless quite compelling.
"And now, with all you've shown us, and all Nebogipfel's taught us, well, I think we've every chance of building a new world here."
Her fingers were delicate and long against my palm, and yet I could feel the scarring from her burns. "Thank you for the eulogy, but you speak as if we are going away."
"But you are," she said, "aren't you?"
"You know about Nebogipfel's plans?" She shrugged.
"In principle."
"Then you know more than I do. If he has built a time car, where did he get the Platnerite, for example? The Juggernauts were destroyed."
"From the wreck of Die Zeitmaschine, of course." She sounded amused. "Didn't you think of that?" She paused. "And you want to go with Nebogipfel, don't you?"
I shook my head. "I don't know. You know, sometimes I feel old and tired, as if I have seen quite enough already." She snorted her contempt for that.
"Baloney! Look, you started it." She waved a hand. "All of this. Time-travelling, and all the changes it's brought about." She gazed around at the placid sea. "And now this is the biggest change of all, isn't it?"
She shook her head.
"You know, I've had a certain amount of dealing with the strategic planners at the Decron W, and I've come away downcast every time at the smallness of the thinking of such types. To adjust the course of a battle here, to assassinate some tin-pot figure there. If you have such a tool as a chronic displacement vehicle, and if you know that history can be changed, as we do, then should you, restrict yourself to such footling goals as that? Why restrict yourself to a few decades and to fiddling with the boyhood of Bismarck or the Kaiser, when you can go back millions of years, as we have? Now our children will have 50 million years to remake the world. We're going to rebuild the human species, aren't we?" She turned to me. "But you haven't reached the end of it yet. What's the ultimate change, do you think? Can you go back all the way to the creation and start things all over again from there? How far can this changing go?"
I remembered Gödel and his dreams of the final world. "I don't know how far it can go," I said truthfully. "I can't even imagine it." Her face was huge before me, her eyes wells of darkness in the deepening twilight.
"Then," she said, "you must travel on and find out, mustn't you?"
She moved closer, and I felt my hand tighten around hers, and her breath was warm against my cheek. I sensed a stiffness about her, a reticence which she seemed determined to overcome, if only by force of will. I touched her arm, and I found scarred flesh, and she shuddered, as if my fingers were made of ice. But then she clasped her hand around mine and held it against her arm. "You must forgive me," she said. "It is not easy for me to be close." "Why? Because of the responsibilities of your command?" "No," she said, and her tone made me feel foolish and clumsy. "Because of the war. Do you see? Because of all of those who are gone. It's hard to sleep sometimes. You suffer now, not then, and that's the tragedy of the thing, for those who survive. You feel you can't forget, and that it's wrong of you to go on living even. If you break faith with us who died, we shall not sleep, though poppies grow in Flanders field." I pulled her closer, and she softened against me, a fragile, wounded creature. At the last moment I whispered, "Why, Hilary? Why now?" "Genetic diversity," she said, her breath growing shallow. "Genetic diversity." And soon we travelled on, not to the ends of time, but to the limits of our humanity, there, beside the shore of that primeval sea. When I awoke, it was still dark, and Hilary had gone. I came to our old encampment in full daylight. Nebogipfel barely glanced at me through his slit mask as I entered. Evidently he was as unsurprised by my decision as Hilary had been. His time car was completed. It was a box about 5 feet square, and around it I saw fragments of an unfamiliar metal. Bits, I presumed, of the Messerschmitt, salvaged by the Morlock. There was a bench, lashed up from the wood of the dipterocarps, and a small control panel, a crude thing of switches and buttons that featured the blue toggle switch which Nebogipfel had salvaged from our first time car.
"I have some clothes for you,"
Nebogipfel said. He held up boots, a twill shirt, and trousers, all in reasonable order.
"I doubt our colonists will miss them now."
"Thank you." I had been wearing shorts made of animal skin. I dressed rapidly.
"Where do you want to go?"
I shrugged. "Home. 1891. He distorted his face.
"It is lost in the multiplicity."
"I know." I climbed into the frame. "Let us travel forward anyway, and see what we find." I glanced, one last time, at the Paleocene sea. I thought of Stubbins, and the tame diatrema, and the light off the sea in the morning. I knew that I had come close to happiness here, to a contentment that had eluded me all my life. But Hilary was right. It was not enough. I still felt that great desire for home. It was a call in me along the river of time, as strong, I thought, as the instinct which returns a salmon to its breeding ground. But I knew, as Nebogipfel had said, that my 1891, that cosy world of Richmond Hill, was lost in the fractured multiplicity. Well, if I could not go home, I decided, I would go on. I would follow this road of changing until it could take me no further. Nebogipfel looked at me.
"Are you ready?"
I thought of Hilary. But I am not a man to be doing with goodbyes. "I'm ready." Nebogipfel climbed stiffly into the frame, favouring his badly set leg. Without ceremony, he reached for his panel of controls and closed the blue toggle. 19. Lights in the sky. I caught one last glimpse of two people, a man and a woman, both naked, who seemed to hurtle across the beach. A shadow fell briefly over the car, perhaps cast by one of the immense animals of this age, but soon we were moving too rapidly for such details to be discernible, and we fell into the colourless tumult of time travel. The heavy Paleocene sun leapt across the sea, and I imagined how, from the point of view of our transition through time, the earth spun like a top on its axis and rocketed around its star. The moon, too, was visible as a hurtling disk, rendered shadowy by the flickering of its phases. Soon the sun's daily passage merged into the band of silver light which dipped between equinoctial limits and day and night melted into the uniform blue-grey glow I have described before. The dipterocarp's trees of the forest shivered with growth and death, and were shouldered aside by the vigorous growth of younger plants. But the scene around us, the forest, the sea, smoothed by our time passage to a glassy plain, remained static in its essentials, and I wondered if, despite all my and Nebogipfel's efforts, men had, after all, failed to survive here in the Paleocene. Then, quite without warning, the forest withered and vanished. It was as if a blanket of greenery had been ripped back from the soil, but the land was scarcely left bare. As soon as the forest was cleared, a mélange of blocky brown and grey, the buildings of an expanding first London swept over the earth. The buildings flowed over the denuded hills and down past us to the sea, there to sprout into docks and harbours. The individual constructions shivered and expired, almost too fast for us to follow, though one or two persisted long enough, I suppose for several centuries, to become almost opaque, like crude sketches. The sea lost its blue tinge and mutated into a sheet of dirty grey, its waves and tides made into a blur by our passage. The air seemed to take on a brown tinge like an 1890s London fog, which gave the scene something of a dirty, twilight glow, and the air about us felt warmer. It was striking that as the centuries fell away, regardless of the fate of individual buildings, the general outlines of the city persisted. I could see how the ribbon of the central river, the Proto-Thames, and the scars of major road routes remained, in their essentials, unchanged by time. It was a striking demonstration of how geomorphology, the shape of the landscape, dominates human geography. "Evidently our colonists have survived," I said to Nebogipfel. "They have become a race of new humans, and they are changing their world."
"Yes."
He adjusted his skin slip mask.
"But remember, we are travelling at several centuries per second. We are in the midst of a city which has already persisted for some thousands of years. I doubt that little is left of the first London we saw established."
I peered around, my curiosity strong. Already my little band of exiles must be as remote to these new humans as had been the Sumerians, say, from 1891. Had any memory persisted in all this wide and bustling civilization of the fragile origins of the human species in this antique era? I became aware of a change in the sky, an odd, green-tinged flickering about the light. I soon realized it was the moon, which still sailed around the earth, waxing and waning through its ancient cycle too fast for me to follow. But the face of that patient companion was now stained green and blue, the colours of earth and life. An inhabited, earth-like moon. This new humanity had evidently travelled to the sister world in space machines, and transformed it and colonized it. Perhaps they had developed into a race of moon-men, as tall and spindly as the low-gravity Morlocks I had encountered in the year 657,208. Of course, I could not make out any detail, as the moon's month-long orbit took it spinning across my accelerated sky, and of that I was regretful, for I would have loved to have had a telescope, and to make out the waters of new oceans lapping those deep, ancient craters, and the forests spreading across the dust of the great Maria. How would it be to stand on those rocky plains, to be cut loose of Mother Earth's leading strings? With every step in that reduced gravity, one would fly through the thin, cold air, with the sun fierce and motionless overhead. It would be like the landscape of a dream, I thought, with all that glare, and plants less like earthly flora than the things I imagined among the rocks at the bottom of the sea. Well, it was a sight I should never witness. With an effort, I returned, in imagination, from the moon, and fixed my attention on our situation. Now there was some movement in the western sky, low against the horizon. Firefly lights flickered into life, jerked across the heavens, and settled into place, there to remain for long millennia, before fading to be replaced by others. There was soon quite a crowd of these sparks, and they coalesced into a sort of bridge, which spanned the sky from horizon to horizon. At its peak, I counted several dozen lights in this city in the sky. I pointed this out to Nebogipfel. Are they stars?
No, he said evenly. The Earth rotates still, and the true stars must be too obscured to be visible. The lights we see are hanging in a fixed position over the Earth.
Then what are they? Artificial moons?
Perhaps. They are certainly placed there by the actions of men. The objects may be artificial, constructed of materials hauled up from the earth or from the moon, whose gravity well is so much more shallow. Or they may be natural objects towed into place around the earth by rockets, captured asteroids or comets, perhaps.
I peered at those jostling lights with as much awe as any cave-dweller might stare at the light of a comet beating over his upturned, ignorant head. What would be the purpose of such stations in space?
Such a satellite is like a tower, fixed over the earth 20,000 miles tall.
I grimaced. Quite a view. One could sit in it and watch the evolution of weather patterns over a hemisphere.
Or the station could serve for the transmission of telegraphic messages from one continent to another. Or, more radically, one could imagine the transfer of great industries, heavy manufacture, or the generation of power, perhaps, to the comparative safety of high Earth orbit.
He opened his hands.
You can observe for yourself the degradation of the air and water around us. The Earth has a limited capacity to absorb the waste products of human industry, and with enough development, the planet could even be rendered uninhabitable. In orbit, though, the limits to growth are virtually infinite. Witness the sphere constructed by my own species.
The temperature continued to increase as the air grew more foul. Nebogipfel's improvised time-car was functional, but poorly balanced, and it swayed and rocked. I clung to my bench miserably, for the combination of the heat, the swaying, and the usual vertigo induced by time travel gave me a most nauseous feeling. 20. The Orbital City. There was a further evolution of our equatorial orbital city. The chaotic arrangement of those artificial lights had become significantly more regular, I saw. Now there was a band of 7 or 8 stations, all dazzling bright, positioned at regular intervals around the globe. I imagined that more such stations must be in position below the horizon, continuing their steady march about the waste of the planet. Now threads of light, fine and delicate, grew steadily down from the gleaming stations, reaching towards the earth like tentative fingers. The motion was even and slow enough for us to follow, and I realized that I was watching stupendous engineering projects spanning thousands of miles of space and occupying whole millennia, and I was awed by the dedication and grasp of the new humans. After several seconds of this, the leading threads had descended into the obscuring mist of the horizon. Then one such thread had disappeared, and the station to which it had been fixed was snuffed out like a candle flame in a breeze. Evidently the thread had fallen or broken loose, and its anchoring station was destroyed. I watched the pale, soundless images, wondering what immense disaster and how many deaths they represented. Within moments, though, a new station had been fixed into the vacant position in the equator-girdling array, and a fresh thread extended. "I'm not sure I believe my eyes," I told the Morlock. "It looks to me as if they are fixing those cables from space to the Earth."
"So, I imagine, is happening," the Morlock said. "We are witnessing the construction of a space elevator, a link fixed between the surface of the Earth and the stations in orbit."
I grinned at the thought. A space elevator! I should relish riding such a device, to rise up through the clouds and into the silent grandeur of space. But if the elevator were glass-walled, it would not be a ride for the vertiginous.
"Indeed not."
Now I saw that more lines of light were extending between the geosynchronous stations. Soon the glowing points were linked, and the traces thickened into a glowing band, as broad and bright as the stations themselves. Again, though I had no real wish to curtail our time-travelling, I wished I could see more of this huge, world-girdling city in the sky. The development of Earth over the same period was scarcely so spectacular, however. Indeed, it seemed to me that first London had become static, perhaps abandoned. Some of the buildings became so long-lived that they seemed almost solid to us, although they were dark, squat, and ugly, while others were falling into ruin without replacement. We saw this process as the appearance, with brutal abruptness, of gaps in the complex skyline. It seemed to me that the air was becoming still thicker, the patient sea a drabber grey, and I wondered if the battered earth had been abandoned at last, either for the stars or, perhaps, for more palatable havens beneath the ground. I raised these possibilities with the Morlock.
"Perhaps," he said, "but you must recognize that already more than 1,000,000 years have passed since the establishment of the original colony by Hilary Bond and her people. There is more evolutionary distance between you and the new humans of this era than between you and me. So we can make nothing but educated guesses about the way of living of the races extant here, their motives, even their biological composition."
"Yes," I said slowly, "and yet—"
"Yes?"
"And yet the sun still shines. So the tale of these new humans has diverged from your own. Even though they evidently have space machines like yours, they have no wish to cloak about the sun, as you Morlocks did."
"Evidently not."
He raised his pale hand to the heavens.
"In fact, their intent seems altogether more ambitious."
I turned to see what he was indicating. Once again, I saw that great orbital city was showing developments. Now huge shells, irregular, obviously thousands of miles across, were sprouting around the glowing linear town like berries on a cane. And as soon as a shell was completed, it cast off from Earth, blossomed with a fire that illuminated the land, and vanished. From our point of view, the development of such an artifact, from embryonic form to departing fledgling, took a second or less. But each dose of flaring light must, I thought, have bathed the Earth for decades. It was a startling sight, and it continued for some time, for several thousand years by my estimation. The shells were, of course, huge ships in space. "So," I said to the Morlock, "men are travelling from the Earth in those great space yachts. But where are they going, do you think? The planets? Mars or Jupiter or—" The Boggetfell sat with his masked face tilted up at the sky, and his hands in his lap, and the lights of the ships playing on the hairs of his face.
"One does not need such spectacular energies as we have seen here to travel such petty distances. With an engine like that, I think the ambition of these new humans is wider. I think they are abandoning the solar system, much as they appear to have abandoned the Earth."
I peered after the departing ships in awe. What remarkable people these must be, these new humans. I don't want to be rude about you Morlocks, old chap, but still, what a difference of grasp, of ambition. I mean, a sphere around the sun is one thing, but to hurl one's children to the stars—
"It is true that our ambition was limited to the careful husbandry of a single star, and there was logic to that. For more living space for the species is to be obtained by that means than through 1,000, 1,000,000 interstellar jaunts."
"Oh, perhaps," I said, "but it's scarcely so spectacular, is it?" He adjusted his grubby skin mask and stared around at the ruined Earth.
"Perhaps not. But the husbandry of a finite resource, even this Earth, seems to be a competence not shared by your new humans."
I saw that he was right. Even as the starship's fire splashed across the sea, the remains of first London were decaying further. The crumbling ruins seemed to bubble as if deliquescing, and the sea became more grey, the air still more foul. The heat was now intense, and I pulled my shirt away from my chest, where it had stuck. The Boggetfell stirred on his bench, and peered about uneasily.
"I think, if it happens, it will come quickly."
"What will?" He would not reply. The heat was now more severe than I remembered ever suffering in the jungles of the Paleocene. The ruins of the city, scattered over the hills of brown dirt, seemed to shimmer, becoming unreal. And then, with a glare so bright it obscured the sun, the city burst into flames. 21. Instabilities. That consuming fire swallowed us for the merest fraction of a second. A new heat, quite unbearable, pulsed over the time car, and I cried out. But, mercifully, the heat subsided as soon as the city's torching was done. In that instant of fire, the ancient city had gone. First London was scoured clean of the earth, and left behind were only a few outcroppings of ash and melted brick, and here and there the tracery of a foundation. The bare soil was soon colonized once more by the busy processes of life. A sluggish greenery slid over the hills and about the plain, and dwarfish trees shivered through their cycles at the fringe of the sea. But the progress of this new wave of life was slow, and seemed doomed to a stunted existence, for a pearl-grey fog lay over everything, obscuring the patient glow of the orbital city. "So, first London is destroyed," I said in wonder. "Do you think there was a war? That fire must have persisted for decades, until there was nothing left to burn."
"It was not a war," Nebogipfel said, "but it was a catastrophe wrought by man, I think."
Now I saw the strangest thing. The new, sparse trees began to die back, but not by withering before my accelerated gaze, like the dipterocarps I had watched earlier. Rather, the trees burst into flame. They burned like huge matches, and then were gone, all in an instant. I saw, too, how a great scorching spread across the grass and shrubs, a blackening which persisted through the seasons, until at last no more grass would grow, and the soil was bare and dark. Above, those pearl-grey clouds grew thicker still, and the sun and moon bands were obscured. "I think those clouds above are ash," I said to Nebogipfel. "It is as if the earth is burning up. Nebogipfel, what is happening?"
"It is as I feared," he said. "Your profligate friends, these new humans—"
"Yes?"
"With their meddling and carelessness, they have destroyed the life-bearing equilibrium of the planet's climate."
I shivered, for it had grown colder. It was as if the warmth was leaking out of the world through some intangible drain. At first I welcomed this relief from the scorching heat, but the chill quickly became uncomfortable.
"We are passing through a phase of excess oxygen of higher sea-level pressure," Nebogipfel said. "Buildings, plants, and grasses, even damp wood, will combust spontaneously in such conditions. But it will not last long. It is a transition to a new equilibrium. It is the instability."
The temperature plummeted now. The area took on an air of chill November, and I pulled my jungle shirt closer around me. I had a brief impression of a white flickering. It was the seasonal blanketing and uncovering of the land by winter's snow and ice, and then the ice and permafrost settled over the ground, unyielding to the seasons, a hard grey-white surface which laid itself down with every impression of permanence. The earth was transformed. To west, north, and south, the contours of the land were masked by that layer of ice and snow. In the east, our old Paleocene sea had receded by some several miles. I could see ice on the beach at its fringe, and, far to the north, a glint of steady white that told of bergs. The air was clear, and once more I could see the sun and green moon arcing across heaven, but now the air had about it that pearly-grey light you associate with the depths of winter, just before a snow. Nebogipfel had huddled over on himself, with his hands tucked into his armpits and his legs folded under him. When I touched his shoulder, his flesh was icy to the touch. It was as if his essence had retreated to the warmest core of his body. The hairs over his face and chest had closed over themselves, after the manner of a bird's feathers. I felt a stab of guilt at his distress, for, as I may have indicated, I regarded Nebogipfel's injuries as my responsibility, either directly or indirectly. "Come now, Nebogipfel, we have been through these glacial periods before. It was far worse than this, and we survived. We pass through a millennium every couple of seconds. We're sure to move beyond this and back into the sunshine soon enough."
"You do not understand," he hissed.
"What?"
"This is no mere ice age. Can't you see that? This is qualitatively different. The instability—"
His eyes closed again. "What do you mean? Is this lot going to last longer than before? 100,000, 500,000 years? How long?" But he did not answer. I wrapped my arms around my torso and tried to keep warm. The claws of cold sank deeper into the earth's skin, and the thickness of the ice grew, century on century, like a slowly rising tide. The sky above seemed to be clearing. The light of the sunband was bright and hard, though apparently without heat, and I guessed that the damage done to that thin layer of life-giving gases was slowly healing, now that man was no longer a force on the earth. That orbital city still hung, glowing and inaccessible, in the sky over the frozen land, but there were no signs of life on the earth, and still less of humanity. After 1,000,000 years of this, I began to suspect the truth. "Nebogipfel," I said, "it is never going to end, this age of ice, is it?" He turned his head and mumbled something. "What?" I pressed my ear close to his mouth. "What did you say?" His eyes had closed over, and he was insensible. I got hold of Nebogipfel and lifted him from the bench. I laid him out on the time-car's wooden floor, and then I lay down beside him and pressed my body against his. It was scarcely comfortable. The Morlock was like a slab of butcher's meat against my chest, making me feel still colder myself, and I had to suppress my residual loathing of the Morlock race. But I bore it all, for I hoped that my body heat would keep him alive a little longer. I spoke to him, and rubbed at his shoulders and upper arms. I kept at it until he was awake, for I believed that, if I let him remain unconscious, he might slip, unknowing, into death. "Tell me about this climatic instability of yours," I said. He twisted his head and mumbled.
"What is the point? Your new human friends have killed us."
"The point is that I should prefer to know what is killing me." After rather more of this type of persuasion, Nebogipfel relented. He told me that the atmosphere of the earth was a dynamic thing. The atmosphere had just two naturally stable states, Nebogipfel said, and neither of these could sustain life. The air would fall into one of these states, away from the narrow band of conditions tolerable by life, if it were too far disturbed. But I don't understand. If the atmosphere is as unstable a mixture as you suggest, how is it that the air has managed to sustain us, as it has, for so many millions of years? He told me that the evolution of the atmosphere had been heavily modified by the action of life itself.
"There is a balance of atmospheric gases, temperature and pressure, which is ideal for life. And so life works in great unconscious cycles, each involving billions of blindly toiling organisms to maintain that balance. But this balance is inherently unstable. Do you see? It is like a pencil balanced on its point. Such a thing is ever likely to fall away with the slightest disturbance."
He twisted his head.
We learn that you meddle with the cycles of life at peril, we Morlocks. We learned that if you choose to disrupt the various mechanisms by which atmospheric stability is maintained, then they must be repaired or replaced. What a pity it is, he said heavily, that these new humans, these star-faring heroes of yours, had not absorbed similar simple lessons.
Tell me about your two stabilities, Morlock, for it seems to me we are going to be visiting one or the other. In the first of the lethal, stable states, Nebogipfel said, the surface of Earth would burn up. The atmosphere could become as opaque as the clouds over Venus, and trap the heat of the sun. Such clouds, miles thick, would obstruct most of the sunlight, leaving only a dull, reddish glow. From the surface, the sun could never be seen, nor the planets or stars. Lightning would flash continually in the murky atmosphere, and the ground would be red-hot, scorched bare of life. "That's as may be," I said, trying to suppress my shivers. "But compared to this damned cold, it sounds like a pleasant holiday resort. And the second of your stable states?"
White Earth.
He closed his eyes, and would speak to me no more. 22. Abandonment and Arrival. I do not know how long we lay there, huddled in the base of that time-car, grasping at our remaining flickers of body warmth. I imagined that we were the only shards of life left on the planet, save perhaps for some hardy lichen clinging to an outcropping of frozen rock. I pushed at Nebogipfel and kept talking to him.
"Let me sleep,"
he mumbled. "No," I replied, as briskly as I could. "Morlocks don't sleep."
"I do. I have been around humans too long."
"If you sleep, you'll die. Nebogipfel, I think we must stop the car." He was silent for a while.
"Why?"
"We must go back to the Paleocene. The Earth is dead, locked into the grip of this wretched winter, so we must return to a more equable past."
"That is a fine idea," he coughed, "save for the detail that it is impossible. I do not have the means to design complex controls into this machine."
"What are you saying?"
"That this time car is essentially ballistic. I was able to aim it at future or past, and over a specified duration, we will be delivered to the 1891 of this history or thereabouts, but then, after the aiming and launch, I have no control over its trajectory. Do you understand? The car follows a path through time, determined by the initial settings and the strength of the German Plattnerite. We will come to rest in 1891, a frozen 1891, and not before."
I could feel my shivering subsiding, but not through any great degree of increasing comfort, but because, I realized, my own strength was at last beginning to be exhausted. But perhaps we were not finished, even so, I speculated wildly. If the planet were not abandoned, if men were to rebuild the Earth, perhaps we could yet find a climate we could inhabit. "And man? What of man?" I pressed Nebogipfel. He grunted, and his lidded eye rolled.
"How could humanity survive? Man has surely abandoned the planet, or else become extinct altogether."
"Abandoned the Earth?" I protested. "Why, even you, Morlocks, with your sphere around the sun, didn't go quite so far as that." I pushed away from him, and propped myself up on my elbows, so I could see out of the time-car towards the south. For it was from there, I was sure of it now, from the direction of the orbital city, that any hope for us would come. But what I saw next filled me with a deep dread. That girdle around the earth remained in place, the links between the brilliant stations as bright as ever, but I saw now that the downward lines, which had anchored the city to the planet, had vanished. While I had been occupied with the Morlock, the orbital dwellers had dismantled their elevators, thus abandoning their umbilical ties to Mother Earth. As I watched further, a brilliant light flared from several of the stations. That glow shimmered from the Earth's fields of ice, as if from a daisy chain of miniature suns. The metal ring slid away from its position over the equator. At first, this migration was slow, but then the city appeared to turn on its axis, glowing with fire, like a Catherine wheel, until it moved so fast that I could not make out the individual stations. Then it was gone, sliding away from the earth and into invisibility. The symbolism of this great abandonment was startling, and without the fire from the great engines, the ice fields of the deserted earth seemed more cold, more grey than before. I settled back into the car. "It is true," I said to Nebogipfel.
"What is?"
"That the earth is abandoned. The orbital city has cut loose and gone. The planet's story is done, Nebogipfel. And so, I fear, is ours." Nebogipfel lapsed into unconsciousness, despite all my efforts to rouse him, and after a time I lacked the strength to continue. I huddled against the Morlock, trying to protect his damp, cold body from the worst of the chill, I feared without much success. I knew that given our rate of passage through time, our journey should last no more than 30 hours in total. But what if the German Platnerite, or Nebogipfel's improvised design, were faulty? I might be trapped, slowly freezing, in this attenuated dimension forever, or pitched at any moment out onto the eternal ice. I think I slept, or fainted. I thought I saw the Watcher, that great broad head, hovering before my eyes, and beyond his limbless carcass I could see that elusive star-field, tinged with green. I tried to reach out to the stars, for they seemed so bright and warm, but I could not move. Perhaps I dreamt it all, and then the Watcher was gone. At last, with a groaning lurch, the power of the Platnerite expired, and the car fell into history once more. The pearly glow of the sky was dispersed, and the sun's pale light vanished, as if a switch had been thrown, and I was plunged into darkness. The last of our Paleocene warmth fell away into the great sink of the sky. Ice clawed at my flesh. It felt like burning, and I could not breathe, though whether from the cold or from poisons in the air I did not know, and I had a great pressure in my chest, as if I was drowning. I knew that I should not retain consciousness for many more seconds. I determined that I should at least see this 1891, so wildly changed from my own world, before I died. I got my arms underneath me, already I could not feel my hands, and pushed myself up until I was half sitting. The earth lay in a silver light, like moonlight, or so I thought at first. The time-car sat, like a crumpled toy, in the centre of a plain of ancient ice. It was night, and there were no stars. At first I thought there must be clouds, but then I saw, low in the sky, a sliver of crescent moon, and I could not understand the absence of the stars. I wondered if my eyes were somehow damaged by the cold. That sister world was still green, I saw, and I felt pleased. Perhaps people still lived there. How brilliant the frozen earth must be in the sky of that young world. Close to the moon's limb, a bright light shone. Not a star, for it was too close. It was the reflection of the sun from some lunar lake, perhaps. A corner of my failing brain prompted me to wonder about the source of the silvery moonlight, for this now glinted from frost which was gathering already over the frame of the time-car. If the moon was verdant still, she could not be the source of this elfish glow. What, then? With the last of my strength, I twisted my head. And there, In the starless sky far above me was a glowing disk, a shimmering, gossamer thing, as if spun from spider web, a dozen times the size of the full moon. And behind the time car, standing patiently on the plain of ice, I could not make it out. I wondered if my eyes were indeed failing. It was a pyramidal form, about the height of a man, but its lines were blurred, as if with endless insectile motion. "Are you alive?" I wanted to ask this ugly vision, but my throat was closed up, my voice frozen out of me, and I could ask no more questions. The blackness closed around me, and the cold receded at last. Book 5. White Earth. 1. Confinement. I opened my eyes, or rather, I had the sensation that my eyelids were lifted back, or perhaps cut away. My vision was cloudy, my view of the world refracted. I wondered if my eyeballs were iced over, perhaps even frozen through. I stared up into a random point in the dark, starless sky. At the periphery of my vision I saw a trace of green, perhaps the moon, but I could not turn to see. I was not breathing. That is easy to record, but it is hard to convey the ferocity of that realization. I felt as if I had been lifted out of my body. There was none of that mechanical business, the clatter of breath and heart, the million tiny aches of muscles and membranes, which makes up, all but unnoticed, the surface of our human lives. It was as if my whole being, all of my identity, had become compressed into that open, staring, fixed gaze. I should have been frightened, I thought. I should have been struggling for another breath, as if drowning. But no such urgency struck me. I felt sleepy, dreamlike, as if I had been etherized. It was that lack of terror, I think, which convinced me I was dead. Now a shape moved over me, interposing itself between my line of sight and the empty sky. It was roughly pyramidal, its edges indistinct. It was like a mountain, all in shadow, looming over me. I recognized this apparition, of course. It was the thing which had stood before me as we lay exposed on the ice. Now this machine, for such I thought it must be, swept towards me. It moved with an odd, flowing motion. If you think of how the sand in a glass timer might shift in a composite movement of grains if you tilt the device, you will have something of the effect. I saw, at the corner of my vision, how the blurred edge of the machine's skirt swept over my chest and stomach. Then I felt a series of prickles, tiny jabs, across my chest and belly. Thus, sensation had returned, and with the suddenness of a rifle shot. There was a soft scraping against the skin of my chest, as if cloth were being cut away and pulled back. And now the prickles grew deeper. It was as if tiny, insectile pulps were reaching below my flesh, infesting me. I felt pain. A million tiny needle jabs burrowing into my gut. So much for death. So much for discorporeality. And with the realization of my continued existence came the return of fear. Instantly, and in a great flood of spurting chemicals which swilled around inside me with great intensity. Now the looming shadow of the mountain creature, blurred and ominous, crept further along my body, in the direction of my head. Soon I should be smothered. I wanted to scream, but I could feel nothing of my mouth and lips and neck. I had never, in all my travels, felt so helpless as in that moment. I felt splayed out, like a frog on a dissecting table. In the last moment, I felt something move over my hand. I could feel an etiolated cold there, a brush of hair. It was Nebogipfel's hand, holding mine. I wondered if he were lying beside me even now, as this ghastly vivisection proceeded. I tried to enclose his fingers, but I could not move a muscle. And now the pyramidal shadow reached my face, and my friendly patch of sky was obscured. I felt needles burrow into my neck, chin, cheeks, and forehead. There was a prickle, an unbearable itch, across the surface of my exposed eyes. I longed to look away, to close my eyes, but I could not. It was the most exquisite torture I can imagine. Then, with that deep fire penetrating even my eyeballs, my grasp on consciousness slipped mercifully away. When next I woke, my emergence had none of the nightmarish quality of my first arousal. I surfaced towards the world through a layer of sunlit dreams. I swam through fragmentary visions of sand, forest, and ocean. I tasted again tough, salty bivalves, and I lay with Hilary Bond in warmth and darkness. Then, slowly, full awakening came. I was lying on some hard surface. My back, which responded with a twinge when I tried to move, was real enough, as were my splayed-out legs, my arms, my tingling fingers, the engine-like whistle of air through my nostrils, and the thrum of blood in my veins. I lay in darkness, utter and complete, but that little fact, which once might have terrified me, now seemed incidental, for I was alive again, surrounded by the familiar mechanical rattle of my own body. I felt an access of relief, pure and intense, and I let out a whoop of joy. I sat up. When I laid my hands on the floor, I found coarse-grained particles there, as if a layer of sand sat over some harder surface. Though I wore only my shirt, trousers, and boots, I felt quite warm. I remained in complete darkness, but the echoes of that foolish holler had returned swiftly to my ears, and I had the sensation that I was in some enclosed space. I turned my head this way and that, seeking a window or door, but this was without avail. However, I became aware of a heaviness about my head. Something was pinching my nose, and when I lifted my hands to investigate, I found a pair of heavy spectacles sitting on my face, the glass integrated with the frame. I probed at this clumsy device, and the room was flooded with a brilliant light. At first, I was dazzled, and I squeezed my eyes shut. I snatched off the spectacles, and found that the light disappeared, leaving me sunk in darkness, and when I donned the spectacles, the brightness returned. It did not tax my ingenuity far to understand that the darkness was the reality, and that the light was being furnished for me by the spectacles themselves, which I had inadvertently activated. The spectacles were some equivalent of Nebogipfel's goggles, which the poor Morlock had lost in the Paleocene storm. My eyes adjusted to the illumination, and I stood up and inspected myself. I was whole, and it seemed hale. I could find no trace on my hands or arms of the action of that diffuse pyramid creature on my skin. I noticed a series of white traces, though, in the fabric of my jungle twill shirt and trousers. When I ran my finger along these, I found low, ridged seams, as if clumsy repairs had been effected in my clothes. I was in a chamber, perhaps 12 feet across and about as high, and it was the most peculiar room I had visited in all my travels through time so far. To picture it, you must begin with a hotel room of the late 19th century. But the room was not constructed on the rectangular pattern common in my day. Rather, it was a rounded cone, something like the inside of a tent. There was no door, and no furniture of any sort. The floor was covered by an even layer of sand, in which I could see the indentations where I had slept. On the walls there was a rather garish paper, a purple flock concoction, and what looked like window frames set about with heavy curtains. But the frames contained not glass, but only panels coated with more of the flock paper. There was no light source in the room. Instead, a steady and diffuse glow permeated the air like the light of a cloudy day. I was by now convinced, however, that the illumination I saw was some artifact of my spectacles rather than anything physical. The ceiling above me was an ornate affair, decorated with the most remarkable paintings. Here and there in that baroque cascade I could make out fragments of the human form, but so jumbled about and distorted that the design was impossible to make out. It was not grotesque, but instead clumsy and confused, as if the artist had the technical ability of a Michelangelo, but the vision of a retarded child. And so you have it. The elements, I suppose, of a cheap hotel room of my day, but transmogrified into this peculiar geometry, like something out of a dream. I walked about, and my boots crunched on the coarse sand. I found no seam in the walls, no hint of a door. In one part of the room there was a cubicle, about 3 feet on a side, made of white porcelain. When I stepped off the sand and onto the porcelain platform, steam hissed, quite unexpectedly, from vents in the walls. I stepped back, startled, and the jets desisted. The lingering steam lapped about my face. I found a series of small bowls set on the sand. They were a hand's breadth across and had shallow rims, like saucers. Some of the bowls contained water, and others portions of food, simple stuff, fruit and nuts and berries and the like, but nothing I could readily recognize. Finding myself thirsty, I drained a couple of the water bowls. I found the bowls clumsy to use. Their shallow profiles gave them a tendency to dump their contents over my chin, and they were less like cups, I thought, than the dishes one uses to water a dog or cat. I nibbled at a little of the food. The taste of the fruit pieces was bland, but acceptable. After this, my hands and lips were left sticky, and I looked about for a sink or toilet facilities. There was none, of course, and I resorted to rinsing myself with the contents of another of the little water bowls, and drying my face on a corner of my shirt. I probed at the dummy windows, and leapt up, trying to poke at the clumsy ceiling designs, but to no avail. The surface of the walls and floor was as smooth as an eggshell's, but unbreachable. I dug out some of the sand on the floor, and found that it penetrated to a depth of 9 inches or a foot. Under it lay a mosaic of brightly coloured fragments, rather after the Roman style, but like the ceiling, the mosaic depicted no portrait or scene I could discern, but rather a fragmentary jumble of designs. I was quite alone, and there was no sound from beyond the walls, no sound in my universe, in fact, save the rustle of my own breathing, the thump of my heart, the very noises which I had welcomed back with such vigour so recently. After a time, certain human needs asserted themselves. I resisted these pressures as long as I could, but at last was forced to resort to digging shallow pits in the sand, for the purpose of relieving myself. As I covered over the first of these pits, I felt the most extraordinary shame. I wondered what the starmen of this remote 1891 were making of this performance. When I tired, I settled myself in the sand, with my back to the wall of the room. At first I kept the light spectacles on, but I found the illumination too bright to allow me to rest, so I doffed the spectacles and kept them wrapped around my hand while I slept. So began my sojourn in that bizarre cage of a room. As my initial fear subsided, a restless boredom crept over me. It was an imprisonment reminiscent of my time in the Morlocks cage of light, and I had come away from that without any wish to repeat the experience. I came to feel that anything, even the intrusion of danger, would be preferable to remaining in this dull, seamless prison. My exile in the Paleocene, 50 million years from the nearest newspaper, had cured me of my old impulse to read, I think, but still, at times I thought I should go mad for lack of someone to talk to. The bowls of food and water were filled up each time I slept. I never determined the mechanism by which this was done. I saw no evidence of an extruding machinery like the Morlocks, but neither did I ever witness the refilling of a bowl by any semblance of attendant. Once, as an experiment, I went to sleep with a bowl buried beneath my body. I woke to find a soggy sensation under my ribs. When I lifted myself, I found the bowl had filled with water once more, as if by some miraculous process. I came to the tentative conclusion that, somehow, a subtle machinery in the bowls themselves was assembling the contents, either from the substance of the bowls or from the material of the air. I thought, though I had no desire to investigate, that my buried waste was broken down by the same discrete mechanisms. It was a bizarre and not very appetizing prospect. 2. Experiments and reflections. After 3 or 4 days, I felt the need to get myself properly clean. As I have said, there was no semblance of toilet facilities here, and I grew dissatisfied with the cat licks I was able to perform with my bowls of drinking water. I longed for a bath, or, better still, a swim in my Paleocene sea. It took me some time, you may think me rather dull on this point, before I turned my attention again to that cubicle of porcelain I have described, ignored since my first tentative exploration of the chamber. I approached that cubicle now, and placed one cautious foot onto the porcelain base. Once more, steam spurted from the walls. Suddenly I understood. With a surge of enthusiasm, I stripped off my boots and garments, I retained my spectacles, though, and stepped into the little cubicle. Steam billowed all around me. The perspiration started from my skin, and moisture gathered over my spectacles. I had expected that the steam would blow out around the room, turning it all into something of a sauna, but the steam confined itself to the cubicle area, no doubt thanks to some arrangement involving differences in air pressure. This was my bathroom, after all. It was not kitted out like the facilities of my own day, but why should it have been? My house in the Petersham Road was lost in a different history, after all. I recalled that the Romans, for example, had known nothing of soap or detergents. They had been forced to resort to this sort of poaching to sweat the dirt out of their pores, and the steam cleansing proved quite effective in my case, although, lacking the scrapers the Romans had used, I was forced to use my fingernails to drag the accumulated muck off my flesh. When I stepped away from the sauna, I looked for a way to dry myself off, lacking a towel. I considered, with reluctance, using my clothes. Then, with an inspiration, I turned to the sand. I found that the gritty stuff, though coarse against my skin, took away the moisture pretty well. My experience with the sauna caused me some self-reflection. How could I have been so narrow of mind that it should take me so long to have deduced the function of so obvious a piece of equipment? There had been many parts of the world in my own time, after all, which had not known the pleasures of modern plumbing and China bathware. Plenty of districts of London, in fact, if one was to believe the more harrowing tales in the Pall Mall Gazette. It was clear that a great deal of effort had been taken by the unknown starmen of this age to provide me with a room to sustain me. I was in a radically different history now, after all, and perhaps the strangeness of this chamber, the lack of recognizable sanitary facilities, the unusual type of food, and so forth, were not so significant or bizarre as they seemed to me. I had been provided with the elements of a hotel room of my own day, but they were mixed up with what seemed to be the sanitary arrangements dating from the birth of Christ. And as for the food, those plates of nuts and fruit which I was expected to nibble seemed more suited to one of my remote fruit-gathering ancestors, say from 40,000 years before my birth. It was a muddle, a mélange of fragments from the disparate ages of man, but I thought I saw a sort of pattern about it. I considered the separation between myself and the inhabitants of this world. Since the founding of First London, there had been 50 million years of development, more than 100 times the evolutionary gap between myself and the Morlock. Over such unimaginable ages, time is compressed. It is like the squeezing of layers of sedimentary rock by the weight of deposits above, until the interval between myself and Gaius Julius Caesar, or even between myself and the first representatives of genus Homo to walk the earth, which seemed so immense to me from my perspective, dwindles to virtually naught. Given all that, I thought, my unseen hosts had done a pretty good job at guessing at the conditions which might make me comfortable. In any event, it appeared that my expectations, even after all my experiences, were still rooted in my own century and in one small part of the globe. This was a chastening thought, a recognition of my own smallness of spirit, and I gave up some time, reluctantly, to inward contemplation. But I am not, by nature, a reflective man, and soon I found myself chafing once more at my conditions of restraint. Ungrateful as it might be, I wanted my liberty back, though I could see no means of obtaining it. I think I was in that cage for perhaps a fortnight. When my release came, it was as sudden as it was unexpected. I awoke in the dark. I sat up, without my spectacles. At first I could not determine what had disturbed me, and then I heard it. A soft sound, a gentle, remote breathing. It was the most subtle of noises, almost inaudible, and I knew that, if it had come floating up from the Richmond streets in the small hours of the morning, I should not have been disturbed by it. But here, my senses had been heightened in sensitivity by my lengthy isolation. Here, I had heard no sounds for a fortnight, save for the soft hiss of the steam bath, not generated by myself. I jammed my glasses onto my face. Light flooded my eyes, and I blinked away tears, impatient to see. The glasses showed me a gentle glow, moonlight pale, seeping into my room. A door was open in the wall of my cell. It was lozenge-shaped, with a sill perhaps 6 inches from the floor, and it cut through a fake window frame. I got to my feet, pulled on my shirt, for I had become accustomed to sleeping with the shirt as a rough pillow, and stepped towards the door-frame. That soft breathing increased in volume, and, overlaid on it, like the whisper of a brook over a breeze, I heard the liquid gurgle of a voice, an almost human sound, a voice I recognized instantly. The doorway led to another chamber, about the size and shape of my own, but here there were no false window frames, no clumsy attempts at decoration, no sand on the floor. Instead, the walls were bare, a plain metallic grey, and there were several windows, covered by screens, and a door with a simple handle. There was no furniture here, and the room was dominated by a single, immense artifact. It was the pyramid machine, or one identical to it, which I had last seen as it began its slow, painful crawl over my body. I have said that it was the height of a man, and was correspondingly broad at the base. Its surface was metallic, by and large, but of a complex, shifting texture. If you will picture a great pyramidal frame, 6 feet tall, and covered with a blur of busy, metallic soldier ants, then you will have the essence of it. But this monstrosity barely attracted my attention, for, standing primly before it, and apparently peering into the pyramid's hide with some kind of eye-scope device, there was Nebogipfel. I stumbled forward, and I held out my arms with pleasure, but the Morlock merely stood, patiently, and did not react to my presence. "Nebogipfel," I said, "I cannot tell you how delighted I am to have found you. I think I was going crazy in there, crazy with isolation." I saw now that one of his eyes, the wounded right, was covered by the eye-scope device. This tube extended to the pyramid, merging with the body of that object, and the whole affair crawled with the miniature ant motion that plastered the pyramid. I looked at this with some revulsion, for I should not have liked to have inserted such a device into my eye socket. Nebogipfel's other naked eye swivelled towards me, huge and grey-red.
"Actually, it was I who found you and asked to see you. And whatever your mental state, I see you are healthy, at least," he said. "How is your frostbite?"
I was confused by this. What frostbite? I pawed at my skin, but I knew well enough that it was unmarked.
"Then they have done a good job,"
Nebogipfel said. "Who?"
"The universal constructors."
By this, I took it he meant the pyramid machine and its cousins. I noticed how straight was his bearing, how neat and well-groomed his pelt of hair. I realized that in this moonlight glow he needed no goggles here, as I did, to aid his vision. Evidently, these chambers of ours had been designed more with his needs in mind than mine. "You're looking fine, Morlock," I said warmly. "Your leg's been straightened out, and that bad arm, too."
"The constructors have managed to repair my most ancient of injuries. Frankly, I am now as healthy as when I first climbed aboard your time machine."
"All save that eye of yours," I said, with some regret, for I referred to the eye I had all but destroyed in my fear and rage. "I take it these constructors of yours, were unable to save it."
"My eye?"
He sounded puzzled. He pulled his face from the eye-scope. The tube came away from his face with a soft, pulpy noise, and dangled from the pyramid thing, retracting into its metallic hide.
"Not at all," he said. "I chose to have it rebuilt this way. It has certain conveniences, although I admit I had some difficulty explaining my wishes to the constructors."
He turned to me now. His socket was a bare hole. The ruin of his eye had been scooped out, and it looked as if the bone had been opened up, the hole deepened, and the socket glistened throughout with moist, squirming metal. 3. The Universal Constructor. In contrast to my sparse cell, Nebogipfel, it turned out, had been provided with a veritable suite. There were 4 rooms, each as large as mine and roughly conical in form, and fitted with doors and windows, which our hosts had not thought fit to provide for me. It was evident that they had a higher view of his intellect than mine. There was the same lack of furniture that I had suffered, although Morlocks have simple needs, and it was not such an incongruity for Nebogipfel. In one room, though, I found a bizarre object. A table-like affair, perhaps 12 feet long and 6 wide, topped with a soft orange covering. There were pockets arranged around the rim of this table, all edged with a hard substance that glowed green. The table was an approximate rectangle, although its edges were irregularly shaped, and a single ball, white, of some dense material, sat on the tabletop. When I pushed the ball across the tabletop, it ran well enough, although, without a covering of bays, its speed was a little free, and it caromed off cushions at the rim with a satisfying solidity. I tried to discern some deeper meaning of this device, but for all the world, as you will have guessed from my description, it was like nothing so much as a billiards table. I wondered at first if this was some other distorted echo of a 19th-century hotel room, but a rather bizarre selection if so, and lacking anything in the way of cues and only a single ball, it was not likely to give me much sport. Baffled, I abandoned the table and tested the doors and windows. The doors worked by simple handles, to be grasped and turned, but the doors led only to other rooms within the suite, or to my original chamber. There were no ways out to the world beyond. I found, though, that the panels covering the transparent windows could be lifted up, and for the first time I was able to inspect this new 1891, this white earth. My viewpoint was raised some 1,000 feet or more from the ground. We seemed to be at the apex of some immense cylindrical tower, whose flanks I could see sweeping down below me. Everything I saw reinforced the first impression I had gained when I had obtained that last glimpse over the rim of the time-car, just before the cold overcame me, that this was a world forever sunk into the ice. The sky was the colour of gunmetal, and the ice-bound land a grey-white like exposed bone, with none of that attractive blueness one sees sometimes about prettier snowfields. Looking out now, I could see quite clearly how dreadfully stable this world-state truly was, just as Nebogipfel had described. The daylight glinted fiercely from the mantle of scarred ice which sheathed the earth, and the whiteness of that worldwide carapace hurled the warmth of the sun back into the sink of space. The poor earth was dead, caught at the bottom of this pit of icy, climatic stability for evermore. It was the ultimate stability of death. Here and there I saw a constructor, in form just like our own, here in Nebogipfel's apartment, standing on the frozen landscape. Each constructor was always alone, standing there like some ill-wrought monument, a splash of steel grey against the bone white of the ice. I never saw any of them move. It was as if they simply appeared in the sites where they stood, reassembling themselves perhaps from the air. Indeed, as I found later, this first assessment of mine was not so far from the truth. Dead the land was, but not without the evidence of intelligence. There were more great buildings, like our own, puncturing the landscape. They took simple geometric forms, cylinders, cones, and cubes. My vantage point showed me the south and west, and from my eyrie I could see these great buildings scattered as far afield as Battersea, Fulham, Mitcham, and beyond. They were spaced perhaps a mile apart on average, as far as I could see, and the whole prospect, the fields of ice, the mute constructors, the sparse, anonymous buildings, combined to make up a bleak, inhuman London. I returned to Nebogipfel, who still stood before his constructor. The metal pelt of the thing rippled and shone, as if it were the surface of some tilted pond with metal fish moving beneath, and then a protuberance, a tube a few inches wide, thrust out of the surface, glistening with the silvery metal texture of the pyramid, and pressed towards Nebogipfel's waiting face. I recognized this arrangement, of course. It was the return of the eye-scope device I had seen earlier. In a moment, it would be fitted to Nebogipfel's skull. I prowled around the rim of the constructor. As I have described, in appearance, the constructor was like a heap of melted slag. It was animate to some degree, and mobile, for I had seen this object, or one similar, crawl over my own body, but I could not begin to guess as to its purpose. Inspecting closely, I saw how the surface was covered by a series of metal hairs, cilia, like iron filings, which waved about in the air, quite active and intelligent. And I had the infuriating, eye-hurting sensation that there were further levels of detail to all this, beyond the grasp of my aging vision. The texture of this mobile surface was at the same time fascinating and repulsive. Mechanical, but with something of the quality of life. I was not tempted to touch it. I could not bear the thought of those squirming cilia latching onto my skin, and I had no instruments with which to probe. Without any means of making a closer examination, I was unable to undertake a study of the pyramid's internal structure. I noticed a certain degree of activity about the lowest rim of the pyramid. Crouching down, I saw how tiny communities of metal cilia, the size of ants or smaller, were continually breaking away from the constructor. Generally, these fallen pieces seemed to dissolve as they fell against the floor, doubtless breaking up into components too small for me to see. But at times, I saw how these discarded bits of constructor trekked hither and thither across the floor, again after the fashion of ants, to unknown destinations. In a similar fashion, I observed now, more clumps of the cilia emerged from the floor, clambered up the skirts of the constructor, and merged into its substance, as if they had always been a part of it. I remarked on this to Nebogipfel. "It is astonishing," I said, "but it is not hard to surmise what is going on. The components of the constructor attach and detach themselves. They squirm off over the floor, or even fly away through the air, for all I know, or can see. The discarded pieces must either die off, in some fashion, if they are defective, or else join the glistening carcass of some other unfortunate constructor." "Confound it," I said, "the planet must be covered with a thin slime of these detached cilia, squirming this way and that. And in some interval of time, perhaps a century, there must be nothing left of the original body of this beast we see here. All its bits, its analogues of hair and teeth and eyes, have trekked off for a visit to its neighbours."
"It is not a unique design," Nebogipfel said. "In your body and mine, cells die and are replaced continually."
Perhaps, but even so, what does it mean to say that this constructor here is an individual? I mean, if I buy a brush, and then replace the handle, and then the head, do I have the same brush? The Morlock's red-grey eye turned back to the pyramid, and that tube of extruded metal sank into the hole in his face with a liquid noise.
This constructor is not a single machine like a motor car, he retorted. It is a composite, made up of many millions of sub-machines, limbs, if you like. These are arranged in a hierarchical form, radiating out from a central trunk along branches and twigs after the manner of a bush. The smallest limbs at the periphery are too small for you to see. They work at the molecular or atomic levels.
But what use, I asked, are these insectile limbs? One may push atoms about and molecules, but why? What a tedious and unproductive business.
On the contrary, he said wearily, if you can do your engineering at the most fundamental level of matter, and if you have enough time and sufficient patience, you can achieve anything.
He looked up at me.
Why, without the constructor's molecular engineering, you and I would not even have survived our first exposure to white earth.
What do you mean?
The surgery performed on you, Nebogipfel said, was at the level of the cell, the level where the frost damage occurred.
Nebogipfel described, in some grisly detail, how, in the severe cold we had encountered, the walls of my very cells, and his, had been burst open by the freezing and expansion of their contents, and no surgery of the type I was familiar with could have saved my life. Instead, the microscopic outer limbs of the constructor had become detached from the parent body and had travelled through my damaged system, effecting repairs of my frost-bitten cells at the molecular level. When they reached the other side, crudely speaking, they had emerged from my body and rejoined their parent. I had been rebuilt from the inside out by an army of swarming metal ants, and so had Nebogipfel. I shuddered at this, feeling colder than at any time since my rescue. I scratched at my arms, almost involuntarily, as if seeking to scrape out this technological infection. But such an invasion is monstrous, I protested to Nebogipfel. The thought of those busy little workers passing through the substance of my body.
I take it you would prefer the blunt, invasive scalpels of the surgeons of your own age?
Perhaps not, but
I remind you that, by contrast, you could not even set a broken bone without rendering me lame.
But that was different. I'm no doctor.
Do you imagine this creature is? In any event, if you would prefer to have died, no doubt that could be arranged.
Of course not. But I scratched at my skin, and I knew it would be a long time before I felt comfortable again in my own rebuilt body. I thought of a drop of comfort, though. At least, I said, these limb things of the constructor are merely mechanical.
What do you mean?
They are not alive. If they had been— He pulled his face free of the constructor and faced me, the hole in his face sparkling with metal cilia.
No, you are wrong. These structures are alive.
What?
By any reasonable definition of the word. They can reproduce themselves. They can manipulate the external world, creating local conditions of increased order. They have internal states which can change independently of external inputs. They have memories which can be accessed at will. All these are characteristics of life and mind. The constructors are alive and conscious as you or I, more so, in fact.
Now I was confused. But that's impossible. I indicated the pyramid device. This is a machine. It is manufactured.
I have encountered the limits of your imagination before, he said severely. Why should a mechanical worker be built within the limitations of the human design? With machine life, one is free to explore other morphologies, other forms.
I raised an eyebrow at the constructor. The morphology of the privet hedge, for example.
And besides, he said, it could manufacture you. Does that make you less than alive?
This was becoming far too metaphysical a debate for me. I paced around the constructor. But if it is alive and conscious, is this a person, or several people? Does it have a name? A soul? Nebogipfel turned to the constructor once more, and let the eye-scope nuzzle into his face.
A soul? He asked. This is your descendant. So am I, by a different history path. Do I have a soul? Do you?
He turned away from me and peered into the heart of the constructor. 4. The billiards room. Later, Nebogipfel joined me in the chamber I had come to think of as the billiards room. He ate from a plate of cheese-like fare. I sat, rather moodily, on the edge of the billiards table, flicking the single ball across the surface. The ball was wont to exhibit some peculiar behaviour. I was aiming for a pocket on the far side of the table, and more often than not I hit it, and would trot around to retrieve it from its little net cache beneath. But sometimes the ball's path would be disturbed. There would be a rattling in the middle of the empty table surface. The ball would jiggle about, oddly, too rapidly to follow, and then, usually, the ball would sail on to the destination I had intended. Sometimes, though, the ball would be diverted markedly from the path I had intended, and once it even returned from that half-visible disturbance to my hand. Nebogipfel, did you see that? It is most peculiar, I said. There does not seem to be any obstruction in the middle of the table, and yet, half the time, the running of this ball is impeded. I tried some more demonstrations for him, and he watched with an air of distraction. I said, Well, I'm glad at any rate that I'm not playing a game here. I can think of one or two fellows who might come to blows over such discrepancies. Tiring of my idle toying, I sat the ball square in the middle of the table and left it there. I wonder what the motive of the constructors was in placing this table in here. I mean, it's our only substantial piece of furniture, unless you want to count our constructor out there himself. I wonder if this is intended as a snooker or a billiards table. Nebogipfel seemed bemused by the question.
Is there a difference?
I'll say. Despite its popularity, snooker is just a potting game, a fine enough pastime for the bored army officers in India who devised it, but it has nothing like the science of billiards, to my mind. And then, I was watching it as it happened. A second billiard ball popped out of one of the table's pockets, quite spontaneously, and began to roll, square on, towards my ball, at rest in the centre of the table. I bent closer to see. What the devil is happening here? The ball was progressing quite slowly, and I was able to make out details of its surface. My ball was no longer smooth and white. After my various experiments, its surface had become scarred with a series of scratches, one quite distinctive. And this new ball was just as scarred. The newcomer hit my stationary ball with a solid clunk. The new ball was brought to rest by the impact, and my ball was knocked across the table. Do you know, I said to Nebogipfel, if I didn't know better, I would swear this ball that has just emerged from nowhere is the same as the first. He came a little closer, and I pointed out that distinctive long scratch. See that? I'd recognize this scar in the dark. The balls are like identical twins.
Then, the Morlock said calmly, perhaps they are the same ball.
Now my ball, knocked aside, had collided with a cushion on the far side of the table and had rebounded. Such was the non-regular geometry of the table that it was now heading back in the direction of the pocket from which the second ball had emerged. But how can that be? I mean, I suppose a time machine could deliver two copies of the same object to the same place. Think of myself and Moses. But I see no time-travel devices here, and what would be the purpose? The original ball had lost much momentum with these various impacts, and it was fairly creeping by the time it reached the pocket, but it slid into the pocket and disappeared. We were left with a copy of the ball which had emerged so mysteriously from the pocket. I picked it up and examined it. As far as I could tell, it was an identical copy of our ball, and when I checked the cache beneath the pocket, it was empty. Our original ball had gone, as if it had never existed. "Well," I said to Nebogipfel, "this table is trickier than I imagined. What do you suppose happened there? Is this the sort of thing which goes on, do you think, during the disturbed paths, all that rattling, which I've pointed out to you before?" Nebogipfel did not reply immediately, but after that he took to devoting a substantial fraction of his time, with me, to the puzzles of that strange billiards table. As for me, I tried inspecting the table itself, hoping to find some concealed device, but I found nothing. No trickery, no concealed traps which could swallow and disgorge balls. Besides, even if there had been such crude illusion machinery, I would still have to find an explanation for the apparent identity of old and new balls. The thing which caught my mind, though I had no explanation for it at the time, was the odd greenish glow of the pocket rims. For all the world, that glow reminded me of platnerite. Nebogipfel told me of what he had learned of the constructors. Our silent friend in Nebogipfel's living room was, it seemed, one of a widespread species. The constructors inhabited the Earth, the transformed planets, and even the stars. He told me,
"You must put aside your preconceptions and look at these creatures with an open mind. They are not like humans."
That much I can accept.
"No," he insisted, "I do not think you can. To begin with, you must not imagine that these constructors are individual personalities, after the fashion of you or me. They are not men in cloaks of metal. They are something qualitatively different."
Why? Because they are composed of interchangeable parts?
"Partly. Two constructors could flow into one another, merging like two drops of liquid, forming one being, and then part as easily, forming two again. It would be all but impossible, and futile, to trace the origins of this component or that."
Hearing that, I could understand how it was that I never saw the constructors moving about the ice-coated landscape outside. There was no need for them to lug the weight of their great clumsy bodies about, unless for a special need, as when Nebogipfel and I had been repaired. It would be enough for the constructor to disassemble himself into these molecular components Nebogipfel described. The components could wiggle across the ice like so many worms. Nebogipfel went on,
"But there is more to the constructor's consciousness than that. The constructors live in a world we can barely imagine. They inhabit a sea, if you like, a sea of information."
Nebogipfel described how, by phonograph and other links, the universal constructors were linked to each other, and they used those links to chatter to each other constantly. Information and awareness and a deepening understanding flowed out of the mechanical mind of each constructor, and each received news and interpretation from every one of his brothers, even those on the most remote stars. So rapid and all-encompassing was the constructor's mode of communication, in fact, that it was not really analogous to human speech, said Nebogipfel. But you've spoken to them, you've managed to get information out of them. How so?
By mimicking their own ways of interacting, Nebogipfel said.
He fingered his eye socket gingerly.
I had to make this sacrifice.
His natural eye gleamed. Nebogipfel had sought a way, as it were, to immerse his brain into the information sea of which he'd spoken. Through the eye socket he was able to absorb information directly from the sea, without its passing through the conventional medium of speech. I found myself shuddering at the thought of such an invasion of the comfortable darkness of my own skull. "And do you think it was worth it?" I asked him, "this sacrifice of an eye?"
"Oh, yes, and more. Look, can you see how it is for the constructors?" he asked me. "They are a different order of life, united, not just by this sharing at the gross physical level, but by this pooling of their experiences. Can you imagine how it is to exist in such a medium of information as their sea?"
I reflected. I thought of seminars at the Royal Society, those rich discussions when some new idea has been tossed into the pool and 36 agile minds battled over it, reshaping and refining it as they go, or even some of my old Thursday night dinner parties when, with the help of liberal quantities of wine, the rattle of ideas could come so thick and fast it was hard to tell where one man had stopped speaking and the next resumed.
"Yes," Nebogipfel cut in when I related this last. "Yes, that is exactly it. Do you see? But with these universal constructors, such conversations proceed continuously, and at the speed of light, with thoughts passing directly from the mind of one to another. And in such a miasma of communication, who can say where the consciousness of one finishes and that of another begins? Is this my thought, my memory, or yours? Do you see? Do you follow the implications?"
On the earth, perhaps on each inhabited world, there must be immense central minds, composed of millions of the constructors, fused together into great godlike entities, which maintained the awareness of the race. In a sense, Nebogipfel said, the race itself was conscious. Again I had the feeling that we were straying too far into metaphysics. "All of that is fascinating stuff," I said, "and it's all as may be, but perhaps we should return to the practicalities of our own situation. What does it all have to do with you and me?" I turned to our own patient constructor, who sat there, shimmering, in the middle of the floor. "What of this fellow?" I said. "All of this stuff about consciousness and so forth is all very well, but what does he want? Why is he here? Why did he save our lives? And what does he want with us now? Or is it a case of these mechanical men all working together, like bees in a hive, united by these common minds you speak of, so that we are faced with a species with common aims?" Nebogipfel rubbed his face. He walked up to the constructor, peered into his eye-scope, and was rewarded, within a few minutes, by the extrusion, from within the constructor's glistening body, of a plate of that bland, cheese-like food of which I had seen so much in Nebogipfel's home century. I watched with disgust as Nebogipfel took the plate and bit into his regurgitated food. It was no more horrible, truthfully, than the extrusion of materials from the floor of the Morlocks sphere, but there was something about the constructor's liquid mixture of life and a machine which repelled me. I averted my thoughts, with determination, from speculations as to the source of my own food and water.
"We cannot talk of these constructors as united," Nebogipfel was saying. "They are linked, but they do not share a common purpose, in the fashion, let us say, of the various components of your own personality."
But why not? That would seem eminently sensible. With perfect, continuous communication there need be no understanding, no conflict.
But it is not like that. The totality of the constructor's mental universe is too big.
He referred to the information sea again, and described how structures of thought and speculation, complex, evolving, evanescent, came and went, emerging from the raw materials of that ocean of mentation.
These structures are analogous to the scientific theories of your own day, constantly under stress from new discoveries and the insights of new thinkers. The world of understanding does not stay still, you see. And besides, remember your friend Kurt Gödel, who taught us that no body of knowledge can be codified and made complete. The information sea is unstable. The hypotheses and intentions which emerge from it are complex and multifaceted. There is rarely complete unanimity among the constructors about any point. It is like a continuing, emerging debate. And within that debate, factions may emerge, groupings of quasi-individuals coalescing around some scheme. One might say that the constructors are united in their drive to advance the understanding of their species, but not so as regards the means by which this might be achieved. In fact, one might hypothesize, in general, the more advanced the mentation, the more factions appear to emerge, because the more complex the world appears,
and thus the race progresses. I remembered what Barnes Wallis had told me of the new order of parliamentary debate in 1938, where opposition had essentially been banned as a criminal activity, a divergence of energy from the one self-evidently correct approach to things. But if what Nebogipfel was saying was correct, there can be no universally correct answer to any given question. As these constructors had learned, multifarious views are a necessary feature of the universe in which we find ourselves. Nebogipfel chewed patiently on his cheese stuff. When he was done, he pushed the plate back into the substance of the constructor, where it was absorbed. It was comforting for him, I thought, for it was a process so like the extruding floor of his own home sphere. 5. White Earth. I spent many hours alone, or with Nebogipfel, at the windows of our apartment. I saw no evidence of animal or vegetable life on the surface of White Earth. As far as I could tell, we were isolated in our little bubble of light and warmth atop that immense tower, and we never left that bubble in all the time we were there. At night, the sky beyond our windows was generally clear, with only a light frosting of cirrus cloud high in the depleted, lethal atmosphere. But, despite this clarity, I still could not understand it. There were no stars, or rather very few, a handful compared to the multitude which had once blazed down on the earth. I had made this observation on our first arrival here, but I think I had dismissed it as some artifact of the cold or my disorientation. To have it confirmed, now that I was warm and clear-headed, was disturbing, perhaps the strangest single thing in this new world. The moon, that patient companion planet, still turned about the earth, going through its phases with its immemorial regularity, but its ancient plains remained stained green. Moonlight was no longer a thing of cool silver, but washed the landscape of White Earth with the gentlest, verdant glow, returning to the earth an echo of that greenness she had once enjoyed, and which was now locked under the unforgiving ice. I saw again that gleam, as if of a captive star, that shone steadily at us from the moon's extreme easterly limb. My first speculation had been that I was seeing the reflection of the sun from some lunar lake, but the glare was so steady that eventually I decided that it must be purposeful. I imagined a mirror, an artificial construct, perhaps fixed to some lunar mountain-top, and designed so that its reflection always falls on the earth. As to the purpose of such a device, I speculated that it might date from a time when the degradation of atmospheric conditions here on the mother planet had not yet become so bad as to drive men off the earth, but perhaps were so severe that they had caused the collapse of whatever culture had survived. I imagined moon men, Selenites, as we might call them, themselves descended from humanity. The Selenites must have watched the lethal progress of the great fires which broke across the crust of the oxygen-choked earth. The Selenites had known that men still lived on the earth, but they were men fallen from civilization, men living as savages, even as animals once more, sliding back into some pre-rational state. Perhaps the collapse of the earth impacted them too, for it may be that Selenite society could not survive without provision from Mother Earth. The Selenites could grieve for their cousins on the mother world, but could not reach them, and so they attempted to signal. They built their immense mirror, it must have been 1/2 a mile across or more, to be visible across interplanetary distances. The Selenites may even have had some more ambitious aim in mind than simple inspiration from the sky. For example, they may have sent, by making the mirror flicker using some equivalent of Morse, instructions on crop rearing or engineering, the lost secrets of the steam engine perhaps, something, at any rate, rather more useful than mere good luck messages. But in the end it was to no avail. In the end the fist of glaciation closed about the land, and the great lunar mirror was abandoned as men disappeared from the earth. Such, at any rate, was my speculation, as I stood gazing through the windows of my tower. I have no means of knowing if I was right, for Nebogipfel was unable to read this new history of humanity in such detail, but in any event the gleam of that isolated mirror on the moon became for me a most eloquent symbol of the collapse of humanity. The most striking feature of our night sky was not the moon, however, nor even that absence of stars. It was the great web-like disk, a dozen times Luna's width, that I had noticed on our first arrival. This structure was extraordinarily complex and alive with motion. Think of a spider web, perhaps lit from behind, with drops of dew glistening and rolling over its surface. Now envisage 100 tiny spiders crawling over that surface, their motion slow but quite visible, evidently working to strengthen and extend the structure. And then cast your vision across many miles of interplanetary space, and you will have something of what I saw. I made out the web disk most clearly in the early hours of the morning, perhaps around 3 o'clock, and at such times I was able to make out ghostly threads of light, tenuous and thin, which reached up from the far side of the earth and out through the atmosphere towards the disk. I discussed these features with Nebogipfel. It's quite extraordinary. It's as if those beams make up a kind of rigging of light which attach the disk to the earth, so that the whole affair is like a sail, towing the earth through space on some spectral wind.
"Your language is picturesque," he said, "but it captures something of the flavour of that enterprise."
What do you mean?
"That it is a sail," he said, "but it is not towing the earth. Rather, the earth is providing a base for the wind which drives the sail."
Nebogipfel described this new type of space yacht. It would be constructed in space, he said, for it would be much too fragile to haul upwards from the earth. Its sail consisted, essentially, of a mirror, and the wind which filled the sail was light. For particles of light falling on a mirrored surface deliver a pushing force, just as do the molecules of air which make up a breeze.
"The wind comes from beams of coherent light generated by earthbound projectors as wide as a city," he said. "It is these beams which you have observed as threads joining planet to sail. The pressure of the light is small but insistent, and it is extraordinarily efficient in transferring momentum, especially as light speed is approached."
He imagined that the constructors would not sail upon such a ship as discrete entities, as had the passengers of the great ships of my day. Rather, the constructors might have disassembled themselves, and allowed their components to run off and knit themselves into the ship. At the destination, they would reassemble as individual constructors in whatever form was most efficient for the worlds they found there. But where is the space yacht's destination, do you think? The moon? or one of the planets, or... In his flat, undramatic Morlock way, Nebogipfel said,
"No, the stars."
6. The multiplicity generator. Nebogipfel continued his experiments with the billiards table. Repeatedly the ball would encounter that peculiar clattering I had observed about the middle of the table, and several times I thought I saw billiard balls, more copies of our original, appearing from nowhere and interfering with the trajectory of our ball. Sometimes the ball emerged from these collisions and continued along the path it might have followed, regardless of the clattering about. Sometimes, though, it was knocked onto quite a different path, and, once or twice, we observed the type of incident I described earlier, in which a stationary ball was knocked out of its place without my or Nebogipfel's intervention. This all made for an entertaining game, and clearly something fishy was going on, but for the life of me I could not see it, despite that hint of platnerite glow about the pockets. My only observation was that the slower the ball travelled, the more likely it was to be diverted from its path. The Morlock, though, grew gradually more excited about all this. He would immerse himself in the hide of the patient constructor, delving once more into the information sea, and emerge with some new fragment of knowledge he'd fished up. He mumbled to himself in that obscure, liquid dialect of his kind, and then he would hurry straight to the billiards table, there to test his new understanding. At last he seemed ready to share his hypotheses with me, and he summoned me from my steam bath. I dried myself on my shirt and hurried after him to the billiards room. His small, narrow feet pattered on the hard floor as he half ran back to the table. He was as excited as I could remember seeing him.
"I think I understand what this table is for," he said, breathless.
"Yes?"
"It is, how can I express it? It is only a demonstration, little more than a toy, but it is a multiplicity generator. Do you see?"
I held up my hands. I fear I don't see a thing.
"You are familiar enough with the idea of the multiplicity of histories by now."
"I should be. It's the basis of your explanation of the divergent histories we have visited. At every moment, in every event," I summarized, "history bifurcates. A butterfly's shadow may fall here or there. The assassin's bullet may graze and pass on without harm, or lodge itself fatally in the heart of a king. To each possible outcome of each event, there corresponds a fresh version of history. And all of these histories are real," I said, "and, if I understand it right, they lie side by side with each other in some fourth dimension, like the pages of a book."
"Very well, and you see also that the action of a time machine, including your first prototype, is to cause wider bifurcations, to generate new histories, some of them impossible without the machine's intervention, like this one."
He waved his hands about.
"Without your machine, which started off the whole series of events, humans could never have been transported back to the Paleocene. We should not now be sitting on top of 50 million years of intelligent modification of the cosmos."
"I see all that," I said, my patience wearing. "But what has it to do with this table?"
"Look."
He set the single ball rolling across the table.
"Here is our ball. We must imagine many histories, a sheaf of them, fanning out around the ball at every moment. The most likely history, of course, is the one containing the classical trajectory, meaning a straightforward roll of the ball across the table. But other histories, neighboring but some widely divergent, exist in parallel. It is even possible, though very unlikely, that in one of those histories the thermal agitation of the ball's molecules will combine and cause it to leap up in the air and hit you in the eye."
"Very well."
"Now,"
he ran his finger around the rim of the nearest pocket,
"this green inlay is a clue."
"It is platnerite."
"Yes. The pockets act as miniature time machines, limited in scope and size, but quite effective. And as we have seen from our own experience, when time machines operate, when objects travel into future or past to meet themselves, the chain of cause and effect can be disrupted, and histories grow like weeds.
He reminded me of the odd incident we had witnessed with the stationary ball.
That was, perhaps, the clearest example of what I am describing. The ball sat at rest on the table, our ball, we will call it. Then a copy of our ball emerged from a pocket and knocked our ball aside. Our ball travelled to the cushion, rebounded, and fell into the pocket, leaving the copy at rest on the table in the precise position of the original. Then, Nebogipfel said slowly, our ball travelled back through time, do you see, and emerged from the pocket in the past.
And proceeded to knock itself out of the way and took its own place. I stared at the innocent-looking table. Confound it, Nebogipfel, I see it now. It was the same ball, after all. It was resting quite happily on the table, but because of the bizarre possibilities of time travel, it was able to loop through time and knock itself aside.
You have it, the Morlock said.
But what made the ball start moving in the first place? Neither of us gave it a shove towards the pocket.
A shove was not necessary, Nebogipfel said. In the presence of time machines, and this is the point of the demonstration, really, you must abandon your old ideas of causality. Things are not so simple. The collision with the copy was just one possibility for the ball, which the table demonstrated for us. Do you see? In the presence of a time machine, causality is so damaged that even a stationary ball is surrounded by an infinite number of such bizarre possibilities. Your questions about how it started are without meaning, you see. It is a closed causal loop. There was no first cause.
Maybe so, I said, but look here. I still have an uneasy feeling about all this. Let's go back to the two balls on the table again, or rather, the one real ball and its copy. Suddenly, there is twice as much material present as there was before. Where has it all come from? He eyed me.
You are worried about the violation of conservation laws, the appearance or disappearance of mass.
Exactly.
I did not notice any such concern when you dived into time in search of your younger self, for that was just as much, more, of a violation of any conservation principle.
Nevertheless, I said, refusing to be goaded, the objection is valid, isn't it?
In a sense, he said, but only in a narrow, single history sort of way. The universal constructors have been studying these paradoxes of time travel for centuries now, he said, or rather, apparent paradoxes, and they have formulated a type of conservation law which works in the higher dimension of the multiplicity of histories. Start with an object like yourself. If at any given moment you add in a copy of yourself which may be absent because you have travelled away into past or future, and then subtract any copies doubly present because one of you has travelled to the past, then you will find that the sum overall stays constant. There is really only one of you. no matter how many times you travel up and down through time. So there is conservation of a sort, even though at any moment in any given history it may seem that conservation laws are broken because there are suddenly two of you or none of you.
I saw it, on thinking it through. There is only a paradox if you restrict your thinking to a single history, I observed. The paradox disappears if you think in terms of multiplicity.
Exactly. Just as problems of causality are resolved within the greater frame of the multiplicity. It is the power of this table, you see, he told me, that it is able to demonstrate these extraordinary possibilities to us. It is able to use time machine technology to show us the possibility, no, the existence of multiple divergent histories at the macroscopic level. Indeed, it can pick out particular histories of interest. It has a very subtle design.
He told me more of the constructor's laws of the multiplicity.
One can imagine situations, he said, in which the multiplicity of histories is 0, 1, or many. It is 0 if that history is impossible, if it is not self-consistent. A multiplicity of 1 is the situation imagined by your earlier philosophers, of Newton's generation perhaps, in which a single course of events unfolds out of each point in time, consistent and immovable.
I understood him to be describing my own original and naive view of history as a sort of immense room, more or less fixed, through which my time machine would let me wander at will.
A dangerous path for an object like you or our billiard ball is one which can reach a time machine, he said.
Well, that's clear enough, I said. It's been obvious that I've been splitting off new histories right, left, and centre since the moment the time machine was first switched on. Dangerous indeed.
Yes. And as the machine and its successors delve ever deeper into the past, so the multiplicity generated tends towards infinity, and the divergence of the new copies of history grows wider.
But, I said, a little frustrated, coming back to the matter at hand, what is the purpose of this table? Is it just a trick? Why have the constructors given it to us? What are they trying to tell us?
I do not know, he said. Not yet. It is difficult. The information sea is wide, and there are many factions among the constructors. Information is not offered freely to me. Do you understand? I have to pick up what I can, make the best understanding of it, and so build up an interpretation that way. I think there is a faction of them who have some scheme, an immense project, whose outlines I can barely make out.
What is the nature of this project? The Boggetfell said for answer,
Look, we know that there are many, perhaps an infinite number, of histories emerging from each event. Imagine yourself in two such neighbouring histories, separated by, let us say, the details of the rebound of your billiard ball. Now, could those two copies of you communicate with each other?
I thought about that. We have discussed this before. I don't see how. A time machine would take me up and down a single history branch. If I'd gone back to change the rebound of the ball, then I would expect to travel forward and observe a difference, because, it seems, if the machine causes a bifurcation, it then tends to follow the newly generated history. No, I said confidently, the two versions of me could not communicate.
Not even if I allow you any conceivable machine or measuring device?
No. There would be two copies of any such device, each as disconnected from its twin as I was.
Very well. That is a reasonable and defensible position. It is based on an implicit assumption that twin histories, after their split, do not affect each other in any way. Technically speaking, you are assuming that quantum mechanical operators are linear, but, and now that note of excitement returned to his voice, it turns out there may be a way to talk to the other history, if, on some fundamental level, the universe and its twin do remain entangled. If there is the smallest amount of non-linearity in the quantum operators, almost too small to detect,
then such communication would be possible.
I have seen it done. In the sea, I mean. The constructors have managed it, but only on the smallest of experimental scales.
Nebogipfel described to me what he called an Everett phonograph.
After the 20th century scientist of your history who first dreamed up the idea. Of course, the constructors have another label, but it is not easily rendered into English.
The non-linearities of which Nebogipfel spoke worked at the most subtle of levels.
You must imagine that you perform a measurement, perhaps of the spin of an atom.
He described a non-linear interaction between an atom's spin and its magnetic field.
The universe splits in two, of course, depending on the experiment's outcome. Then, after the experiment, you allow the atom to pass through your non-linear field. This is the anomalous quantum operator I mentioned. Then, it turns out, you can arrange affairs so that your action in one history depends on a decision taken in the second history.
He went into a great deal of detail about this, involving the technicalities of what he called a Stern-Gerlach device, but I let this wash past me. My concern was to grasp the central point. So, I interrupted him, is it possible? Are you telling me that the constructors have invented such interhistory communication devices? Is our table one such? I began to feel excitement at the thought. All this chatter of billiard balls and spinning atoms was all very well, but if I could talk, by some Everett phonograph, to myself in other histories, perhaps to my home in Richmond in 1891... But Nebogipfel was to disappoint me.
No, he said, not yet. The table utilizes the nonlinear effect, but only to highlight particular histories. At least some selection, some control over the processes is displayed, but the effects are so small, you see, and the nonlinearities are suppressed by time evolution.
Yes, I said with impatience, but what is your guess? By placing this table here, is our constructor trying to tell us that all this stuff, non-linearity and communication between histories, that it's all important to us?
Perhaps, Nebogipfel said, but it is certainly important to him.
7. The Mechanical Heirs of Man. Nebogipfel reconstructed something of the history of humanity across 50 million years. Much of this picture was tentative, he warned me, an edifice of speculation founded on the few unambiguous facts he had been able to retrieve from the information sea. There had probably been several waves of star colonization by man and his descendants, said Nebogipfel. During our journey through time in the car, we had seen the launch of one generation of such ships from the orbital city.
It is not difficult to build an interstellar craft, he said, if one is patient. I imagine your 1944 friends in the Paleocene could have devised such a vessel a mere century or two after we left them. One would need a propulsion unit, of course, a chemical, ion, or laser rocket, or perhaps a solar sail of the type we have observed. And there are strategies to use the resources of the solar system to escape from the sun. You could, for instance, swing past Jupiter and use that planet's bulk to hurl your starship in towards the sun. With a boost at perihelion, you could very easily reach solar escape velocity.
And then one would be free of the solar system?
At the other end, a reverse of the process, the exploitation of the gravity wells of stars and planets, would be necessary to settle into the new system. It might take 100,000 years to complete such a journey, so great are the gulfs between stars.
1,000 centuries? But who could survive so long? What ship? The supply question alone.
You miss the point, he said. One would not send humans. The ship would be an automaton, a machine with manipulative skills and intelligence at least equivalent to a human's. The task of the machine would be to exploit the resources of the destination stellar system, using planets, comets, asteroids, dust, whatever it could find, to construct a colony.
Your automatons, I remarked, sound rather like our friends, the universal constructors. He did not reply. I can see the use of sending a machine to gather information, but other than that, what is the point? What is the meaning of a colony without humans?
But such a machine could construct anything, given the resources and sufficient time, the Morlock said. With cell synthesis and artificial womb technology, it could even construct humans to inhabit the new colony. Do you see?
I protested at this, for the prospect seemed unnatural and abhorrent to me, until I remembered, with reluctance, that I had once watched the construction of a Morlock in just such a fashion. The Boggetfell went on.
But the probe's most important task would be to construct more copies of itself. These would be fueled up, for example with gases mined from the stars, and sent on to further star systems. And so, slow but steady, the colonization of the galaxy would proceed.
But, I protested, even so, it would take so much time. 10,000 years to reach the nearest star, which is some light years away.
4.
And the galaxy itself
is 100,000 light years across. It would be slow. The migration across the galaxy would be like the expansion of gas molecules into a vacuum, he said. At least at first. But then the colonies would begin to interact with each other. Do you see? Empires could form, straddling the stars. Other groups would oppose the empires. The diffusion would slow further, but it would proceed inexorably. By such techniques as I have described, it would take tens of millions of years to complete the colonization of the galaxy, but it could be done. And, since it would be impossible to recall or redirect the mechanical probes once launched, it would be done. It must have been done by now, 50 million years after the founding of First London.
He went on.
The first few generations of constructors were, I think, built with anthropocentric constraints incorporated into their awareness. They were built to serve man. But these constructors were not simple mechanical devices. These were conscious entities. And when they went out into the galaxy, exploring worlds undreamed of by man and redesigning themselves, they soon passed far beyond the understanding of humanity and broke the constraints of their authors. The machines broke free.
Great Scott, I said. I can't imagine the military chaps of that remote age taking to that idea very kindly.
Yes, there were wars. The data is fragmented. In any event, there could be only one victor in such a conflict.
And what of men? How did they take to all this?
Some well, some badly.
Nebogipfel twisted his face a little and swiveled his eyes.
What do you think? Humans are a diverse species, with multiple and fragmented goals. Even in your day, imagine how much more diverse things became when people were spread across 100, 1,000 star systems. The constructors, too, rapidly fragmented. They are more unified as a species than man has ever been by reason of their physical nature, but because of the much greater information pool to which they have access, their goals are far more complex and varied.
But through all this conflict, Nebogipfel said, the slow conquest of the stars had proceeded. The launching of the first starships, Nebogipfel said, had marked the greatest deviation we had yet witnessed from my original unperturbed history.
Men, your friends, the new humans, have changed everything about the world, even on a geological, a cosmic scale. I wonder if you can understand...
What?
I wonder if you understand, really, the meaning of 1,000,000 years, or 10 million, or 50.
Well, I ought to. I've traversed through such intervals with you on the way to the Paleocene and back.
But then we travelled through a history free of intelligence. Look, I have told you of interstellar migration. If mind is given the chance to work on such scales...
I've seen what can be done to the Earth.
More than that, more than a single planet. The patient termite burrowing of mind can undermine even the fabric of the universe, he whispered, if given enough time. Even we only had 500,000 years since the plains of Africa, and we captured a sun. Look at the sky, he said. Where are the stars? There is hardly a naked star in the sky. This is 1891, or thereabouts, remember? Here can be no cosmological reason for the extinction of the stars as compared to the sky of your own Richmond. With my dark evolved eyes, I can see a little more than you. And I tell you, there is an array of dull red pinpoints up there. It is infrared radiation, heat.
Then it struck me, with almost a physical force. It is true, I said. It is true. Your hypothesis of galactic conquest, the proof of it is visible in the sky itself. The stars must be cloaked about, almost all of them, by artificial shells, like your Morlock sphere. I stared out at the empty sky. Dear God, Nebogipfel, human beings and their machines have changed heaven itself.
It was inevitable that it would come to this, once the first constructor was launched. Do you see?
I stared into that darkened sky, oppressed by awe. It was not so much the changed nature of the sky that astonished me so, but the notion that all this, all of it, to the furthest end of the galaxy, had been brought about by my shattering of history with the time machine. I can see that men have gone from the Earth, I said. The climatic instability is done for us here, but somewhere, I waved a hand, somewhere out there must be men and women in those scattered homes.
No, he said. The constructors see everywhere, remember? They know everything. And I have seen no evidence of men like you. Oh, here and there you may find biological creatures descended from man, but as diverse in their way from your form of human as I am. And would you count me a man? And the biological forms are, besides, mostly degenerated.
There are no true men?
There are descendants of man everywhere, but nowhere will you find a creature who is more closely related to you than, say, a whale or an elephant.
I quoted to him what I remembered of Charles Darwin. Judging by the past, we may safely infer that not one living species will transmit its unaltered likeness to a distant futurity.
Darwin was right,
Nebogipfel said gently. That idea, that, of your type, you are alone in the galaxy, is hard to accept, and I fell silent, gazing up at the blanked-out stars. Was each of those great globes as densely populated as Nebogipfel's sphere? My fertile mind began to inhabit those immense world-buildings with the descendants of true men, with fishmen and birdmen, men of fire and ice, and I wondered what a tale might be brought back if some immortal Gulliver were able to travel from world to world, visiting all the diverse offspring of humanity.
Men may have become extinct, Nebogipfel said. Any biological species will, on a long enough time scale, become extinct, but the constructors cannot become extinct. Do you see that? With the constructors, the essence of the race is not the form, biological or otherwise, it is the information the race has gathered and stored, and that is immortal. Once a race has committed itself to such children of metal and machines and information, it cannot die out. Do you see that?
I turned to the prospect of white earth beyond our window. I saw it all right. I saw it all, only too well. Men had launched off these mechanical workers to the stars, to find new worlds, build colonies. I imagined that great argosy of light reaching out from an earth which had grown too small, going glittering up into the sky, smaller and smaller, until the blue had swallowed them up. There were a million lost stories, I thought, of how men had come to know how to bear the strange gravitations, the attenuated and unfamiliar gases, and all the stresses of space. It was an epochal migration. It changed the nature of the cosmos, but its launch was, perhaps, a last effort, a spasm before the collapse of civilization on the mother world. In the face of the disintegration of the atmosphere, men on Earth weakened, dwindled. We had the evidence of the pathetic mirror on the moon to show us that, and, at last, died. But then, much later, to the deserted Earth, back came the colony machines man had sent out, or their descendants, the universal constructors, enormously sophisticated. The constructors were descended from men, in a way, and yet they had gone far beyond the boundaries of what men could achieve, for they had discarded old Adam and all the vestiges of brutes and reptiles that had lurked in his body and spirit. I saw it all. The earth had been repopulated, and not by man, but by the mechanical heirs of man, who had returned, changed, from the stars. And all of this, all of it, had propagated out of the little colony which had been founded in the Paleocene. Hilary had foreseen something of this, I thought. The re-engineering of the cosmos had unfolded from that little, fragile huddle of 12 people, that unremarkable seed planted 50 million years deep. 8. A proposition. Time wore away slowly, in that bizarre, cocooned place. For his part, Nebogipfel seemed quite content with our arrangements. He spent most of each day with his face pressed up against the glistening hide of the universal constructor, immersed in the information sea. He had little time or patience for me. It was clearly an effort, a loss, for him to break away from that rich vein of ancient wisdom and to confront my ignorance, and even more so my primitive desire for company. I took to mooching aimlessly about the apartment. I munched at my plates of food. I used the steam bath. I toyed with the multiplicity table. I peered out of the windows at an earth which had become as inhospitable to me as the surface of Jupiter. I had nothing to do. And in this mood of futility, for I was now so remote from home and my own kind that I could not see how I might live, I began to plumb new depths of depression. Then one day, Nebogipfel came to see me with what he called a proposition. We were in the room in which our friendly constructor sat, as squat and placid as ever. Nebogipfel, as usual, was connected to the constructor by his tube of glistening cilia.
"You must understand the background to all this," he said,
and his natural eye rotated so he could watch me.
"To begin with, you must see that the goals of the constructors are very different from those of your species or from mine."
"Well, that's understandable," I said. "The physical differences alone—"
"It goes beyond that."
Generally, when we got into this sort of debate, with myself cast in the role of the ignoramus, Nebogipfel showed signs of impatience, of a salmon-like longing to return to the gleaming depths of his information sea. This time, though, his speech was patient and deliberate, and I realized that he was taking unusual care over what he had to say. I began to feel uneasy. Clearly the Morlock felt he had to convince me of something. He continued to discuss the goals of the constructors.
"You see, a species cannot survive for long if it continues to carry around the freight of antique motivations that you bear. No offence."
"None taken," I said dryly.
"I mean, of course, territoriality, aggression, the violent settlement of disputes. Imperialist designs and the like become imaginable when technology advances past a certain point. With weapons of the power of Die Zeitmaschine's Carolinum bomb, or worse, things must change. A man of your own age said that the invention of atomic weapons had changed everything, except humanity's way of thinking."
"I can't argue with your thesis," I said, "for it does seem that, as you say, the limits of humanity, the vestiges of old Adam, were at last enough to bring us down. But what of the goals of your metal supermen, the constructors?" He hesitated.
"In a sense, a species, taken as a whole, does not have goals. Did men have goals in common in your day, save to keep on breeding, eating, and reproducing?"
I grunted. Goals shared with the lowest bacillus.
"But despite this complexity, one can, I think, classify the goals of a species depending on its state of advancement and the resources it requires as a consequence."
"A pre-industrial civilization," Nebogipfel said, I thought of England in the Middle Ages, "needs raw materials for food, clothing, warmth, and so forth. But once industry has developed, materials can be substituted for each other to accommodate the shortage of a particular resource, and so the key requirements then are for capital and labour. Such a state would describe my own century, and I saw how one could indeed regard, in a generic sense, the activities of mankind in that benighted century as driven in the large by competition for those two key resources, labour and capital.
"But there is a stage beyond the industrial," Nebogipfel said. "It is the post-industrial. My own species had entered this stage. We had been there for the best part of 500,000 years on your arrival, but it is a stage without an end."
"Tell me what it means." "If capital and labour are no longer the determinants of social evolution—"
"They are not, because information can compensate for their lack, do you see? Thus, the transmutating flaw of the sphere, by means of the knowledge invested in its structure, could compensate for any shortage of resource beyond primal energy."
"And so you are saying that these constructors, given their fragmentation into a myriad complex factions, are At base, driving for more knowledge.
Information, its gathering, interpretation, and storage, is the ultimate goal of all intelligent life.
He regarded me somberly.
We had understood that, and had begun to translate the resources of the solar system to that goal. You men of the 19th century had barely begun to grope your way to that realization.
Very well, I said. So we must ask, what is it that limits the gathering of information? I peered out at the enclosed stars. These universal constructors have already fenced off much of this galaxy, it seems to me.
And there are more galaxies beyond, Nebogipfel said. 1,000,000 star systems as large as this one.
Perhaps, then, even now, the constructors' great sail ships are drifting out like dandelion seeds to whatever lies beyond the galaxy. Perhaps, in the end, the constructors can conquer all of this material universe and turn it over to the storage and classification of information which you describe. It would be a universe become a great library, the greatest imaginable, infinite in scope and depth.
It is a grand project indeed, and yes, the bulk of the energy of the constructors is devoted to that goal, to studies of how intelligence can survive into the far future, when mind has encompassed the universe, and when all the stars have died, and the planets have drifted from their suns, and matter itself begins to decay. But you are wrong. The universe is not infinite, and as such it is not enough. Not for some factions of the constructors, do you see? This universe is bounded in space and time. It began a fixed period in the past, and it must finish with the final decay of matter at the ultimate end of time. Some of the constructors, a faction, are not prepared to accept this finitude,
Nebogipfel said.
They will not countenance any limits to knowledge. A finite universe is not enough for them, and they are preparing to do something about it.
That sent a chill of pure, unadulterated awe prickling over my scalp. I looked out at the hidden stars. This was a species which was already immortal, which had conquered a galaxy, which would absorb a universe. How could their ambitions stretch further still? And, I wondered grimly, how could it involve us? Nebogipfel, still locked to his eye-scope, rubbed his face with the back of his hand, in the manner of a cat, removing fragments of food from the hair about his chin.
I do not yet have a full understanding of this scheme of theirs, he said. It is to do with time travel and platinarite, and, I think, the concept of the multiplicity of histories. The data is complex, so bright.
I thought this was an extraordinary word to use. For the first time, it occurred to me what courage and intellectual strength it must take for the Morlock to descend into the constructor's information sea, to confront that ocean of blazing ideas. He said,
A fleet of ships is being constructed, huge time machines, far beyond the capabilities of your century or mine. With these, the constructors intend, I think, to penetrate the past, the deep past.
How far back? Beyond the Paleocene? He regarded me.
Oh, much further than that.
Well. And what of us, Nebogipfel? What is this proposition you have?
Our patron, the constructor here with us, is of this faction. He was able to detect our approach through time. I cannot give you details. They are very advanced. They were able to sense our coming on our crude time car up from the Paleocene. and so he was here to greet us.
Our constructor had been able to follow our progress up towards the surface of time, as if we were timid deep-sea fish. Well, I'm grateful he was. After all, if he hadn't been on hand to meet us as he did, and treat us with his molecular surgery, we'd be dead as nails.
Indeed.
And now? He withdrew his face from the constructor's eye-scope. It came loose with an obscene plop.
I think, he said slowly, that they understand your significance. The fact that your initial invention propagated the changes, the explosion in multiplicity, which led to all this.
What do you mean?
I think they know who you are, and they want us to come with them, in their great ships, to the boundary at the beginning of time.
9. Options and introspections, to travel, to the beginning of time. My soul quailed at the prospect. You may think me something of a coward for this reaction. Well, perhaps I was. But you must remember that I had already been granted a vision of one extremity of time, its bitter end, in one of the histories I had investigated, the very first, where I had watched the dying of the sun over that desolate beach. I remembered, too, my nausea, my sickness and confusion, and how it had only been a greater dread of lying helpless in that rayless obscurity which had impelled me to get aboard the time machine once more and haul myself back into the past. I knew that the picture I should find at the dawn of things would be rather different, unimaginably so, but it was the memory of that dread and weakness which made me hesitate. I am a human, and proud of it. But my extraordinary experiences, I dare say more unusual than any man of my generation, had led me to understand the limitations of the human soul, or at any rate of my soul. I could deal with the descendants of man, like the Morlocks, and I could make a fair fist of coping with your prehistoric monstrosities like Pristichampus. And when it was a mere intellectual exercise, in the warmth of the lounge of the Linnaean, I could conceive of going much further. I could have debated for long hours the finitude of time, or von Helmholtz's views on the inevitability of the heat-death of the universe. But the truth is, I found the reality altogether more daunting. The available alternative, however, was hardly attractive. I have always been a man of action. I like to get hold of things, but here I was, cushioned in the hands of metal creatures so advanced they could not conceive even of talking to me, any more than I should think of holding spiritual conversations with a flask of bacillus. There was nothing I could do here on white earth, for the universal constructors had done it all. Many times I wished I had ignored Nebogipfel's invitation and stayed in the Paleocene. There I had been a part of a growing, developing society, and my skills and intellect, as well as my physical strength, could have played a major part in the survival and development of humanity in that hospitable age. I found my thoughts, inwardly directed as they were, turning also to Weena, to that world of AD 802,701, to which I had first travelled through time, and to which I had intended to return, only to be blown off my course by the first bifurcation of history. If things had been different, I thought, if I had behaved differently that first time, perhaps I could have retrieved Weena from the flames, even at the cost of my own health or life. Or, if I had survived that, perhaps I could have gone on to make a genuine difference in that unhappy history by somehow leading Eloi and Morlocks to confront their common degradation. I had done none of that, of course. I had run for home as soon as I retrieved my time machine again, and now I was forced to accept that, because of the endless carving off of histories, I could never return to 802,701, or indeed to my own time. It seemed that my nomadic trail had ended here, in these meaningless few rooms. I would be kept alive by these constructors, it seemed, as long as my body continued to function. Since I have always been robust, I supposed I could look forward to several decades more of life, and perhaps even longer. For if Nebogipfel was right about the submolecular capabilities of these constructors, perhaps, so Nebogipfel speculated, to my astonishment, they would be able to halt, or reverse even, the aging processes of my body. But it seemed I would be deprived of companionship forever, save for my unequal relationship with a Morlock who, already being my intellectual superior, and with his continuing immersion in the information sea, would surely soon pass on to concerns far advanced beyond my understanding. I faced a long and comfortable life then, but it was the life of a zoo animal, caged up in these few rooms, with nothing meaningful to achieve. It was a future that had become a tunnel, closed and unending. But on the other hand, I knew that concurring with the constructor's plan was a course of action quite capable of destroying my intellect. I confided these doubts to Nebogipfel.
I understand your fears, and I applaud your honesty in confronting your own weakness. You have grown in understanding of yourself since our first meeting.
Spare me this kindness, Nebogipfel.
There is no need for a decision now.
What do you mean? Nebogipfel went on to describe the immense technical scope of the constructor's project. To fuel the ships, vast amounts of platnerite would have to be prepared.
The constructors work on long time scales, the Morlock said. But even so, this project is ambitious. The constructors' own estimates of completion, and this is vague because the constructors do not plan in the sense that human builders do, rather they simply build, cooperative and incremental and utterly dedicated in the manner of termites, are that another 1,000,000 years will pass before the ships are made ready.
1,000,000 years? The constructors must be patient indeed to devise schemes on such scales. My imagination was caught by the scale of all this, so startled was I by that number. To consider a project spanning geological ages and designed to send ships to the dawn of time. I felt a certain awe settling over me, I told Nebogipfel, a sense, perhaps, of the numinous. Nebogipfel favoured me with a sort of sceptical glare.
Very well, he said, but we must strive to be practical.
He said that he had negotiated to have the remains of our improvised time car brought to us, as well as tools, raw materials, and a supply of fresh platnerite. I understood his thinking immediately. You're suggesting we just hop on the time car and skip forward through a 1,000,000-year interval while our patient constructors complete the ship's development?
Why not? We have no other way to reach the launch of the ships. The constructors may be functionally immortal, but we are not.
Well, I don't know. It just seems... I mean, can the constructors be so sure of completing their building program, on time, and as they have envisaged it, over such immense intervals? Why, in my day, the human species itself was only 1/10 that age.
You must remember, Nebogipfel said, the constructors are not human. They are, truly, an immortal species. Individual foci of awareness may form and dissolve back into the general sea, but the continuity of information gathering and their consistency of purpose is unwavering. In any event, he said, regarding me, what have you to lose? If we travel up through time and find that, after all, the constructors gave up before completing their ships, what of it?
Well, we could die, for one thing. What if no constructor is available to greet us and tend to our needs at the distant end of your 1,000,000 years?
What of it? The Morlock repeated. Can you look into your heart now and say that you are happy?
He waved a hand at our little apartment.
"To live like this for the rest of your life?"
I did not answer, but I think he read my response in my face.
"And besides," he went on,
Yes?
"once it is built, it is possible we may choose to use the time car to travel in a different direction.
What do you mean?
We will be given plenty of platnerite. We could even reach the Paleocene again, if you would like."
I glanced about furtively, feeling like some plotting criminal. Nebogipfel, what if the constructors hear you saying such things?
"What if they do? We are not prisoners here. The constructors find us interesting, and they feel that you should accompany the ships on their final quest because of your historical and causal significance. But they would not force us or keep us here if our distress was so deep that we could not survive."
And you? I asked him carefully. What do you want to do?
"I have made no decision," he retorted. "My main concern now is to open as many options to the future as I can."
This was eminently sensible advice, and so, having done with introspection, I concurred with Nebogipfel that we should make a start at rebuilding the time car. We fell into a detailed discussion as to the requirements we would have for materials and tools. 10. Preparations. The time car was brought in from the ice by the constructor. To achieve this, the constructor split himself into 4 small sub-pyramids and positioned these child machines beneath each corner of the car's battered frame. The child machines moved with a kind of oily, flowing motion. Think of the way a sand dune advances, grain by grain, under the influence of a wind, and I saw how migrating threads of metal cilia connected the child machines to each other as the strange procession continued. When the remains of our car had been deposited in the middle of one room, the child machines coalesced into their parent constructor once more. They flowed upwards and into each other, as if melting. I found it a fascinating sight, if repulsive, but soon Nebogipfel was happily plugged into his eye-scope once more, without a qualm. The essential substructure of the time car came from the skeleton of our 1938 chronic displacement vehicle, but its superstructure, such as it was, merely a few panels for walls and floor, had been improvised by Nebogipfel from the wreckage of the Expeditionary Force's bombed-out juggernauts and the Messerschmitt Zeitmaschine. The simple controls had been a similarly crude affair. Much of this now was depleted and wrecked. So, in addition to the replacement of the platnerite, it was pretty clear that we needed to perform some pretty extensive renovation work on the car. I contributed much of the skilled manual work under the direction of Nebogipfel. At first, I resented this arrangement, but it was Nebogipfel who had the access to the information sea, and thereby the accumulated wisdom of the constructors, and it was he who was able to specify to the constructor the materials we needed. Pipe of such and such a diameter, with a thread of this or that pitch, and so forth. The constructor produced the raw materials we needed in his usual novel fashion. He simply extruded the stuff from his hide. It cost him nothing, it seemed, save a material depletion, but that was soon made up by an increased flow into the apartment of the migrating cilia which sustained him. I found it difficult to trust the results of this process. I had visited steelworks and the like during the manufacture of components of my own time machine and earlier devices. I had watched molten iron run from the blast furnaces into Bessemer converters, there to be oxidized and mixed with spiegel and carbon, and so on. By comparison, I found it hard to put my faith in something which had been disgorged by a shapeless, glistening heap. The Morlock pointed out my folly at this prejudice, of course.
"The subatomic transmutation of which the constructor is capable is a far more refined process than that mess of melting, mixing, and hammering you describe, a process which sounds as if it had barely evolved since your departure from the caves."
"Perhaps," I said, But even so, it's the invisibility of all this. I picked up a wrench. Like all the tools we had specified, this had been disgorged by the constructor within moments of Nebogipfel's request for it, and it was a smooth, seamless thing, without joints, screws, or mould marks. When I pick up this thing, I half expect it to feel warm, or to be dripping with stomach acid, or to be covered with those dreadful iron cilia. Nebogipfel shook his head, his gesture a conscious mockery.
You are so intolerant of ways of doing things other than your own.
Despite my reservations, I was forced to allow the constructor to provide us with more equipment and supplies. I reasoned that the journey should take 30 hours if we retreated all the way to the Paleocene, but no more than 30 minutes if we performed the limited hop to the future of the time ships. So, determined not to be unprepared this time, I stocked up our new car with enough food and water, to our varying requirements, to last us for some days, and I asked for thick, warm clothing to be provided for us both. Still, I was uneasy as I lifted the heavy coat the constructor had made for me over the battered remains of my jungle twill shirt. The coat was an affair of silvery, unidentifiable cloth, quite heavily quilted. "It just doesn't seem natural," I protested to Nebogipfel, "to wear something which has been vomited up in such a fashion."
"Your reservations are becoming tedious," the Morlock replied. "It is clear enough to me that you have a morbid fear of the body and its functions. This is evidenced not only by your irrational response to the constructor's manufacturing capabilities, but also by your earlier reaction to Morlocks."
"I don't know what you mean," I retorted, startled.
"You have repeatedly described to me your encounters with those cousins of mine, using terms associated with the body. Fecal analogies, fingers like worms, and so on."
"So you're saying— wait a minute— you're saying that, in fearing the Morlock and the products of the constructors, I fear my own biology?" Without warning, he flashed his fingers in my face. The pallor of the naked flesh of his palm, the worm-like quality of his fingers, all of it was horrifying to me, of course, as it always was, and I could not help but flinch away. The Morlock evidently felt he had made his point, and I remembered, too, my earlier connection between my dread of the Morlock's dark subterranean bases and my childhood fear of the ventilation shafts set in the grounds of my parents' home. Needless to say, I felt distinctly uncomfortable at this brusque diagnosis of Nebogipfel's, at the thought that my reactions to things were governed not by the force of my intellect, as I might have supposed, but by such odd, hidden facets of my nature. "I think," I concluded with all the dignity I could muster, "that some things are best left unsaid." And I stopped the conversation. The finished time car was quite a crude design, just a box of metal, open at the top, unpainted and roughly finished. But the controls were by some distance advanced over the limited mechanisms Nebogipfel had been able to manufacture with the materials available in the Paleocene. They even included simple chronometric dials, albeit hand-lettered, and we would have about as much freedom of movement in time as I had been afforded by my own first machine. As I worked, and the day approached on which we had set ourselves to depart, my fear and uncertainty mounted. I knew that I could never return home, but if I went on from here, on with Nebogipfel into future and past, I might enter such strangeness that I might not survive, either in mind or body. I might, I knew, be approaching the end of my life, and a soft, human terror settled over me. Finally it was done. Nebogipfel set himself on his saddle. He was done up in a heavy, quilted overall of the constructor's silvery cloth, and new goggles were fixed over his small face. He looked a little like a small child bundled up against the winter, at least until one made out the hair cascading from his face, and the luminous quality of the eye behind the blue glasses he wore. I sat down beside him, and made a last check over the contents of our car. Now, as we sat there, in a startling second, The walls of our apartment melted, silently, to glass. All around us, visible now through the translucent walls of our room, the bleak plains of white earth stretched off to the distance, gilded red by an advanced sunset. The constructors, Cilia, again to Nebogipfel's specification, had reworked the material of the walls of the chamber within which the time-car sat. We should continue to need some protection from the savage climate of white earth, but we wished to have a view of the world as we progressed. Although the temperature of the air was unchanged, I felt immediately much colder. I shivered and pulled my coat closer around me.
"I think we are set,"
Nebogipfel said. Set, I agreed, save for one thing, our decision. Do we travel to the future of the completed ships, or—
"I think the decision is yours," he said.
But he had, I like to think, some sympathy in his alien expression. Still, that soft fear quivered inside me, for, save for those first few desperate hours after I lost Moses, I have never been a man to welcome the prospect of death, and yet I knew that my choice now might end my life. But still, "I really don't think I have much choice," I told Nebogipfel. "We cannot stay here."
"No," he said. "We are exiles, you and I," he said. "I think there is nothing for us to do but continue on to the end."
"Yes," I said. "To the ends of time itself, it seems. Well, so be it, Nebogipfel. So be it." Nebogipfel pressed forward the levers of the time-car. I felt my breathing accelerate, and blood pounded in my temples, and we fell into the grey clamour of time travel. 11. Forward in time. Once more the sun rocketed across the sky, and the moon, still green, rolled through its phases, the months going by more quickly than heartbeats. Soon the velocities of both orbs had increased to the point where they had merged into those seamless, precessing bands of light I have described before, and the sky had taken on that steely greyness which was a compound of day and night. All around us, clearly visible from our elevated viewpoint, the ice fields of white earth swept away and over the horizon, all but unchanging as the meaningless years flapped past, displaying only a surface sheen smoothed over by the rapidity of our transition. I should have liked to have seen those magnificent interstellar sailcraft soar off into space, but the rotation of the earth rendered those fragile ships impossible for me to make out, and as soon as we entered time travel, the sail ships became invisible to us. Within seconds of our departure, as seen from our diluted point of view, our apartment was demolished. It vanished around us like dew, to leave our transparent blister sitting isolated on the flat roof of our tower. I thought of our bizarre, yet comfortable set of chambers, with my steam bath, that ludicrous flock wallpaper, the peculiar billiards table, and all the rest. All of it had been melted back now into general formlessness, and our apartment, no longer required, had been reduced to a dream, a platonic memory in the metal imagination of the universal constructors. But we were not abandoned by our own patient constructor, however. From my accelerated point of view, I saw how he seemed to rest here, a few yards from us, a squat pyramid, the writhing of his cilia smoothed over by our time passage, and then he would jump abruptly to there, to linger for a few seconds, and so on. Since a mere second for us lasted centuries in the world beyond the time-car, I could calculate that the constructor was remaining close to our sight, all but immobile, for as much as 1,000 years at a time. I pointed this out to Nebogipfel. Imagine that, if you can. To be immortal is one thing, but to be so devoted to a single task. He is like a solitary knight guarding his grail, while historical ages and the mayfly concerns of ordinary men flutter away. As I have described, the buildings which neighboured ours were towers, standing 2 to 3 miles apart, all across the Thames Valley. In the several weeks we had spent in our apartment, I had seen no evidence of change about these towers, not even the opening of a door. Now, though, with the benefit of my accelerated perceptions, I saw how slow evolutions crept over the building's surfaces. One cylindrical affair in Hammersmith had its mirror-smooth face swell up, as if raddled by some metallic disease, before settling into a new pattern of angular bumps and channels. Another tower, in the vicinity of Fulham, disappeared altogether. One moment it was there, the next not, without even the shadow of foundations on the ground to show where it had been, for the ice closed over the exposed earth more rapidly than I could follow. This sort of flowing evolution went on all the time. The pace of change in this new London must be measured in centuries, I realized, rather than the years within which sections of my own London had been transformed. But change there was, nevertheless. I pointed this out to Nebogipfel.
"We can only speculate as to the purpose of this rebuilding," he said. "Perhaps the change in outer appearance signifies a change in inner utilization. But the slow processes of decay are working even here, and perhaps there are, occasionally, more spectacular incidents, such as the fall of a meteorite."
Surely, intelligences so vast as these constructors could plan for such accidents as the fall of a meteor, by tracking the fallen rocks with their telescopes, perhaps using their ships with rockets and sails to knock the things away.
"To some extent. But the solar system is a random and chaotic place," Nebogipfel said. "One could never be sure of eliminating all calamities, no matter what resources were available, and no matter what planning and watching was performed. And so, even the constructors must sometimes rebuild, even the tower we inhabit."
"What do you mean?"
"Think it out," Nebogipfel said. "Are you warm? Do you feel comfortable?"
As I have noted, my apparent exposure to the wastes of white earth, sheltered only by this invisible dome of the constructors, had left me feeling chilled. But I knew this could only be an internal reaction. "I'm quite satisfactory."
"Of course. So am I. And, since we have now been travelling perhaps a quarter-hour, we know that equable conditions have persisted in this building for more than 500,000 years."
"But," I said, following his thinking, "this tower of ours is just as prone to the predations of time as any other. Therefore our constructor must be repairing the place continually to allow it to continue to serve us."
"Yes. Otherwise this dome which shelters us would surely have splintered and fallen away a long time ago."
Nebogipfel was right, of course. It was another facet of the extraordinary steadiness of purpose of the constructors, but it scarcely made me feel more comfortable. I glanced about, studying the floor beneath us. I felt as if the tower had become as insubstantial as a termite hill, being endlessly burrowed through and rebuilt by the universal constructors, and I was filled with vertigo. Now I became aware of a change in the quality of light. The glaciated landscape stretched around us, apparently unchanged, but it seemed to me that the ice was rather more darkly lit than before. The bands of sun and moon, rendered diffuse and indistinct by their precessional motions, still rocked through the sky, but, though the moon still seemed to be shining with the violent green of its transplanted vegetation, the sun appeared to be undergoing a cycle of change. "It seems," I observed, "that the sun is flickering, varying in brightness on a scale covering centuries or more."
"I think you are right."
It was this uncertainty of light, I was sure now, which was casting that odd, disorienting illusion of a shadow over the icy landscape. If you will stand by a window, hold your hand before your face with fingers outspread, and rattle your hand to and fro before your eyes, then perhaps you will get some impression of what I mean. "Confound that flickering," I protested. "It has a way of getting under the surface of the eye, of disturbing the rhythms of the mind, perhaps."
But watch the light, Nebogipfel said. Follow its quality. It is changing again.
I stuck to my task, and presently I was rewarded by glimpses of a new aspect of the sun's peculiar behaviour. There was a greenness about it. Only at odd moments, when I would see a sort of pale verdancy streak along the sun's celestial path, but real, nevertheless. Now that I knew this green behaviour was present, I was able to detect an emerald flashing over the frozen hills and stark buildings of London. It was a poignant sight, like a memory of the life that had vanished from these hills. Nebogipfel said,
I suspect that the flickering and the green flashes are connected.
The sun, he pointed out, is the solar system's greatest source of energy and matter. His Morlocks had themselves exploited this to construct their sphere about the sun.
Now, I think, he said, the universal constructors, too, are delving into that great body. They are mining the sun for the raw materials they need.
Plattnerite, I said, excitement growing within me. That's the meaning of the green flashes, isn't it? The constructors are extracting plattnerite from the sun.
Or using their alchemical skills to turn solar matter and energy into the substance of plattnerite, which amounts to the same thing.
For the glow of the plattnerite to be visible to us, Nebogipfel argued, the constructors must be building great shells of the stuff about the star. When completed, these shells would then be shipped off in immense convoys to construction sites elsewhere in the solar system, and the accretion of a fresh shell begun. The flickering we saw must represent the accelerated assembly and dismantling of these great plattnerite dumps.
It is extraordinary, I breathed. The constructors must be lifting the stuff out of the sun in batches that compare with the mass of the greatest of the planets. This overshadows even the building of your great sphere, Nebogipfel.
We know that the constructors are not without ambition.
Now, it seemed to me, the flickering of the patient sun grew rather less marked, as if the constructors were nearing the end of their mining. I could see more patches of plattnerite's characteristic green about the sky, but these were separate from the sun-band. Rather, they hurtled across the sky rather in the manner of false moons. These were plattnerite structures, I realized, huge, space-spanning buildings of the stuff, which were settling into some slow orbit about the Earth. Shifting plattnerite light glistened from the hide of our patient constructor, who stood by us while the sky went through these extraordinary evolutions. Nebogipfel consulted his chronometric gauges.
We have travelled through nearly 800,000 years. Time enough, I think.
He hauled on his levers, and the time-car lurched, displaying that clumsiness so characteristic of time travel, and I had nausea to contend with, in addition to my awe and fear. Immediately, our constructor disappeared from my view. I cried out, I could not help it, and gripped the bench of the time-car. I think I had never felt so lost and alone as at that moment when our faithful companion of 8,000 centuries suddenly, or so it seemed, abandoned us to strangeness. The processional juddering of the sun-band slowed, smoothed out, and disappeared. Within seconds, I perceived that disconcerting rattling of light which marks the passage of night and day, and the sky lost its washed-over, luminous grey quality. And now the green light of plattnerite filled the air about me. It was all around our dome, and obscured the impassive plains of white earth with its milky flickering. The flapping of day and night slowed, to a beat slower than my pulse. Just in that last instant, I caught a vision, no more than a flash, of a field of stars breaking through the surface of things, dazzling and close, and I caught shadowy glimpses of several wide skulls and huge human eyes. Then Nebogipfel pushed his levers to their furthest extreme, the car stopped, and we emerged into history, and the crowd of watchers vanished, and we were immersed in a flood of green light. We were embedded in a ship of plattnerite. 12. The ship. Myself, the Morlock, the workings and apparel of our little time-car, all of it was bathed in the emerald glow of platnerite, which was all about us. I had no idea of the true size of the ship. Indeed, I had some difficulty in finding my orientation within its bulk. It was not like a craft of my century, for it lacked a well-defined substructure with walls and panels to fence off internal sections, engine compartments, and the like. Instead, you must imagine a net, a thing of threads and nodes all glowing with that green platnerite tinge, thrown about us as if by some invisible fisherman, so that Nebogipfel and I were encased in an immense mesh of rods and curves of light. This net did not extend inwards all the way to our time car. It seemed to halt at about the distance at which our dome had been resting. I was still breathing easily and felt no colder than before. The environmental protection of the dome must still be afforded us by some means, and I thought that the dome itself was still present, for I saw the faintest of reflections in a surface above, but so uncertain and shifting was the platnerite light that I could not be sure. Nor could I make out the floor beneath the time car. The netting seemed to extend below us, on and deep into the fabric of the building I remembered. I could not see how that flimsy webbing could support a mass as great as our time cars, however, and I felt a sudden and unwelcome stab of vertigo. I put such primitive reactions aside with determination. My situation was extraordinary, but I wished to behave well, especially if these were to be the last moments of my life, and I did not care to waste any energy on salving the discomfiture of the frightened ape within me, who thought he might fall out of this green glowing tree. I studied the net around us. Its main threads appeared to be about as thick as my index finger. Although they glowed so bright, it was hard to be sure if that thickness was merely some artifact of my own optical sensitivity. These threads surrounded cells perhaps a foot across, of irregular shapes. As far as I could see, no two of these cells shared a similar form. Finer threads were cast across and between these main cells, forming a complex pattern of subcells, and these subcells were themselves divided by finer threads, and so forth, right to the limit of my vision. I was reminded of the branching cilia which coated the outer layer of a constructor. At the nodes where the primary threads joined, points of light glowed, as defiantly green as the rest. These lumps did not stay at rest, but would migrate across threads, or would explode in tiny, soundless flashes. You must imagine these little motions going on all throughout the extent of the net, so that the whole thing was illuminated by a gentle, shifting glow, and a continuous evolution of structure and light. I had a sense of fragility. It was like being cocooned in layers of spider silk, but the whole thing had an organic quality to it, and I had the impression that if I were to reach up clumsily and tear great holes in this complex structure, it should soon repair itself. And about the whole ship, you must imagine, there was that odd, contingent quality induced by the platnerite. A sense that the ship was not embedded solidly in the world of things, a sense that it was all insubstantial and temporary. The fabric was open enough for me to be able to see through the filmy outer hull of our craft and to the world beyond. The hills and anonymous buildings of the constructor's London were still there, and the eternal ice showed no signs of disturbance. It was night time, and the sky was clear. The moon, a silver crescent, sailed high amid the absence of stars. And, sliding across the desolate sky of this abandoned earth, I saw more of the platnerite ships. They were lenticular in form, immense, with the suggestion of the same net structure exhibited by the one which encased me and Nebogipfel. Smaller lights, like captive stars, gleamed and rustled through their complex interiors. The ice of white earth was universally bathed with the glow of platnerite. The ships were like immense, silent clouds, sailing unnaturally close to the land. Nebogipfel studied me, the platnerite lending a rich green lustre to the hair coating his body.
"Are you well? You seem a little discomposed."
I had to laugh at that. "You've a talent for understating, Morlock. Discomposed? I should say so." I twisted in my seat, reached behind me, and found a bowl filled with the unidentifiable nuts and fruit which the constructor had supplied me. I buried my fingers in the food and stuffed it into my mouth. I found the simple animal actions of eating a welcome distraction from the astonishing, barely comprehensible matters about me. I wondered, in fact, if this should be the last meal I should take, the last supper of earth. I think I expected our constructor to be here to greet us.
"But I think he is here,"
Nebogipfel said. He raised his hand, and emerald light gleamed from his pale fingers.
"This ship is clearly designed along the same architectural principles as the constructors themselves. I think we could say that our constructor is still here, but now his consciousness is represented by some set of those sliding points of light within this net of platinarite. And the ship is surely connected to the information sea. Indeed, perhaps one could say this is a new universal constructor itself. The ship is alive as the constructors. And yet, since it is composed of platinarite, this craft must be so much more."
He studied me, his single eye deep and dark behind his goggles.
"Do you see? If this is life, it is a new sort of life. Platinarite life. The first sort which is not bound, as the rest of us are, to the slow turning of history's cogs. And it was constructed here, with ourselves as its focus. The ship is here for us, to carry us back, just as the constructor promised. He is here, you see."
Of course, Nebogipfel was right. And now I wondered, with a sort of nervous self-consciousness, how many of those other ships, which prowled across the starless skies of Earth like huge animals, were also down here, in some way, because of our presence. But now, gazing up into the platinarite-coated sky, another observation struck me. Nebogipfel, behold the moon. The Morlock turned. I saw how the green light which played over the hairs of his face was now overlaid with a delicate silver. My observation was elementary, that the moon had lost its delicious greenness. The life-colour which had reached up from Earth and coated it, for all those millions of years, had withered away, exposing the stark bone-white of the dusty mountains and Maria beneath. Now the satellite was quite indistinguishable in its dead pallor from the moon of my own day, save perhaps for a more brilliant glow over its dark side. There was a vivid old moon cradled in the new moon's arms, and I knew that this greater brightness must be due solely to the increased gleam of the ice-coated earth, which must blaze in those airless lunar skies like a second sun.
"It might have been the enforced variation of the sun," Nebogipfel speculated. "The constructor's platinarite project, that perhaps finally disrupted the balance of life."
"You know," I said with some bitterness, "I think, even after all we've seen and heard, I had taken some comfort from the persistence of that patch of earth-green up in the sky. The thought that somewhere, not so impossibly far away, a scrap of the earth I remembered might still persist, that there might be some improbable low-gravity jungle through which the sons of man might still walk. But now there can only be ruins and shallow footprints on that bleak surface, more of them to match those littered across the carcass of the earth. And it was just at that moment, while I was in this maudlin mood, that there was a report uncommonly like a gunshot, and our protective dome fractured like an eggshell. I saw that a series of cracks, a complex delta of them, had spread out across the face of the dome. Even as I watched, a small piece of the dome, no bigger than my hand, fell loose and settled through the air, drifting like a snowflake. And beyond the shattering dome, the threads of the ship's platnerite web were extending. They were growing, down towards me and Nebogipfel. Nebogipfel, what is happening? Without the dome, will we die? I was in a febrile, electric state, in which my every nerve end was live with suspicion and fear.
"You must try not to be afraid,"
Nebogipfel said, and then, with a simple, astonishing gesture, he took hold of my hand in his thin Morlock fingers and held it, as an adult might a child's. It was the first time I had felt the touch of his cold fingers since those dreadful moments when the constructor had rebuilt me, and a distant echo of our companionship in the Paleocene returned to warm me, here amid the ice of white earth. I am afraid I cried out then, unhinged by my fear, and pressed myself deeper into my seat, longing only for escape, and Nebogipfel's weak fingers tightened around my own. The dome cracked further, and I heard a soft rain of it patter down over the time car. The threads of platnerite reached deeper into our splintering dome, with nodules of light squirting along their lengths. Nebogipfel said,
"They mean to carry us with them, the constructors, these beings of platnerite, back to the dawn of time, and perhaps beyond. But not like this."
He indicated his own fragile body.
"We could never survive it, not for a minute. Do you see?"
The platnerite tentacles brushed against my scalp, forehead, and shoulders. I ducked to avoid their cold grip. "You mean," I said, "that we must become like them, like the constructors? We must submit to the touch of these platnerite cilia? Why did you not warn me of this?"
"Would it have helped? It is the only way. Your fear is natural, but you must contain it just for a moment more, and then you will be free."
I could feel the cool weight of platnerite coils settling over my legs and shoulders. I tried to hold myself still, and then I got the sense of one of those squirming cables moving across my forehead, and I could feel, quite clearly, the wriggling of cilia against my flesh, and I could not help but scream and struggle against that soft weight. But already I was unable to rise from my seat. I was immersed in greenness now, and my view of the world beyond, of the moon, the earth's fields of ice, even of the greater structure of the ship, was obscured. Those shifting, quasi-animate nodes of light passed over my body, glaring in my vision. My bowl of fruit slipped from my numbing fingers and rattled against the floor of the car, but even that rattle subsided quickly as my senses faded to dimness. There was a final crumbling of the dome, a hail of fragments about me. On my forehead there was a touch of cold, the distant breath of winter, and then there was only the coolness of Nebogipfel's fingers about mine. It was all I could feel, save for that omnipresent, liquid fumbling of platnerite. I imagined cilia detaching, and, as they had once before, squirming into the interstices of my body. So rapidly had this invasion of light progressed, I could no longer move so much as a finger, nor could I cry out. I was pinned, as if by a strait waistcoat, and now the tentacles forced themselves between my lips, like so many worms, and into my mouth, there to dissolve against my tongue, and I felt a cold pressure on the surface of my eyes. I was lost, disembodied, immersed in emerald light. Book 6. The Time Ships. 1. Departure. I was outside time and space. It was not like sleep, for even in sleep the brain is active, functioning, sorting through its freight of information and memories. Even in sleep, I contend, one remains conscious, aware of oneself and of one's continued existence. This interval, this timeless spell, was not like that. It was more as if the platnerite web had, subtle and silent, disassembled me. I was simply not there, and the fragments of my personality, my shards of memory, had been broken up and disseminated about that immense and invisible information sea of which Nebogipfel was so fond. And then, more mysterious by far, I found myself there again. I cannot put it more plainly than that. It was less like a waking than a switching on, as one operates an electric bulb. One moment, nothing; the next, a full, shuddering awareness. I could see again. I had a clear view of the world, of the green glowing hull of the time-ship all around me, of the earth's bone gleam beyond. I was existent once again, and a deep panic, a horror, of that interval of absence pumped through my system. I have feared no hell so much as non-existence. Indeed, I had long resolved that I should welcome whatever agonies Lucifer reserves for the intelligent non-believer if those pains served as proof that my consciousness still endured. But I was not permitted to brood on my disquietude, for now came the most extraordinary sensation of being lifted. I realized a growing stress upon me, a feeling as though some huge magnet was drawing me upward. The stress grew. I seemed an atom for which monstrous forces were fighting, and then, of a sudden, that tension was resolved. I flew up, feeling exactly as if I was a small child again, being picked up by the strong, safe hands of my father. I had that same lightness of being, the sensation of flying. The substance of the time-ship arose with me, so that it was like being at the centre of an immense, open, green glowing balloon, lifting from the ground. I looked down, or at least I tried to. I could not feel my head or neck, but the sweep of my panoramic vision swivelled downwards. You must imagine that the ship about me had something of the shape of a steam liner, but hugely blown up. Its lenticular keel was miles long, and yet it floated above the landscape with the ease of a cloud. I could see through the open, web-like substance of the ship to the land beyond, and now I was looking down at our time-car, from directly above. Although my view was obscured by the complex, evolving sparkle of the ship, I thought I saw two bodies in the car, a man and a slighter figure, who slid to the car's floor, their motions already stiff from the invading cold. My view had an odd sensation about it. It was without focus, or rather, it lacked a central point of observation. When you look at something, say a teacup, you see it, and that's pretty much the centre of your world, with everything else relegated to a sort of sideshow around the periphery of your vision. But now I found that my world had no centre or periphery. I saw it all, ice, ships, time-car. It was as if it were all central, or all peripheral, all at once. It was disorienting and very confusing. My belly and head seemed to have been numbed, gone quite beyond feeling. I could see all right, but I could feel nothing of my face, my neck, the posture of my body, nothing, in fact, save a light, almost ghostly touch, the fingers of Nebogipfel still wrapped around my own. I took some comfort in that, for it was good to know that he was here with me at least. I thought I was dead, but I recalled I had thought that before, when I had been absorbed and remade by the universal constructor. What would become of me now, I could not tell. The ship began to rise again, and now much more rapidly. The time-car and the tower on which it sat were swept away from under me. I was raised a mile, 2 miles, 10 miles above the surface. The whole sparse map of this remote London was laid out beneath me, visible through the sparkle of the time-ship. Still we rose. We must have been travelling faster than a cannonball, and yet I had no rush of air, felt no wind on my face. I felt secure, with that childlike sense of lightness I have mentioned. The circle of scenery beneath me grew wider, and the details of the buildings and ice fields grew hazy and pale and indistinct, and a sort of luminous grey mixed more and more with the cold white of the ice. As the veil of atmosphere between myself and outer space grew thinner, the night-time sky, which had been an iron grey in colour, grew deeper and richer in tone. Now our height was so great that the curving away of the planet became apparent. It was as if London was the highest point of some immense hill, and I could make out the shape of poor Britain locked within its frozen sea of ice. I remained without hands or feet, without belly or mouth. I seemed to have been cut loose of matter, quite suddenly, and I saw things with a sort of serenity. And still we climbed. I knew we were already far beyond the atmosphere, and the frozen plains mutated from a landscape into the surface of a spherical world, which turned white and serene, and quite dead beneath me. Beyond the earth's gleaming limb there were more time-ships, hundreds of them. I saw now great, green-glowing, lenticular boats miles long. They made up a loose armada which sailed across the face of space, and their light reflected from the wrinkled ice which coated the earth. I heard my name called, or rather, it was not hearing, but an awareness by some means I would be loath to try to explain. I tried to turn, but I found my point of view twisting about. "Nebogipfel, is that you?"
"Yes, I am here. Are you all right?"
"Nebogipfel, I can't see you."
"Nor I you. But that does not matter. Can you feel my hand?"
"Yes."
Now the earth drifted off to one side, and our ship moved into formation with its fellows. Soon the time-ships were all about us, in an array that filled the interplanetary void for many miles about. It was like being in the middle of a school of great glowing whales. The light of platnerite was brilliant, and yet there was a surface of unreality about it, as if it was reflecting from some invisible plane. Again, I had that feeling of contingency about the ships, as if they did not belong quite in this reality or any other.
"Nebogipfel, what is happening to us? Where are we being taken?"
Gently he replied,
"You know the answer to that. We are to travel back through time, back to its boundary, to its deepest hidden heart."
"Will we start soon?"
"We have already started,"
he said.
"Look at the stars."
I turned, or felt as if I did, so that I looked away from white earth, and I saw. All over the sky, the stars were coming out. 2. The unravelling of Earth. As we drew back through time, the colonizing fleets from Earth were washing back to their origin in successive waves, and the changes men had wrought to worlds and stars were dismantled. And as that tide of civilization and cultivation receded from the cosmos, the star-masking spheres were broken apart, one by one. I gazed about in wonder, as the old constellations assembled themselves like so many candelabras. Sirius and Orion shone as splendid as on any winter's night. The pole star was over my head, and I could make out the familiar saucepan profile of the Great Bear. Away below me, beyond the curve of Earth, were strange groupings of stars I had never seen from England. I did not know the Antipodean constellations so well that I could recognize them all, but I could pick out the brutal knife shape of the Southern Cross, the soft glowing patches that were the Magellanic Clouds, and those brilliant twins, Alpha and Beta Centauri. And now, as we sank further into the past, the stars began to slide across the sky. Within moments, it seemed, the familiar constellations were obscured, as the stars' proper motions, much too slow to be perceptible within a human's firefly lifetime, became visible to my cosmic gaze. I pointed out this new phenomenon to Nebogipfel.
"Yes, and see the earth."
I looked. The mask of glaciation, which had disfigured that dear, exhausted globe, was already falling away. I saw how the white of it receded towards the poles in great pulses, exposing the brown and blue of land and sea beneath. Abruptly, the ice was gone, banished back to its fastnesses at the poles, and the world turned slowly beneath us, its familiar continents restored. but the earth was wreathed about by clouds, and the clouds were stained with virulent, unnatural colours, browns, purples, oranges. The coasts were ringed with light, and great cities glowed at the heart of every continent. There were even huge, floating towns in the middle of the oceans, I saw. But the air was so foul that in those great cities, if anyone went about on the surface, masks or filters would surely have to be worn to enable humans to breathe. "Evidently we are witnessing the final days of the modification of the earth by my new men," I said. "We must be traversing millions of years with each minute."
"Yes."
"Then why do we not see the earth spin like a top on its axis and hurtle around the sun?"
"It is not so simple. These ships are not like your prototype time machine. Everything we see is a reconstruction," Nebogipfel went on. "It is a sort of projection, based on the observations which, as we travel, are entering the information sea. That part of the sea transported by the ships, at any rate. Such phenomena as the rotation of the earth have been suppressed."
"Nebogipfel, what am I? Am I still a man?"
"You are still yourself," he said firmly. "The only difference now is that the machinery which sustains you is not made up of bone and flesh, but of constructs within the information sea. You have limbs, not of sinew and blood, but of understanding."
His voice seemed to float about in space, somewhere around me. I had lost that comforting sensation of his hand in mine, and I could no longer tell if he was near. But I had the feeling that nearness was no longer a relevant idea, for I had no clear idea even where I was. Whatever I had become, I knew that I was no longer a point of awareness, looking out from a cave of bone. The air of Earth cleared. All over the planet, with startling abruptness, the city lights dimmed and winked out, and soon the hand of man made no mark on the earth. There were flurries of volcanism, great flashing spurts which threw up ash clouds that flickered over the world, or rather, as we receded in time, the clouds drained away into those volcanic punctures. And it seemed to me that the continents were drifting away from their schoolroom map positions. Across the great plains of the northern hemisphere there seemed to be a sort of struggle, slow, millennial, progressing between two classes of vegetation. On the one hand, the pale green-brown grasslands and deciduous forests which lined the continents at the rim of the ice cap, and on the other, the virulent green of the tropical jungles. For a moment the jungles won, and in a great flourish they swept north from the equator until they coated the lands from the tropics all the way up through Europe and North America. Even Greenland became, briefly, verdant. Then, as fast as they had conquered the earth, the great jungles retreated to their equatorial fastnesses once more, and paler shades of green and brown chased across the faces of the northern continents. The sliding about and spinning of the continents became more marked, and, as the continents were brought into different climatic regions, their life colours changed accordingly, so that great bands of green and brown swept across the hapless lands. Huge, devastating spasms of volcanism punctuated these geological waltz steps. Now the continents slid together. It was like watching a jigsaw assemble, to form a single, immense landmass which straddled half the globe. The interior of this great country immediately shriveled to desert. Nebogipfel said,
"We have already descended 300 million years into the past. There are no mammals, no birds, and even the reptiles are barely born."
I replied, "I had no idea it was all so graceful, like some rocky ballet. The geologists of my day have so much to understand. It is as if the whole planet is alive and evolving." Now the great continent split into three huge masses. I could no longer make out the familiar shapes of the lands of my own time, for the continents spun like dinner plates on a polished tabletop. As that immense central desert was broken up, the climate became much more variegated, and I could see a series of shallow seas fringing the lands. Nebogipfel said,
"Now the amphibians are sliding back to the seas, their prototypical limbs melting away. But there are insects and other invertebrates still on the land, millipedes, mites, spiders, and scorpions."
"Not a very hospitable place," I remarked.
"There are giant dragonflies, too, and other wonders. The world is not without beauty."
Now the land began to lose its greenness. A kind of bony brown poked through the receding tide of life, and I surmised that we were passing beyond the appearance of the first leafed plants on land. Soon, the surface of the earth had become a sort of featureless mask of brown and a muddy blue. I knew that life persisted in the seas, but it was simplifying there, too, with whole phyla disappearing into history's womb. First the fish, now the mollusca, now the sponges and jellyfish and worms. At last, I realized, only a thin, green algae, labouring to convert the beating sunlight into oxygen, must remain in the darkened seas. The land was barren and rocky, and the atmosphere had turned thick, stained yellow and brown by noxious gases. Great fires erupted over the earth all at once. Thick clouds masked the globe, and the seas retreated like drying puddles. But the clouds did not persist for long. The atmosphere became thin, then quite wispy, until at last it vanished altogether. The exposed crust glowed a uniform, dull red, save where great orange scars opened and closed like mouths. There were no seas, no distinction between the ocean and the land, only this endless, battered crust, over which the time-ships soared, observant and graceful. And next, the glowing of the crust grew brighter, intolerably bright. And with an explosion of glowing fragments, the young earth shook on its axis, shuddered, and flew into bits. It was as if some of those fragments had hurtled through me. The glowing rock battered its way through my awareness and dwindled off into space. And then it was done. Now there was only the sun, and a disk of rubble and gas, formless, eddying, which spun about the shining star. A sort of ripple passed through our cloud of time-ships, as if the reversed coalescence of the earth had sent a physical shock through that loose armada. "This is a strange age, Nebogipfel," I said.
"Look around you."
I did so, and saw that, from all around the sky, there were several stars, perhaps a dozen, which were growing in brightness. Now the stars had reached a sort of formation, an array scattered over the sky, though still so distant they showed only as points. Gas wisps seemed to be collecting into a cloud, scattered over the sky and wrapped about this collection of stars.
"These are the sun's true companions," Nebogipfel said. "Its siblings, if you like, the stars which shared the sun's nursery cloud. Once they formed a cluster as bright and as close as the Pleiades. But gravity will not hold them together, and before the birth of life on Earth they will drift apart."
One of the young stars, directly over my head, flared. It expanded, soon becoming large enough to show a disk, but growing more red and fainter, until at last it expired, and the glow of that part of the cloud died. Now another star, almost diametrically opposed in position to the first, went through the same cycle. The flare, followed by the expansion into a brilliant crimson disk, and then extinction. All of this magnificent drama, you must imagine, was played out against a background of utter silence. "We are witnessing the birth of stars," I said, "but in reverse."
"Yes, the embryonic stars light up their birthing gas cloud, such nebulae are a beautiful sight, but after the stellar ignition, the lighter gases are made to flee the heat, leaving only heavier rubble.
A rubble which condenses into worlds, I said.
Yes.
And now, so soon, it was the turn of the sun. There was that uncertain flaring of yellow-white light, a glare that glinted from the timeship's platnerite prows, and the rapid swelling into an immense globe, which briefly swamped the armada of timeships in a cloud of crimson light, and then, at last, that final dispersal into the general void. The ships hung in the sudden darkness. The last of the sun's companions flared, ballooned out, and died, and we were left in a cloud of cold, inert hydrogen, which reflected our glow of platnerite green. Only the remote stars marked the sky, and I saw how they too shimmered and flared, fading in their turn. Soon the skies grew darker, and I surmised that fewer and fewer stars yet existed. Then suddenly a new breed of stars flared across the sky. There was a whole host, it seemed. Dozens of them were close enough to show a disk, and the light of these new stars was, I was sure, bright enough to read a newspaper by, not that I was in a position to try such an experiment. Confound it, Nebogipfel, what an astonishing sight! Astronomy should have been a little different under a sky like this, eh?
This is the very first generation of stars. These are the only lights anywhere in the new cosmos. Each of these stars amass 100,000 times as much as our sun, but they burn their fuel prodigiously. Their lifespans are counted in mere millions of years.
And indeed, even as he spoke, I saw that the stars were expanding, reddening, and dispersing like great overheated balloons. Soon it was done, and the sky was left dark again, dark, save only for the green glow of the timeships, which forged, steady and determined, into the past. 3. The boundary of space and time. A new, uniform glow began to permeate space around me. I wondered if some earlier generation of stars was shining in this primeval age, a generation undreamt of by Nebogipfel and the constructors with whom he communed. But I soon saw that the glow did not come from an array of point sources, like stars. Rather, it was a light which appeared to shine all about me, as if from the structure of space itself, although here and there the glow was mottled, as, I surmised, dense clumps of embryonic star matter shone more brightly. This light was the deepest crimson at first. It reminded me of a sunset breaking through clouds, but it brightened and escalated through the familiar spectrum colours, through orange, yellow, blue, towards violet. I saw that the fleet of timeships had gathered more closely together. They were rafts of green wire, silhouetted against the dazzling emptiness and clustering for comfort. Tentacles, ropes of platnerite, snaked out across the glowing void between the ships, and were connected, their terminations assimilated into the ship's complex structures. Soon, the whole armada about me was connected by a sort of web of cilia filament.
Even at this early stage, Nebogipfel told me, the universe has structure. The nascent galaxies are present as pools of cold gas gathered in gravitational wells. But the structure is imploding, contracting as we travel back towards the boundary.
It is like an explosion in reverse, then, I suggested to Nebogipfel. Cosmic shrapnel collapsing to site of detonation. At last, all the matter in the universe will merge in a single point, at some arbitrary centre of things, and it will be as if a great sun has been born, in the midst of infinite and empty space.
No, it's rather more subtle than that.
He reminded me of the bending about of the axes of space and time, the distortion which lay behind the principle of time travel.
"That twisting of axes is going on now all around us," he said. "As we travel back through time, it is not that matter and energy are converging through a fixed volume, like a gathering of flies at the center of an empty room. Rather, space itself is folding up, compressing, crumpling, like a deflated balloon or like a piece of paper crushed in the hand."
I followed his description, but it filled me with awe and dread, for I could not see how life or mind could survive such a crumpling. The universal light grew in intensity, and it climbed the spectral scale to a glaring violet with startling speed. Clumps and eddies in that sea of hydrogen swirled about like flames within a furnace. The timeships, connected by their ropes, were barely visible as gaunt silhouettes against that uneven glow. At last, the sky was so bright I had only an impression of whiteness. It was like staring into the sun. There was a soundless concussion. I felt as if I had heard a clash of cymbals. The light rushed in towards me like some encroaching liquid, and I fell into a sort of white blindness. I was immersed in the most brilliant light, a light which seemed to suffuse my being. I could no longer make out those mottled clumps, and nor could I see the timeships, not even my own. I called to Nebogipfel.
"I cannot see. The light—"
His voice was small and calm, in that clamour of illumination.
"We have reached the epoch of last scattering. Space is now everywhere as hot as the surface of the sun, and filled with electrically charged matter. The universe is no longer transparent, as it will be in our day."
I could see why the ships had been joined up by those ropes of constructor stuff, for surely no signal could propagate through this glare. The dazzle grew more intense, until I was sure that it must have passed far beyond the range of visibility of normal human eyes. Not that a man could have lasted for a moment in that glowing cosmic furnace. It was as if I hung alone in all that immensity. If the constructors were there, I had no sense of them. My feeling for the passage of time loosened and fell away. I could not tell if I was witnessing events on the scale of centuries or seconds, or if I was watching the evolution of stars or atoms. Before entering this last soup of light, I had retained a residual sense of place. I had kept a feeling of up and down, of near and far. The world around me had been structured like a great room within which I was suspended. But now, in this epoch of last scattering, all of that fell away from me. I was a mote of awareness, bobbing about on the surface of that great river which was winding back to its source all about me, and I could only allow that ultimate stream to carry me where it would. The soup of radiation became hotter. It was unbearably intense, and I saw that the matter of the universe, the matter which would one day compose the stars, planets, and my own abandoned body, was but a thin trace of solidity, a contaminant in that seething maelstrom of light and stars. At last, I seemed to be able to see it. Even the cores of atoms fizzed apart, under the pressure of that unbearable light. Space was filled with a soup of still more elemental particles, which combined and recombined in a sort of complex, microscopic melee all about me.
"We are close to the boundary,"
Nebogipfel whispered.
"the beginning of time itself, and yet you must imagine that we are not alone, that our history, this young glowing universe, is but one of an infinite number which has emerged from that boundary, and that as we retreat all the members of that multiplicity are converging towards this moment, this boundary, like swooping birds."
But still the contraction of it all continued. Still the temperature climbed. Still the density of matter and energy grew. And now even those final fragments of radiation and matter were absorbed back into the shearing carcass of space and time, their energies stored in the stress of that great twisting. Until, in the end, the last sparkling particles fell away from me softly, and the glare of radiation heightened to a sort of invisibility. Now, only a grey-white light filled my awareness, but that is a metaphor, for I knew that what I was experiencing now was not the light of physics, but that glow hypothesized by Plato, the light which underlies all awareness, the light against which matter, events, and minds are mere shadows.
"We have reached the nucleation," whispered Nebogipfel. "Space and time are so twisted over that they are indistinguishable. There is no physics here, there is no structure. One cannot point and say that is there such a distance away, and I am here. There is no measurement, no observation. It is all as one. And just as our history has shriveled to a single searing point, so the multiplicity of histories has converged. The boundary itself is melting away. Can you understand it? Lost in the infinite possibilities of the collapsed multiplicity."
And then there was a single, very brilliant pulse of light, of platnerite green. 4. The non-linearity engines. The merged multiplicity convulsed. I felt twisted about, stretched and battered, as if the great river of causality which bore me had grown turbulent and hostile.
"Nebogipfel?"
His voice was joyful, exultant.
"It is the constructors! The constructors!"
The buffeting faded. The green glow fell away, leaving me immersed again in the grey-white of that moment of creation. Then a new, plain white light emerged, but that persisted for only a moment, and then I watched as energy and matter condensed like dew out of a new unravelling of space and time. I was travelling forward in time once more, away from the boundary. I had been pitched into a new history, unfolding out of the nucleation. The universal glare remained brilliant, surely still many orders of magnitude brighter than the centre of the sun. The time-ships no longer accompanied me. Perhaps their physical forms had been unable to survive that journey through the nucleation, and the platnerite netting around me had gone. But I was not alone. All about me, like snowflakes caught in a flash-lamp's burst, were speckles of platnerite green light which bobbed and drifted about each other. These were the elemental consciousness of the constructors, I knew, and I wondered if Nebogipfel was among this disembodied host, and indeed if I, too, appeared to the rest as a dancing point. Had my journey through time been reversed? Was I to swim up the streams of history to my own era once more?
"Nebogipfel, can you still hear me?"
"I am here."
"What is happening? Are we travelling through time again?"
"No,"
he said. Still he had that note of exultation, of triumph, in his disembodied voice.
"Then what? What is happening to us?"
"Do you not see? Could you not understand? We passed beyond the nucleation. We reached the boundary, and—"
"Yes?"
"Think of the multiplicity as a surface," he said. "The totality of the multiplicity is smooth, closed, featureless, a globe. And histories are like lines of longitude drawn between the poles of the sphere."
And in the time-ships we reached one pole.
"Yes, that point where all the longitude lines converge, and in that precise instant of infinite possibility the constructors fired their non-linearity engines. The constructors have travelled across the histories," he said.
They, and we, have followed paths of imaginary time, paths scrawled sideways across the surface of the multiplicity globe, until we have reached this new history. Now the cloud of constructors, there were millions of them, I thought, drifted apart like fragments of a child's firework. It was as if they were trying to fill up the infinite vacuum with the light and awareness we had brought from a different cosmos. And as the new universe unravelled, the afterglow of creation faded to an immense darkness. It was the end result, the logical conclusion of my own dabbling with the properties of light, and the distortion of the frames of space and time that went with it. All of this, I realized, even the collapsing of the universe and this great progression across histories, all of it had come about, growing inevitably, from my experiments, from my first dear machine of brass and quartz. It had led to this, the passage of mind between universes.
But where have we come to? What is this history? Is it like ours?
No,
Nebogipfel said.
No, it is not like ours.
Will we be able to live here?
I do not know. It was not chosen for us. Remember that the constructors have sought, he said, a universe out of all the infinite sheaf of possibilities that is the multiplicity, a universe which is optimal for them.
Yes, but what can optimal mean for a constructor? I conjured up vague images of heaven, of peace, security, beauty, light, but I knew these imaginings were hopelessly anthropomorphic. Now I saw a new light emerging from the darkness all around us. At first I thought it was the returned glow of that fireball at the beginning of time, but it was too gentle, too insistent for that. It was more like starlight.
The constructors are not men, the Morlocks said, but they are the heirs of humanity, and the audacity of what they have accomplished is astonishing.
Nebogipfel said,
Among all the myriad possibilities, the constructors have sought out that universe, the single one, which is infinite in extent and eternal in age, where that boundary at the beginning of time has been pushed into the infinite past. We have travelled beyond the nucleation to the boundary of time and space themselves, and 8 fingers have reached out to the singularity that lies there and pushed it back.
Starlight, now, was erupting from beneath the darkness, all around me. The stars were igniting everywhere, and soon the sky blazed, as bright everywhere as the surface of the sun. 5. The final vision. Infinite universe. You might look out, through the smoky clouds of London, at the stars which mark out the sky's cathedral roof. It is all so immense, so unchanging, that it is easy to suppose that the cosmos is an unending thing, and that it has endured forever. But it cannot be so. And one only need ask a common-sense question. Why is the night sky dark? To see why. If you had an infinite universe, with stars and galaxies spread out through an endless void, then whichever direction in the sky you looked, your eye must meet a ray of light coming from the surface of a star. The night sky would glow everywhere as brightly as the sun. The constructors had challenged the darkness of the sky itself. My impressions had an adamantine hardness. There was no blurring softness, no atmosphere, nothing but that infinite brilliancy set with a myriad of acute points and specks of light. Here and there I thought I could make out patterns and distinguishing features, constellations of brighter stars against the general background, but the whole effect was so dazzling that I could never find a given pattern twice. My companion sparks of plattnerite light the constructors, with Nebogipfel among them, receded from me, above and below, like green glowing fragments of a dream. I was left isolated. I felt no fear, no discomfort. The buffeting I had experienced at the moment of non-linearity had faded, leaving me without a sense of place, time, or duration. But then, after an interval I could not measure, I perceived I was no longer alone. The form before me coalesced against the starlight, as if a magic lantern slide had been held up before me. It began as a mere shadow against that universal glare. At first I was not sure if there was anything there at all, save for the projections of my own desperate imagination, but at last it gained a sort of solidity. It was a ball, apparently of flesh, dangling in space, as unsupported as I was. I judged it to be 8 or 10 feet from me, wherever and whatever I was, and perhaps 4 feet across. Tentacles dangled from its underside. I heard a soft, babbling sound. There was a fleshy beak, no sign of nostrils, and 2 huge eyelids which now wrinkled up like curtains to reveal eyes, human eyes, that fixed on me. I recognized him, of course. He was one of the creatures which I had labelled Watchers, those enigmatic visions which had visited me during my trips through time. The thing drifted closer to me. He held out his tentacles, and I saw those digits were articulated and gathered in 2 bunches like distorted, elongated hands. The tentacles were not soft and boneless things, like a squid's, but multiply jointed, and seemed to terminate in nails or hoofs. They were more like fingers, in fact. Now it was as if he gathered me up. None of this could be real, I thought desperately, for I was no longer real, was I? I was a point of awareness. There was nothing of me to pick up in this way. And yet I felt cradled by him, oddly safe. The Watcher was immense before me. His flesh was smooth and covered with fine, downy hairs. His eyes were immense, sky-blue, with all the beautiful complexity of human eyes, and I could even smell him now. He had a soft animal musk about him, a scent of milk perhaps. I was struck by how human he was. This may seem odd to you, but there, so close to the beast, and suspended in all that unstructured immensity, his common points with the human form were more striking than his grosser differences. I grew convinced that this was human, distorted by tremendous sweeps of evolutionary time, perhaps, but somehow akin to me. Soon the Watcher released me, and I felt myself float away from him. His eyes blinked. I heard the slow rustle of his eyelids. Then his huge gaze tracked around the searing, featureless sky, as if seeking something. With the softest of sighs, he drifted away from me. He turned as he did so, and his tentacles dangled after him. For a moment, a stab of panic flooded me, for I had no wish to be stranded again with my own company, here in the desolate perfection of optimality. But in a moment, I drifted after the Watcher. I went without volition, like an autumn leaf swept along by the passage of a carriage's wheels. I have mentioned those suggestions of constellations I had seen, shining against the background of light-drenched infinite space. Presently, it seemed to me that one group of stars, in the direction ahead of us, was scattering apart, like a flock of birds, while another, behind me, I was able to turn my point of view, was contracting. Could it be so, I wondered? Could I be travelling with such enormous rapidity that even the stars themselves moved across my field of view, like lampposts seen from a train? Suddenly, there came a flying multitude of particles of rock, glittering like dust specks in a sunbeam. They swirled all about me, and vanished again in a twinkling, far behind. I saw nothing of planets or other rocky objects in my time in that optimal history, save for that shoal of dust motes. And I wondered if the great heat and intense radiation here would disrupt the coalescing of planets from the general debris. Faster and faster the universe rushed by, a hurry of whirling motes against the general brilliancy. Stars grew brighter, to shine out, explode from points into globes that hurtled at me, only to vanish in moments behind me. We soared upwards, and hovered over the plane of a galaxy. It was a great Catherine wheel of stars, whose variegated colours shone, pale and attenuated, against the general whiteness of the background. But soon even this immense system was dwindling below me, now to a whirling luminous disk, and at last to a minute patch of hazy light, lost amid millions of others. And throughout all this astonishing flight, you must picture it, I had the vision of the dark, round shoulders of the Watcher, as he bobbed through that tide of light just ahead of me, quite unperturbed by the starscapes through which we travelled. I thought of the times I had witnessed this creature and his companions. There had been that faint hint of babbling during my first expeditions in time, and then my first clear view of a Watcher when, in the light of the dying sun of far futurity, I had watched that object hopping fitfully about on the distant shoal, a thing like a football, glistening with the water. I had thought it, then, a denizen of that doomed world, but it had not been, any more than me. And later, there had been those later visions, glimpsed through a glow of platnerite green, of the Watchers as they hovered about the machine, as I fled through time. Throughout my brief, spectacular career as a time-traveller, I saw now I had been followed, studied, by the Watchers. The Watchers must be able to follow at will the lines of imaginary time, crossing the infinite histories of the multiplicity with the ease of a steamship traversing an ocean's currents. The Watchers had taken the crude, explosive non-linearity engines developed by the constructors and developed them to a fine pitch. Now we journeyed into an immense void, a hole in space, which was walled off by threads and planes, sheets of light composed of galaxies and clouds of loose stars. Even here, millions of light-years from the nearest of those star nebulae, the general wash of radiation persisted, and the sky all around me was alive with light. And beyond the rough walls of this cavity, I could make out a larger structure. I could see that my void was but one of many in a greater field of star systems. It was as if the universe was filled with a sort of foam, with bubbles blown into a froth of shining star stuff. Soon, I began to make out an odd sort of regularity about this foam. On one side, for instance, my void was marked off by a flat plane of galaxies. This plane, of matter gathered together so densely that it glowed significantly more brilliant than the general background, was so marked and clearly defined, so flat and extensive, that the thought popped into my fecund mind that it might not be a natural arrangement. Now I looked about more carefully. Over here, I thought, I could see another plane, clean and well-defined, and there I made out a sort of lance of light, utterly rectilinear, which seemed to span space from side to side, and there, again, I saw a void, but in the shape of a cylinder, quite clearly delineated. The Watcher was rolling about before me now, his tentacle clumps bathed in starlight, and his eyes were wide and fixed on me. Artificial. The word was inescapable. The conclusion so clear that I should have drawn it long before, I realized, had it not been for the monstrous scale of all this. This optimal history was engineered, and this artifice must be what the Watcher had brought me on this immense journey to understand. I recalled old predictions that an infinite universe would be prone to disastrous gravitational collapse. It was another reason why our own cosmos could not, logically, be infinite. For Just as the Earth and other planets had coalesced from knots in that turbulent cloud of debris around the infant sun, so there would be eddies in this greater cloud of galaxies which populated the optimal history, eddies into which stars and galaxies should tumble on an immense scale. But the Watchers were evidently managing the evolution of their cosmos to avoid such catastrophes. I had learned how space and time are themselves dynamic, adjustable entities. The Watchers were manipulating the bending, collapsing, twisting, and shearing of space and time themselves in order to achieve their objective of a stable cosmos. Of course, there could be no end to this careful engineering if this universe were to remain viable, and, I thought, if the universe was eternal, there could have been no beginning to it either. That reflection troubled me, briefly, for it was a paradox, a causal circle. Life would be required to exist in order to engineer the conditions which were prerequisite to the existence of life here. But I soon dismissed such confusions. I realized, being much too parochial in my thinking. I was not allowing for the infinitude of things. Since this universe was infinitely old, and life had existed here for an infinitely long time, there was no beginning to the benign cycle of life's maintenance of the conditions for its own survival. Life existed here because the universe was viable, and the universe was viable because life existed here to manage it. And on, an infinite regression without beginning and without paradox. I felt loftily amused at my own confusion. It was clearly going to take me some time to come to terms with the meaning of infinity and eternity. 6. The triumph of mind. My watcher halted and rotated in space like some fleshy balloon. Those huge eyes came towards me, dark, immense, the glare of the light-drenched sky reflected in pupils the size of saucers. At last, it seemed, my world was filled by that immense, compelling gaze, to the exclusion of all else, even the fiery sky. But then the watcher seemed to melt away. The scattering of distant constellations, the foamy galactic structure, even the glare of the burning sky, I saw them no more, or rather, I was aware of these things as an aspect of reality, but only as a surface. If you imagine focusing on a pane of glass before you, and then deliberately relaxing the muscles of your eye to fix on a landscape beyond, so that the dust on that pane disappears from your awareness, then you will have something of the effect I am describing. But of course, my change in perception was caused by nothing so physical as a tug of eye muscles, and the shift in perspective I endured involved rather more than depth of focus. I saw, I thought, into the structure of nature. I saw atoms, points of light like little stars, filling space in a sort of array which stretched off around me, unending. I saw it all as clearly as a doctor might study a pattern of ribs beneath the skin of a chest. The atoms fizzed and sparkled. They spun on their little axes, and they were connected by a complex mesh of threads of light, or so it seemed to me. I realized that I must be seeing some graphical presentation of electrical, magnetic, gravitational, and other forces. It was as if the universe was filled with a sort of atomic clockwork, and I saw the whole of it was dynamic, with the patterns of links and atoms constantly shifting. The meaning of this bizarre vision was immediately clear to me, for I saw more of the regularity here which I had observed among the galaxies and stars. I could see, suffused in every wisp of gas, in every stray atom, meaning and structure. There was a purpose to the orientation of each atom, the direction of its spin, and the linkages between it and its neighbours. It was as if the universe, the whole of it, had become a sort of library, to store the collective wisdom of this ancient variant of humanity. Every scrap of matter, down to the last stray wisp, was evidently catalogued and exploited. just as Nebogipfel had predicted as the final goal of intelligence. But this arrangement was more than a library, more than a passive collection of dusty data, for there was a sense of life, of urgency all about me. It was as if consciousness was distributed across these vast assemblages of matter. Mind filled this universe, seeping down into its very fabric. I seemed to see thought and awareness wash across this universal array of fact in great waves. I was astonished by the scale of all this. I could not grasp its boundless nature. By comparison, my own species had been limited to the manipulation of the outer skin of an insignificant planet, the Morlocks to their sphere, and even the constructors had only had a galaxy, a single star system, out of millions. Here, though, mind had it all, an infinitude. Now, at last, I understood. I saw for myself the meaning and purpose of infinite and eternal life. The universe was infinitely old and infinite in extent, and mind, too, was infinitely old. Mind had gained control of all matter and forces, and had stored an infinite amount of information. Mind here was omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. The constructors, by means of their bold challenge to the beginnings of time, had achieved their ideal. They had transcended the finite and colonized the infinite. The atoms and forces faded to the background of my immediate attention, and my eyes were filled once more with the unending light and star patterns of this cosmos. My watcher companion had gone now, and I was suspended alone, a sort of disembodied point of view, slowly rotating. The starlight was all about me, deep, unending. I had a sense of the smallness of things, of myself, the irrelevance of my petty concerns. In an infinite and eternal universe I saw there is no centre. There can be no beginning, no end. Each event, each point, is rendered identical to every other by the endless setting within which it is placed. In an infinite universe, I had become infinitesimal. I have never been much of a poetry buff, but I remembered a verse of Shelley's on how life, like a dome of many-coloured glass, stains the white radiance of eternity, and so forth. Well, I was done with life now. The covering of the body, the shallow illusion of matter itself, all that had been torn from me, and I was immersed, perhaps forever, in that white radiance of which Shelley spoke. For a while, I felt a peculiar sort of peace. When I had first witnessed the impact of my time machine on the unravelling of history, I had come to believe that my invention was a device of unparalleled evil, for its arbitrary destruction and distortion of histories, for the elimination of millions of unborn human souls with the barest flicker of my control levers. But now, at last, I saw that the time machine had not destroyed histories. Rather, it had created them. All possible histories exist in the greater multiplicity, lying against one another in an endless catalogue of what can be. Every history which was possible, with all its cargo of mind, love, and hope, had an existence somewhere in the multiplicity. But it was not so much the reality of the multiplicity, but what it signified for the destiny of man, which moved me now. Man, it had always seemed to me since I first read Darwin, had been caught in a conflict between the aspirations of his soul, which were lofty without limit, and the baseness of his physical nature, which, in the end, might floor him. I thought I had seen, in the Eloi, how the dead hand of evolution, the legacy of the beast in us, would in the end destroy man's dreams, and turn his tenure of the earth into nothing but a brief, glorious glow of intellect. That conflict, implicit in the human form, had, I think, worked itself into me as a conflict in my own mind. If Nebogipfel had been right that I had a sort of loathing for the body, Well, perhaps my over-awareness of this million-year conflict was its root. I had veered, in my views and arguments, between a sort of bleak despair, a loathing of our mind's bestial casings, and a fond, rather foolish utopianism. A dream that one day our heads would become clear as if from a mass delirium, and we would settle on a society founded on principles of logic, self-evident justice, and science. But now, the discovery, or construction, and colonization of this final history had changed all that. Here, man had at last overcome his origins, and the degradation of natural selection. Here, there would be no return to the oblivion of that primal, mindless sea from which we had emerged. Rather, the future had become infinite, a climbing into an air of endless histories. I felt I had emerged, at last, from out of the darkness of evolutionary despair and into the light of infinite wisdom. 7. Emergence. But, you may not be surprised to read, if you have followed me this far, this mood, it was a sort of elegiac acceptance, did not persist with me for long. I took to peering about. I strained myself to hear, to see any detail, the slightest mottling in that shell of illumination that surrounded me, but, for a while, there was naught but infinite silence, intolerable brightness. I had become a disembodied mote, presumably immortal, and embedded in this greatest of artifices, a universe whose forces and particles were entirely given over to mind. It was magnificent, but it was terrible, inhuman, chilling, and a sort of crushing dismay fell on me. Had I passed out of being into something that was neither being nor not being? Well, if I had, I was discovering, I did not yet have the peace of the eternal. I still had the soul of a man, with all the freight of inquisitiveness and thirst for action which has always been part of human nature. There is too much of the Occidental about me, and soon I had had my fill of this interval of disembodied contemplation. Then, after an unmeasured interval, I realized that the brilliancy of the sky was not absolute. There was a sort of hazing at the edge of my vision, the slightest darkening. I watched for geological ages, it seemed to me, and through that long waiting the hazing grew more distinct. It was a sort of circle about my vision, as if I was peering out through the mouth of a cave. And then, in the middle of that spectral cave-mouth, I made out an irregular cloud, a mottling against the general glare. I saw a collection of rough rods and discs, all indistinct, arranged like phantoms over the stars. In one corner of this view there was a cylinder coloured pure green. I felt a passionate impatience. What was this eruption of shadows into the interminable noon of this optimal history? The surrounding cave shape grew more clear. I wondered if this was some submerged memory of the Paleocene. And as for that misty collection of rods and discs, I was struck by an impression that I had seen this arrangement before. It was as familiar as my own hand, I thought, and yet, in this transformed context, I could not recognize it. And then the realization rushed upon me. The rods and other components were my time machine. The lines over there, obscuring that constellation, were the bars of brass which made up the fundamental frame of the device, and those discs, wreathed about with galaxies, must be my chronometric dials. It was my original machine, which I had thought lost, dismantled, and finally destroyed in that German attack on London in 1938. The coalescing of this vision proceeded apace. The brass rods glittered. I saw there was a sprinkling of dust over the faces of the chronometric dials, whose hands whirled about, and I recognized the green glow of platnerite, which suffused the doped quartz of the infrastructure. I looked down and made out two wide, fat, darker cylinders. They were my own legs, clothed in jungle twill, and those pale, hairy, complex objects must be my hands, resting on the machine's control levers. And now, at last, I understood the meaning of that cave-mouth around my vision. It was the frame of my eye sockets, nose, and cheeks about my field of view. Once more, I was looking out from that darkest of caves, my own skull. I felt as if I was being lowered into my body. Fingers and legs attached themselves to my consciousness. I could feel the levers, cool and firm, in my hand, and there was a light prickling of sweat on my brow. It was a little, I suppose, like recovering from the oblivion of chloroform. Slowly, subtly, I was coming into myself. And now I felt a swaying, and that plummeting sensation of time travel. Beyond the time machine, there was only dark. I could make out nothing of the world, but I could feel, from its decreasing lurching, that the machine was slowing. I looked around. I was rewarded with the weight of a laden scowl on a stem of a neck. After my disembodied state, it felt as if I was swivelling an artillery piece, but there were only the faintest traces of the optimal history left in my view. Here a wisp of galaxy clusters, there a fragment of starlight. In that last instant, before my intangible link was finally broken, I saw again the round, solemn visage of my watcher, with his immense, thoughtful eyes. Then it was gone, all of it, and I was fully in myself again, and I felt a surge of savage, primitive joy. The time machine lurched to a halt. The thing went rolling over, and I was flung headlong through the air into pitch darkness. There was a crack of thunder in my ears. A hard, steady rain was pounding with a brute force against my scalp and jungle shirt. In a moment I was wet to the skin. It was a fine welcome back to corporeality, I thought. I had been deposited on a patch of sodden, soft turf in front of the overturned machine. It was quite dark. I seemed to be on a little lawn, surrounded by bushes whose leaves were dancing under the raindrops. The rebounding drops hung in a little cloud about the machine. Close by, I heard the bubble of a mass of water, and rain pattered into that greater mass of liquid. I stood up and looked about. There was a building close by, visible only as a silhouette against the charcoal-grey sky. I noticed now that there was a faint green glow coming from beneath the tipped-over machine. I saw that it came from a vial, a cylinder of glass perhaps 6 inches tall. It was a common 8-ounce graduated medicine bottle. This had evidently been lodged in the frame of the machine, but now it had fallen to the grass. I reached to pick up the flask. The greenish glow came from a powder within. It was platnerite. My name was called. I turned, startled. The voice had been soft, almost masked by the hissing of the rain on the grass. There was a figure standing not 10 feet from me, short, almost childlike, but with scalp and back coated by long, lank hair that had been plastered flat by the rain against pale flesh. Huge eyes, grey-red, were fixed on me. "Nebogipfel?" And then some circuit closed in my bewildered brain. I turned, and inspected that building's blocky outline once more. There was the iron balcony, over there the dining-room kitchen with a small window ajar, and there was the blocky form of the laboratory. It was my home. My machine had deposited me on the sloping lawn at the rear, between the house and the Thames. I had returned, after all this, to Richmond. 8. A circle is closed. Once more, just as we had done before, so many cycles of history ago, Nebogipfel and I walked along the Petersham Road to my house. The rain hissed on the cobbles. It was almost completely dark. In fact, the only light came from the jar of platnerite, which glowed like a faint electric bulb, casting a murky glow over Nebogipfel's face. I brushed my fingers over the familiar, delicate metalwork of the rail before the area. Here was a sight I had thought never to see again. This mock-elegant facade, the pillars of the porch, the darkened rectangles of my windows. "You have both your eyes back," I observed to Nebogipfel in a whisper. He glanced down at his renewed body, spreading his palms so that the pale flesh gleamed in the light of the platnerite.
"I have no need for prosthesis," he said. "Not any more. Now that I have been rebuilt, as you have."
I rested my hands against my chest. The shirt fabric was coarse, rough under my palm, and my own breastbone was hard beneath. It all felt solid enough, and I still felt like me. I mean, I had a continuity of consciousness, a single, shining path of memory, which led back through all that tangling up of histories, back to the simpler days when I was a boy. But I could not be the same man, for I had been disassembled in that optimal history and remade here. I wondered how much of that shining universe remained in me. Nebogipfel, do you remember much of it all? After we broke through that boundary at the start of time, the glowing sky and so forth?
"All of it."
His eyes were black.
"You do not?"
"I'm not sure," I said. "It all seems a sort of a dream now, especially here, in this cold English rain."
"But the optimal history is the reality," he whispered. "All of this," he waved his hands about at innocent Richmond, "these partial sub-optimal histories, this is the dream."
I hoisted the jar of platnerite in my hand. It was a commonplace medicine bottle, plugged with rubber. Needless to say, I had no idea of where it had come from, nor how it had got in amongst the struts of my machine. "Well, this is real enough," I said. "It's really quite a pretty solution, isn't it? Like the closing of a circle." I stepped towards the door. "I think you'd better get back, out of sight, before I ring." He stepped backwards into the shadow of the porch, and soon he was quite invisible. I tugged at the bell-pull. From within the house I heard the opening of a door, a soft shout, "I'll go," and then a heavy, impatient tread on the stair. A key rattled in the lock, and the door creaked open. A candle, sputtering in a brass holder, was thrust through the doorway at me. The face of a young man, broad and round, peered out, his eyes puffed up with sleep. He was 23 or 24, and he wore a battered, threadbare gown, thrown over a crumpled nightshirt. His hair, a mousy brown, stuck out from the sides of his odd, broad head. "Yes," he snapped. "It's after 3 in the morning, you know." I'd not been sure what I had intended to say, but now that the moment was here, words fled from me altogether. Once again I suffered that queer, uncomfortable shock of recognition. I don't think a man of my century could ever have grown accustomed to meeting himself, no matter how many times he'd practiced it, and now that whole raft of feeling was overlaid with an extra sort of poignancy. For this was no longer just a younger version of me, it was also a direct ancestor of Moses. It was like coming face to face with a younger brother I had thought lost. He studied my face again, suspicious now. "What the devil do you want? I make a point of having no truck with hawkers, you know, even if this was the appropriate time of day." "No," I said gently. "No, I know you don't." "Oh, you do you?" He began to push close the door, but he had seen something in my face. I could see the look, some ghost of recognition. "I think you'd better tell me what you want." Clumsily, I produced the medicine jar of platnerite from behind my back. "I have this for you." His eyebrows went up at the bottle's odd green glow. "What is it?" "It's... how could I explain? It's a sort of sample. For you." "A sample of what?" "I don't know," I lied. "I'd like you to find out." He looked curious, but still hesitant, and now a certain stubbornness was settling over his features. "Find out what?" I started to become irritated at these dull questions. "Confound it, man, do you not have any initiative? Run some tests." "I'm not sure I like your tone," he said stuffily. "What sort of tests?" Oh! I ran a hand through my soaked hair. Such pomposity did not sit well on such a young man, I thought. It's a new mineral. You can see that much. He frowned. His suspicion redoubled. I bent and set the jar down on the step. I'll leave it here. You can look at it when you're ready, and I know you'll be ready. I don't want to waste your time. I turned and began to make my way down the path, my footsteps on the gravel loud through the rainfall. When I looked back, I saw that he had picked up the jar, and its green glow softened the shadows of the candle on his face. He called, "But your name?" I had an impulse. "It is Platner," I said. "Platner? Do I know you?" "Platner," I repeated in some desperation, and I sought a more detailed lie in the dim recesses of my brain. "Gottfried Platner." It was as if I had heard someone else say it. But as soon as the words were out of my mouth, I knew they had had a sort of inevitability. It was done. The circle was closed. He continued to call, but I walked resolutely away from the gate and down the hill. Nebogipfel was waiting for me at the rear of the house, close to the time machine. "It's done," I told him. A first touch of dawn had filtered into the overcast sky, and I could see the Morlock as a grainy sort of silhouette. He had his hands clasped behind him, and his hair was plastered flat against his back. His eyes were huge, blood-red pools. "You're a little the worse for wear," I said kindly. "This rain—"
"It hardly matters."
"What will you do now?"
"What will you do?"
For answer, I bent over and hauled at the time machine. It twisted up, clattering like an old bed, and settled to the lawn with a heavy thump. I ran a hand along the battered frame of the machine. Moss and bits of grass clung to the quartz rods and the saddle, and one rail was bent, quite out of shape.
"You can go home, you know," he said, "to 1891. We have clearly been brought back by the Watchers to your original history, to the primal version of things. You need only travel forward through a few years."
I considered that prospect. In some ways, it would have been comfortable to return to that cosy age and to my shell of belongings, companions, and achievements. And I should have enjoyed the company of some of those old chums of mine again, Philby and the rest. But I had a friend in 1891, I said to Nebogipfel. I was thinking of the writer. Only a young fellow, an odd chap in some ways, very intense, and yet with a way of looking at things. He seemed to see beyond the surface of it all, beyond the here and now which so obsesses us all, and to the quick of it, to the trends, the deeper currents which connect us to both past and future. He had a view of the littleness of humanity, I think, against the great sweep of evolutionary time, and I think it made him impatient with the world he found himself stuck in, with the endless, slow processes of society, even with his own sickly human nature. It was as if he was a stranger in his own time, you see, I concluded. And if I went back, that's how I should feel. Out of time. For, no matter how solid this world seems, I should always know that 1,000 universes, different to a small or a great degree, lie all around it, just out of reach. I am become a monster, I suppose. My friends will have to think me lost in time, and mourn me as they will. Even as we had been speaking, my resolution had formed. I still have a vocation. I have not yet completed the task I set myself when I returned into time after that first visit. A circle has been closed here, but another remains open, dangling like a fractured bone, far into futurity.
"I understand," the Morlock said.
I climbed into the saddle of the machine. "But what of you, Nebogipfel? Will you come with me?" I can imagine a role for you there, and I don't want to leave you stranded here.
Thank you, but no. I will not remain here for long.
Where will you go? He raised his face. The rain was slowing now, but a thin mist of drops still seeped out of the lightening sky and fell against the great corneas of his eyes.
I, too, am aware of the closure of circles, he said, but I remain curious as to what lies beyond the circles.
What do you mean?
If you had returned here and shot your younger self, well, there would be no causal contradiction. Instead, you would create a new history, a fresh variant in the multiplicity in which you died young at the hand of a stranger.
Well, that's all clear enough to me now. There is no paradox possible within a single history because of the existence of the multiplicity.
But,
the Morlock went on calmly,
the Watchers have brought you here so that you could deliver the Platnerite to yourself, so that you could initiate the sequence of events which led to the development of the first time machine and the creation of the multiplicity. So there is a greater closure of the multiplicity on itself.
I saw what he was driving at. There is a sort of closed loop of causality, after all, I said, a worm eating its own tail. The multiplicity could not have been brought into existence if not for the existence of the multiplicity in the first place. Nebogipfel said that the Watchers believed that the resolution of this final paradox required the existence of more multiplicities, a multiplicity of multiplicities.
The higher order is logically necessary to resolve the causal loop,
Nebogipfel said,
just as our multiplicity was required to exist to resolve the paradoxes of a single history.
But, confound it, Nebogipfel, my mind is reeling at the thought. Parallel ensembles of universes. Is it possible?
More than possible, he said, and the Watchers intend to travel there.
He lowered his head from the sky. The dawn was growing quite bright now, and I could see the pasty flesh around his eyes wrinkle up in discomfort.
And they will take me with them. I can think of no greater adventure, can you?
Sitting there, on the saddle of my machine, I took one last look around, at that plain, soggy dawn somewhere in the 19th century. The houses, full of sleeping people, were silhouetted all the way along the Petersham Road. I smelled the moisture on the grass, and somewhere a door slammed as some milkman or postman began his day. I should never come this way again, I knew. Nebogipfel, when you reach this greater multiplicity, what then?
There are many orders of infinity,
Nebogipfel said calmly, the light rain trickling down the contours of his face.
It is like a hierarchy of universal structures and of ambitions.
His voice retained that soft Morlock gurgle, its intonations quite alien, and yet it was suffused with wonder.
The constructors could have owned a universe, but it was not enough, so they challenged finitude, and touched the boundary of time, and reached through that, and enabled mind to colonize and inhabit all the many universes of the multiplicity. But for the Watchers of the optimal history, even this is not sufficient, and they are seeking ways of reaching beyond to further orders of infinity.
And if they succeed, will they rest?
There is no rest, no limit, no end to the beyond, no boundaries which life and mind cannot challenge and breach.
My hand tensed on the levers of my machine. and the whole squat mass swayed like a branch in the wind. Nebogipfel, He held up his hand.
Go,
he said. I drew a breath, gripped the starting lever with both hands, and went off with a thud. Book 7. Day 292,495,940. 1. The Vale of Thames. The hands of my chronometric dials whirled around. The sun became a streak of fire, then merged into a brilliant arch, with the moon a whirling, fluctuating band. Trees shivered through their seasons, almost too fast for me to follow. The sky assumed a wonderful deepness of blue, like a midsummer twilight, with the clouds rendered happily invisible. The looming, translucent shape of my house soon fell away from me. The landscape grew vague, and once more the splendid architecture of the age of buildings washed over Richmond Hill like a tide. I saw nothing of the peculiarities which had characterized the construction of Nebogipfel's history, the stilling of the earth's rotation, the building of the sphere about the sun, and so forth. Presently, I watched that tide of deeper green flow up the hillside and remain there without the interruption of winter, and I knew I had reached that happier future age in which warmer climes have returned to Britain. It was once more like the Paleocene, I thought with a stab of nostalgia. I kept my eyes wide for any hint of the watchers, but I could see nothing of them. The watchers, those immense, unimaginable minds, outcroppings of the great reefs of intellect which inhabit the optimal history, had done with me now, and my destiny was in my own hands. I felt a grim satisfaction at that, and, with the day count on my dials passing 250,000, I hauled carefully at the stopping lever. I caught a last glimpse of the moon as it spun through its phases, waning to darkness. I remembered that I had set off with Weena on that last jaunt to the palace of green porcelain just before the time the little Eloi called the dark nights. That rayless obscurity during the dark of the moon when the Morlocks emerged and worked their will on the Eloi. How foolish I had been, I thought now. How impetuous, unthinking, how careless I had been of poor Weena to have set off on such an expedition at such a time of danger. Well, I thought with a certain grimness, now I had returned, and I was determined to put right the mistakes of my past, or die in the attempt. With a lurch, the machine dropped out of the grey tumult, and sunlight broke over me, heavy and warm and immediate. The chronometric dials rattled to a stop. It was day 292,495,940. The precise day in the year AD 802,701 on which I had lost Weena. I sat on the familiar hillside. The light of the sun was brilliant, and I had to shade my eyes. Because I had launched the machine from the garden at the rear of the house, rather than the laboratory, I was perhaps 20 yards further down that little rhododendron lawn than when I had first arrived here. Behind me, a little higher up the hill, I saw the familiar profile of the white sphinx, with its inscrutable half-smile fixed forever. The bronze base remained thick with verdigris, although here and there I could see where the moulded inlays had been flattened by my futile attempts to break into the chamber within and to retrieve the stolen time machine. And the grass was scarred and cut, showing where the Morlocks had dragged my machine off into the pedestal. The stolen machine was in there now, I realized with a jolt. It was odd to think of that other machine sitting mere yards from me in the obscurity of that chamber, while I sat on this copy, perfect in every way, which glittered on the grass. I detached and pocketed my control levers, and stepped onto the ground. From the angle of the sun, I judged it to be perhaps 3 in the afternoon, and the air was warm and moist. To get a better view of things, I walked perhaps a half-mile to the southeast, to the brow of what had been Richmond Hill. In my day, the terrace had stood here, with its expensive frontage and wide views of the river and the country beyond to the west. Now, a loose stand of trees had climbed over the hill's crest. There was no sign of the terrace, and I imagined that even the founds of the houses must have been obliterated by the action of tree roots. But still, just as it had in 1891, the countryside fell away to the south and west, most attractively. There was a bench set here, of that yellow metal I had seen before. It was corroded with a red rust, and its armrests were filed into the semblance of the creatures of some forgotten myth. A nettle, with large leaves tinted beautifully brown, had climbed over the chair, but I pulled this away. It was without stings, and I sat down, for I was already warm and perspiring. The sun lay quite low in the sky to the west, and its light glimmered from the scattered architecture and the bodies of water which punctuated the verdant landscape. The haze of heat lay everywhere on the land. Time, and the patient evolutions of geology, had metamorphosed this landscape from my day, but I could recognize several features, reshaped though they were, and there was still a dreamy beauty about the poet's matchless vale of Thames. The silver ribbon of the river was some distance removed from me. As I have noted elsewhere, the Thames had cut through a bow in its course, and now progressed direct from Hampton to Kew. And it had deepened its valley. Thus Richmond was now set high on the side of a broad valley, perhaps a mile from the water. I thought I recognized what had been Glover's Island as a sort of wooded knoll in the centre of the old bed. Petersham Meadows retained much of its modern profile, but it was raised far above the level of the river now, and I imagined the area to be much less marshy than in my day. The great buildings of this age were dotted about, with their intricate parapets and tall columns, elegant and abandoned. They were spikes of architectural bone protruding from the hillside's green-clad flank. Perhaps a mile from me I saw that large building, a mass of granite and aluminium, to which I had climbed on my first evening. Here and there, huge figures, as beautiful and enigmatic as my Sphinx, lifted their heads from the general greenery, and everywhere I saw the cupolas and chimneys that were the signatures of the Morlocks. The huge flowers of this latter day were everywhere, with their gleaming white petals and shining leaves. Not for the first time, this landscape, with its extraordinary and beautiful blooms, its pagodas and cupolas nestling among the green, reminded me of the Royal Botanical Gardens at Kew in my day. But it was a Kew that had covered England, and had grown wild and neglected. On the horizon there was a large building I had not noticed before. It was almost lost in the mists of the northwest, in the direction of modern Windsor, but it was too remote and faint for me to make out details. I promised myself that some day I should make the trek out to Windsor, for surely, if anything of my day had survived the evolution and neglect of the intervening millennia, it would be a relic of the massive Norman keep there. I turned now, and saw how the countryside fell away in the direction of modern Banstead, and I made out that pattern of copses and hills, with here and there the glint of water, which had become familiar to me during my earlier explorations. And it was in that direction, perhaps 18 or 20 miles distant, that the palace of green porcelain lay. Peering that way now, I thought I could make out a hint of that structure's pinnacles, but my eyes were not what they were, and I was not sure. I had hiked to that palace with Weena, in search of weapons and other provisions with which to take the fight to the Morlocks. Indeed, if I remembered correctly, I, my earlier self, must be rooting about within those polished green walls even now. Perhaps 10 miles away, a barrier interposed between myself and the palace, a knot of dark forest. Even in the daylight it made a dark, sinister splash, at least a mile thick. Carrying Weena, I had made through that wood safely enough the first time, for we had waited for daylight to make the crossing, but the second time, on our return from the palace, tonight, I would let my impatience and fatigue get the better of me. Determined to return to the Sphinx as soon as possible, and to set to work retrieving my machine, I would push into that wood in the darkness, and fall asleep, and the Morlocks would descend on us, and take Weena. I had been lucky to escape that folly with my life, I knew, and as for poor Weena... But I put aside these feelings of shame now, for I was here, I reminded myself, to make amends for all that. It was early enough for me to reach that wood before the daylight faded. I was without weapons, of course, but my purpose here was not to fight the Morlocks. I had done with that, but simply to rescue Weena. And for that, I calculated, I should need no more powerful weapons than my intellect and my fists. 2. A walk. The time machine itself looked very exposed, there on the hillside, with its brass and nickel glittering, and, although I had no intention to use it again, I decided to conceal it. There was a copse nearby, and I dragged the squat machine there and covered it with branches and leaves. This took me some effort. The machine was a bulky affair, and I was left perspiring, and the rails cut deep grooves in the turf where I had hauled it. I rested for a few minutes, and then, with a will, I set off down the hillside in the direction of Banstead. I had travelled barely 100 yards when I heard voices. For a moment I was startled, thinking, despite the daylight, that it might be Morlocks. But the voices were quite human, and speaking that peculiar, simple sing-song which is characteristic of the Eloi. And now a party, 5 or 6 of those little people, emerged from a copse onto a pathway leading up to my sphinx. I was struck afresh at how slight and small they were, no larger than the children of my time, male and female alike, and clad in those simple purple tunics and sandals. The similarities with my first arrival in this age struck me immediately, for I had been chanced upon by a party of Eloi in just such a fashion. I remembered how they had approached me without fear, more with curiosity, and had laughed and spoken to me. Now, though, they came up with circumspection. In fact, I thought they shied away. I opened my hands and smiled, intending to show that I meant no harm, but I knew well enough the cause of this changed perception. It was what they had seen already of the dangerous and erratic behaviour of my earlier self, especially during my unhinging after the theft of the time machine. These Eloi were entitled to their caution. I did not press the case, and the Eloi went on around me, up the hillside towards the rhododendron lawn. As soon as I was out of their sight, their speech resumed its bubbling rhythms. I struck across the countryside towards the wood. Everywhere I saw those wells which led, I knew, to the subterranean world of the Morlocks, and from which emitted, if I drew close enough to hear, the implacable thud, thud, thud of their great machines. Sweat broke across my brow and chest, for the day remained hot, despite the dipping of the afternoon sun, and I felt my breath scratch in and out of my lungs. With my immersion in this world, my emotions seemed to waken also. Weena, limited creature though she was, had shown me affection, the only creature in all this world of 802,701 to do so, and her loss had caused me the most intense wretchedness. But when I had come to recount the tale to my companions by the familiar glow of my own fireside in 1891, that grief had been etiolated into a pale sketch of itself. Weena had become like the memory of a dream, quite unreal. Well, now I was here once more, tramping across this familiar country, and all that primal grief came back to me. It was as if I had never left here, and it fueled my every footstep. As I walked on, a great hunger fell on me. I realized that I could not remember the last time I had eaten. It must have been before Nebogipfel and I departed from the age of white earth, although, I speculated, it might be true to say that this body had never partaken of food, if it had been reconstructed by the Watchers, as Nebogipfel had hinted. Well, whatever the philosophical niceties, my hunger was soon gnawing at my belly, and I began to feel a weariness from the heat. I came past an eating hall, a great grey edifice of fretted stone, and I made a detour from my route. I entered through a carved archway, with its decorations badly weather-worn and broken up. Within I found a single great chamber hung with brown, and the floor was set with blocks of that hard white metal I had observed before, worn into tracks by the soft feet of innumerable generations of Eloi. Slabs of polished stone formed tables, on which were heaped piles of fruit, and around the tables were gathered little clusters of Eloi, in their pretty tunics, eating and jabbering to each other like so many cage birds. I stood there in my dingy jungle twill. That relic of the Paleocene was quite out of place in all that sunlit prettiness, and I mused that the watchers might have outfitted me more elegantly, and a group of the Eloi came to me and clustered around. I felt little hands on me, like soft tentacles pulling at my shirt. Their faces had the small mouths, pointed chins, and tiny ears characteristic of their race, but these seemed to be a different set of Eloi from those I had encountered near the Sphinx, and these little folk had no great memory, and therefore no fear of me. I had come here to rescue one of their kind, not to commit more of that graceless barbarism which had disfigured my previous visit, so I submitted to their inspection with good grace and open hands. I made for the tables, followed everywhere by a little gaggle of the Eloi. I found a cluster of hypertrophied strawberries, and I crammed these into my mouth, and it was not long before I found several samples of that flowery fruit in its three-sided husk, which had proved my particular favourite before. I collected a haul I judged sufficient, found a darker, shaded corner, and settled down to eat, surrounded by a little wall of the curious Eloi. I smiled at the Eloi, welcoming them, and tried to remember those scraps of their simple speech which I had learned before. As I spoke, their little faces pressed around me, their eyes wide in the dark, their red lips parted like children's. I relaxed. I think it was the plainness of this encounter, the easy humanity of it, which entranced me then. I had suffered too much inhuman strangeness recently. The Eloi were not human, I knew. In their way they were as alien to me as the Morlocks, but they were a good facsimile. I seemed just to close my eyes. I came to myself with a start. It had grown quite dark. There were fewer of the Eloi close to me, and their mild, unquestioning eyes seemed to shine at me in the gloom. I got to my feet in a panic. Fruit husks and flowers fell from my person, where they had been arranged by the playful Eloi. I blundered across the main chamber. It was quite full of Eloi now, and they slept in little clusters across the metal floor. I emerged at last through the doorway and into the daylight. Or rather, what little there was left of the day. Peering about wildly, I saw how a last sliver of sun was barely visible, a mere fingernail of light resting on the western horizon, and to the east I saw a single bright planet. Perhaps it was Venus. I cried out and lifted my arms to the sky. After all my inner resolve that I should make amends for the impetuous foolishness of the past, here I had dozed through the afternoon, as indolent as you like. I plunged back to the path I had followed, and struck out for the wood. So much for my plans for arriving in the wood during daylight. As the twilight drew in around me, I caught glimpses of grey-white ghosts, barely visible at the edge of my vision. I whirled about at each such apparition, but they fled, staying beyond my reach. The shapes were Morlocks, of course, the cunning, brutal Morlocks of this history, and they were tracking me, with all the silent hunting skills they could command. My earlier resolve that I should not need a weapon for this expedition now began to seem a little foolish, and I told myself that as soon as I reached the wood, I should find a fallen branch, or some such, to serve me in the office of a club. 3. In the darkness. I tripped on the unevenness of the ground several times, and would have twisted my ankles, I think, if it were not for the stiffness of my soldier's boots. By the time I came upon the wood, it was full night. I surveyed that expanse of dank, black forest. The futility of my quest came to me. I remembered how it had seemed to me that a great host of Morlocks had been gathered about me. How was I to find that malevolent handful which would bear away Weena? I considered plunging into the forest. I remembered, roughly, the way I had gone the first time, and I might come upon my earlier self with Weena. But the folly of that procedure struck me immediately. For one thing, I had got turned about in my struggles with the Morlocks, and had finished up stumbling about the forest more or less at random. And besides, I had no protection. In the dark enclosure of the forest I should be quite vulnerable. No doubt I should make a satisfying mess of some of them before they brought me down, but bring me down they surely would, and in any event such a battle was not my intention. So I retreated through a quarter-mile or so, until I came upon a hillock which overlooked the wood. The full darkness gathered about me, and the stars emerged in their glory. As I had done once before, I distracted myself by seeking out signs of the old constellations, but the gradual, proper motion of the stars had quite distorted the familiar picture. Still there, that planet I had noticed earlier shone down on me, as steady as a true companion. The last time I had studied this altered sky, I remembered, I had had Weena at my side, wrapped up in my jacket for warmth, as we had rested the night while making for the palace of green porcelain. I recalled my feelings then. I had reflected on the littleness of earthly life compared to the millennial migrations of the stars, and I had been taken, briefly, by an elegiac remoteness, by a view of the grandeur of time, above the level of my earthly troubles. But now, it seemed to me, I was done with all that. I had had enough of perspective, of infinities and eternities. I felt impatient and taut. I was, and always had been, no more than a man, and now I was fully immersed once more in the gritty concerns of humanity, and only my own projects filled my consciousness. I dropped my eyes from the remote, unfathomable stars, and down to the woods before me. And now, even as I watched, a gentle, roseate glow began to spread across the southwestern horizon. I got to my feet, and did a sort of dance step, such was my sudden elation. Here was confirmation that, after all my adventures, I had finished up on the right day of all the possible days here in this remote century. For that glow was a fire in the forest, a fire started, with careless abandon, by myself. I struggled to remember what had come next on that fateful night, the precise sequence. The fire I had started had been a quite new and wonderful thing to Weena, and she had wanted to play with its red sheets and flickers. I had been forced to restrain her from throwing herself into that liquid light. Then I picked her up, she had struggled, and I had plunged on into that wood, with the light of my fire illuminating my path. Soon we had left the glow of those flames, and were proceeding in blackness, broken only by patches of deep blue sky beyond the trees' stems. It had not been long, in all that oily darkness, before I had heard the pattering of narrow feet, the soft cooing of voices all around me. I remembered a tug of my coat, and then at my sleeve. I had put Weena down so that I could find my matches, and there was a struggle about my knees, as those Morlocks, like persistent insects, had fallen on her poor body. I got a match lit. When its head flared, I had seen a row of white Morlock faces, illuminated as if by a flash lamp, all turned up towards me with their red-grey eyes, and then, in a second, they had fled. I had determined to build a new fire and wait for the morning. I had lit camphor and cast it on the ground. I had dragged down dry branches from the trees above, and built a choking fire of green wood. I raised myself now onto the tips of my toes, and cast about over the forest. You must imagine me in all that inky darkness, under a sky without a moon, and the only illumination coming from that spreading fire on the far side of the forest. There, I had it, a thread of smoke that curled up into the air, forming a sort of narrow silhouette against the greater blaze behind it. That must be the site at which I had decided to make my stand. It was some distance from me, perhaps 2 miles to the east, and in the depths of the wood, and without allowing myself further contemplation, I plunged into the forest. For some distance, I heard nothing but the cracking of twigs under my feet, and a remote, slumberous roar that must have been the voice of the greater fire. The darkness was broken only by the remote glow of the fire, and by patches of deep blue sky overhead, and I could see the boles and roots about me only by silhouette, and I stumbled several times. Then I heard a pattering around me, as soft as rainfall, and I caught that queer, gurgling sound that is the voice of the Morlock. I felt a tug at my shirt sleeve, a soft pull at my belt, fingers at my neck. I swung my arms about. I connected with flesh and bone, and my assailants fell back. But I knew my reprieve should not be for long. And sure enough, within a few seconds that pattering closed up around me again, and I was forced to push on through a sort of hail of touches, of cold pawing and bold, sharp nips, of huge red eyes all around me. It was a return to my deepest nightmare, to that horrible dark I have dreaded all my life. But I persisted, and they did not attack me, not outright, at any rate. Already I detected a certain agitation about them. The Morlocks ran about with increasing rapidity, as the glow of that remote blaze grew brighter. And then, of a sudden, there was a new scent on the air. It was faint, nearly overpowered by the smoke. It was camphor vapour. I could be only yards from the place the Morlocks had fallen on me and Weena as we slept, the place where I had fought, and Weena had been lost. I came upon a great host of Morlocks, a density of them just visible through the next line of trees. They swarmed over each other like maggots, eager to join the fray or the feast, in a mass such as I did not remember seeing before. I saw a man struggling to rise in their midst. He was obscured by a great weight of Morlocks, and they caught at his neck, hair and arms, and down he went. But then I saw an arm emerge from the melee, holding an iron bar. It had been torn from a machine in the Palace of Green Porcelain, I remembered, and he laid about the Morlocks with a vigour. They fell away from him briefly, and soon he had backed himself up against a tree. His hair stuck out from all around his broad scalp, and he wore, on his feet, only torn and blood-stained socks. The Morlocks, frenetic, came at him again, and he swung his iron bar, and I heard the soft, pulpy crushing of Morlock faces. For a moment I thought of falling in with him, but I knew it was unnecessary. He would survive, to stumble out of this forest, alone, grieving for Weena, and recover his time machine from the plotting of the wily Morlocks. I remained in the shadows of the trees, and I am convinced he did not see me. But Weena was already gone from here, I realized. By this point in the conflict, I had already lost her to the Morlocks. I whirled about in desperation. Again I had allowed my concentration to lapse. Had I already failed? Had I lost her again? By this time, the panic among the Morlocks at the fire had taken a strong hold, and they fled in a stream away from the blaze, their hunched, hairy backs stained red. Then I saw a leash of Morlocks, 4 of them, stumbling through the trees, away from the direction of the fire. They were carrying something I saw now, something still, pale, limp, with a hint of white and gold. I roared, and I crashed forward through the undergrowth. The Morlocks' 4 heads snapped about until their huge, red-grey eyes were fixed on me, and then, my fists raised, I fell on them. It was not much of a fight. The Morlocks dropped their precious bundle. They faced me, but they were distracted all the time by the growing glow behind them. One little brute got his teeth locked into my wrist, but I pounded at his face, feeling the grinding of bone, and in a few seconds he released me, and the 4 of them fled. I bent and scooped up Weena from the ground. The poor mite was as light as a doll, and my heart could have broken at her condition. Her dress was torn and stained, her face and golden hair were smudged with soot and smoke, and I thought she had suffered a burn down one side of her cheek. I noticed, too, the small, pinprick imprints of Morlock teeth in the soft flesh of her neck and upper arms. She was quite insensible, and I could not tell if she was breathing. I thought she might already be dead. With Weena cradled in my arms, I ran through the forest. In the smoky darkness, my vision was obscured. There was the fire, which provided a yellow and red glow, but it turned the forest into a place of shadows, shifting and deceiving of the eye. Several times I blundered into trees or tripped over some hummock, and I am afraid poor Weena got quite thrown about in the course of it. We were in the midst of a stream of Morlocks, all fleeing the blaze with as much vigour as myself. Their hairy backs shone red in the flames, and their eyes were discs of palpable pain. They stumbled about the forest, clattering into trees and striking at each other with little fists. Or else they crawled across the floor, moaning, seeking some illusory relief from the heat and light. When they collided with me, I punched and kicked at them to keep them off, but it was clear enough that, blinded as they were, they could offer me no threat, and after a time I found it was sufficient simply to push them away. Now that I had grown used to the quiet dignity of Nebogipfel, the bestial nature of these primal Morlocks, with their slack jaws, filthy and tangled hair, and hunched posture, some of them ran with their hands trailing on the ground, was distressing in the extreme. We came on the edge of the forest abruptly. I stumbled out of the last line of trees, and found myself staggering across a meadow. I hauled in great breaths of air, and turned to look back at the blazing wood. Smoke billowed up, forming a column which reached over the sky, obscuring the stars, and I saw, from the heart of the forest, huge flames, hundreds of feet tall, which stretched up like buildings. Morlocks continued to flee from the blaze, but in decreasing numbers, and those which emerged from the wood were dishevelled and wounded. I turned, and walked on through long, wiry grass. At first, the heat was strong on my back, but after perhaps a mile it had diminished, and the fire's crimson glare faded to a mere glow. We saw no more Morlocks after that. I crossed over a hill, and in the valley beyond I came to a place I had visited before. There were acacias here, and a number of sleeping houses, and a statue, incomplete and broken, which had reminded me of a faun. I walked down the slope of this valley, and, cradled in its crook, I found a little river I remembered. Its surface, turbulent and broken, reflected the starlight. I settled beside the bank, and laid Weena carefully on the ground. The water was cold and fast-running. I tore a strip off my shirt, and dabbed it in the water. With this, I bathed Weena's poor face, and trickled a little of the water into her mouth. Thus, with Weena's head cradled in my lap, I sat out the rest of that dark night. In the morning, I saw him emerge from the burnt forest in a pitiable state. His face was ghastly pale, and he had half-healed cuts on his face, a coat that was dusty and dirty, and a limp worse than a footsore tramp's, with only scorched grass bound up around his bloody feet. I felt a twinge of compassion, or perhaps of embarrassment, to see his wretchedness. Had this really been me, I wondered? Had I presented such a spectacle to my friends on my return after that first adventure? Again, I had an impulse to offer help, but I knew that no assistance was necessary. My earlier self would sleep off his exhaustion through the brightness of the day, and then, as evening approached, he would return to the White Sphinx to retrieve his time machine. Finally, after one last struggle against the Morlocks, he would be gone, in a whirl of attenuation. So I stayed with Weena by the river, and nursed her while the sun climbed in the sky, and prayed that she might awaken. Epilogue. My early days were the hardest, for I arrived here quite bereft of tools. At first, I was forced to live with the Eloi. I partook of the fruit brought to them by the Morlocks, and I shared the elaborate ruins they used as sleeping halls. When the moon waned, and the next sequence of dark nights came, I was struck by the boldness with which the Morlocks emerged from their caverns and assailed their human cattle. I set myself at the gate of a sleeping house, with bits of iron and stone to serve as weapons, and in this way I was able to resist. But I could not keep them all out. The Morlocks swarm like vermin, rather than fight in the organized fashion of humans, and besides, I could defend only one sleeping hall among hundreds dotted about the Thames Valley. Those black hours of fear and unparalleled misery for the defenceless Eloi are as bleak as anything in my experience. And yet, with the coming of the day, that darkness was already banished from the little minds of the Eloi, and they were prepared to play and laugh as readily as if the Morlocks did not exist. I was determined to make a change to this arrangement. For that, with the rescue of Weena, had, after all, been my intention in returning here. I have further explored the countryside hereabouts. I must have made a fine sight as I tramped the hills, with my wild and spectacular beard, my sunburnt scalp, and with my bulky frame draped in gaudy Eloi cloth. There is no transport, of course, and no beasts of burden to carry me, and only the remnants of my 1944 boots to protect my feet. But I have reached as far as Hounslow and Staines to the west, Barnet in the north, Epsom and Leatherhead to the south, and to the east I have followed the Thames's new course as far as Woolwich. Everywhere I have found a uniform picture. The verdant landscape with its scattering of ruins, the halls and houses of the Eloi, and everywhere the grisly punctuation of the Morlocks shafts. It may be that in France or Scotland the picture is very different, but I do not believe it. The whole of this country, and beyond, is infested by the Morlocks and their subterranean warrens. So I have been forced to abandon my first tentative plan, which was to take a party of the Eloi out of the reach of the Morlocks, for now I know that the Eloi cannot escape the Morlock, and nor vice versa, for the dependency of Morlock on Eloi, while less repellent to my mind, is just as degrading to the spirit of those nocturnal submen. I have begun, quietly, to seek other ways to live. I determined to take up a permanent residence in the Palace of Green Porcelain. This had been one of my plans in my previous visit here, for, although I had seen evidence of Morlock activity there, that ancient museum, with its large halls and robust construction, had commended itself to me as defensible a fastness as I had found against the cunning and climbing dexterity of the Morlocks, and I retained hopes that many of the artifacts and relics stored here might yet serve my purposes in the future. And besides, something about that derelict monument to the intellect, with its abandoned fossils and crumbled libraries, had caught at my imagination. It was like a great ship from the past, its keel broken on the reef of time, and I was a castaway of like origin, a Crusoe from out of antiquity. I repeated and extended my exploration of the cavernous halls and chambers of the palace. I settled, for my base, on that hall of mineralogy which I found on my first visit, with its well-preserved but useless samples of a wider array of minerals than I could name. This chamber is rather smaller than some of the others, and so more easily secured, and when I had swept it of dust and built a fire, it came to seem almost homelike to me. Since then, by shoring up the broken valves of doors and fixing breaches in the ancient walls, I have extended my fastness into some adjoining halls. While investigating the gallery of paleontology with its huge and useless brontosaurus bones, I came across a collection of bones tumbled about and scattered on the floor, evidently by the playful Eloi, of which at first I could make no sense. But when I roughly assembled the skeletons, I thought that they were of a horse, a dog, an ox, and, I think, of a fox. In short, they were the last relics of the ordinary animals of my own vanished England. But the bones were too scattered and broken, and my anatomical understanding too imprecise, for me to be sure of my identification. I have also returned to that ill-lit and sloping gallery which contains the hulking corpses of great machines, for this has served me as a mine for improvised tools of all descriptions, and not just weapons, as was my first use of it. I spent some time on one machine which had the appearance of an electrical dynamo, for its condition was not too ruinous to look at, and I entertained fantasies of starting it up and lighting such of the broken globes which hang from that chamber's ceiling as would take a current. I calculated that that blaze of electric light and the noise of the dynamo would send the Morlocks fleeing as nothing else. But I have nothing in the way of fuel or lubricants, and besides, the small parts of the hulk are seized up and corroded, and I have perforce abandoned that project. In the course of my exploration of the palace, I came across a new exhibit which caught my fancy. This was close to the gallery with the model tin mine I had observed before, and it appeared to be a model of a city. This exhibit was finely detailed, and so large it filled most of a chamber by itself, and the whole thing was protected by a sort of pyramid of glass, from which I had to wipe away centuries of dust to see. This city was evidently constructed far in my own future, but even the model was so ancient here in this sunset age that its bright colours had faded at the dust-filtered touch of sunlight. I imagined this town might be a descendant of London, for I thought I saw the characteristic morphology of the Thames represented by a ribbon of glass which snaked through the exhibit's heart. But it was a London greatly transformed from the city of my day. It was dominated by 7 or 8 huge glass palaces. If you think of the Crystal Palace, vastly extended and several times twinned, you will have something of the effect. And these palaces had been joined over by a sort of skin of glass which carapaced the whole of the city. There was nothing of the sombreness of the London dome of 1938, for this immense roof served to catch and amplify the sunlight, it seemed to me, and there were ribbons of electric lamps set about the city, though none of their pinpoint bulbs still functioned in my model. There was a forest of immense windmills set up over this roof, though the vanes no longer turned, and great platforms were set here and there about the roof, over which hovered toy versions of flying machines. These machines had something of the look of great dragonflies, with huge tiers of sails hovering over them, and gondolas with rows of toy people sitting in them beneath. Yes, people. Women and men, not unlike myself. For this city evidently came from a time not so impossibly removed from my own, that the blunt hand of evolution had not yet remade mankind. Great roads looped off over the countryside, joining this future London to other cities about the country, or so I surmised. These roads were populated by vast mechanisms, monocycles, which each bore a score of men, huge produce carts, which seemed to have no driver, and must therefore be directed mechanically, and so forth. There were no details to represent the countryside between the roads, however, just a bland, grey surface. The whole design was so huge, it was like one enormous building, that I imagine it could have housed 20 or 30 millions, as opposed to the meagre 4 millions of the London of my day. Much of the model had its walls and floors cut away, and I was able to see little toy figures representing the populace set about the many dozens of levels of the city. In the upper levels, these inhabitants were dressed in variegated and gaudy designs, with capes of scarlet, hats as spectacular and impractical as a coxcomb, and so forth. Those upper layers seemed to me a place of great comfort and leisure, being a sort of multiply levelled mosaic of shops, parks, libraries, sumptuous homes, and the like. But at the base of the city, in its ground floor and basement, so to speak, things were rather different. There, great machines slouched, and ducts, pipes, and cables 10 or 20 feet across, in the full scale, snaked across the ceilings. Dolls were set here, but they were dressed uniformly in a sort of pale blue canvas, and their personal arrangements were restricted to great communal eating and sleeping halls, and it seemed to me that these lower workers must scarcely get a glimpse, in the general order of things, of the light which bathed the lives of the upper folk. This model was aged and far from perfect. In one corner the pyramid case had collapsed, and the model there had been smashed up out of recognition, and elsewhere the little dolls and machines had been tumbled over or broken by small disturbances down the ages. And in one place the blue-suited dolls had been set up in little circles and patterns, as if by the playful fingers of the Eloi. But still, the toy city has been a source of continuing fascination to me, for its people and gadgets are close enough to my sort to be intriguing, and I have spent long hours picking out new details about its construction. It seems to me that this vision of the future might represent a sort of intermediate step in the development of the grisly order of things in which I have found myself. Here was a point in time at which the separation of mankind into upper and lower remained largely a social artifact, and had not yet begun to influence the evolution of the species itself. The city was a beautiful and magnificent structure, but if it led to this world of Morlock and Eloi, it was a monument to the most colossal folly on the part of humanity. The palace of green porcelain is set on a high, turfy down, but there are meadows nearby which are well watered. I dismantled my time machine and scoured the palace for materials, and from these I devised simple hoes and rakes. I broke the soil in the meadows about my palace and planted seeds from the Morlock fruit. I persuaded some of the Eloi to join me in this enterprise. At first they were willing enough. They thought it was some new game, but they lost enthusiasm when I had them keep at their repetitive tasks for long hours, and I had some qualms when I saw their delicate robes stained with soil, and those pretty oval faces running with tears of frustration. But I kept at it, and, when things got too monotonous, I jollied them along with games and dances, and clumsy renditions of The Land of the Lail, and what I could remember of the swing music of 1944. That is particularly popular with them, and gradually they have come about. Growing cycles are not predictable, here in this age which lacks seasons, and I had to wait no more than a few months before the first canes and plants bore fruit. When I presented these to the Eloi, my delight evoked only puzzlement in their little faces, for my poor first efforts could not compete for flavour and richness with the provisions of the Morlocks. But I could see the significance of these foodstuffs beyond their size and flavour, for with these first crops I had begun the slow disentanglement of Eloi from Morlock. I have found enough of the Eloi with an aptitude for the work to establish a number of little farms up and down the valley of the Thames. So now, for the first time in uncounted millennia, there are groups of Eloi who can subsist quite independent of the Morlocks. Sometimes I am wearied, and I feel what I am doing is less teaching than modifying the instinct of intelligent animals, but at least it is a start. And I am working with the more receptive of the Eloi to extend their vocabulary, to enrich their curiosity. You see, I mean to reawaken minds. But I know that to provoke and excite the Eloi in this way is not sufficient. For the Eloi are not alone in this latter earth, and if my reforms among the Eloi continue, the equilibrium, however unhealthy, between Eloi and Morlock will be lost, and the Morlocks must inevitably react. A new war between these post-human species would be disastrous, it seems to me, for I could not imagine that my precarious agricultural initiatives would survive much diligent assault by the Morlocks. And I must push out of my mind any antiquated notions of loyalty to one side or the other. As a man of my time, my sympathies lie naturally with the Eloi, for they appear the more human, and my work with them has been pleasurable and productive. In fact, it is an effort for me to remember these little folk are not human. I think if I saw a man of my own century now, I should be astonished by his height, bulk, and clumsiness. But neither Eloi nor Morlock are human. They are both post-human, regardless of my antique prejudices, and I cannot solve the equation of this degenerate history without addressing both its sides. That is, I must face the darkness. I have determined to descend once more into the Morlock's subterranean complex. I must find ways to negotiate with that subterranean race, to work with them, as I have the Eloi. I have no reason to believe this is impossible. I know that the Morlocks have a certain intelligence. I have seen their great underground machines, and I recall that, when it was in their captivity, they disassembled, cleaned, and even oiled the time machine. It may be that beneath their surface ugliness, the Morlocks have an instinct which is closer to the engineering enterprise of my own day than that of the passive, cattle-like Eloi. I know well, Nebogipfel taught me, that much of my dread of the Morlocks is instinctive, and proceeds from a complex of experiences, nightmares, and fears within my own soul, irrelevant to this place. I have had that dread of darkness and subterranean places since I was a boy. There is that fear of the body and its corruption which Nebogipfel diagnosed, a dread which I may share, I think, with many of my time. And besides, I am honest enough to recognize that I am a man of my class, and as such have had little to do with the labouring folk of my own time, and in my ignorance I have developed, I fear, a certain disregard and fear. And all of these fragments of nightmare are amplified, 100-fold, in my reactions to the Morlocks. But such coarseness of soul is not worthy of me, or my people, or the memory of Nebogipfel. I am determined that I should put aside such inner dark, and think of these Morlocks not as monsters, but as potential Nebogipfels. This is a rich world, and there is no need for the remnants of humanity to feed off each other in the ghastly fashion they have evolved. The light of intellect has dimmed in this history, but it is not extinguished. The Eloi retain their fragments of human language, and the Morlocks their evident mechanical understanding. I dream that, before I die, I might build a new fire of rationality out of these coals. Yes, it is a noble dream, and a fine legacy for me. I found these scraps of paper when exploring a vault deep under the palace of green porcelain. The pages had been preserved by their storage in a tight package, from which the air had been excluded. It has not been difficult for me to improvise a nib of bits of metal and an ink of vegetable dyes, and to do my writing I have returned to my favoured seat of yellow metal set at the brow of Richmond Hill, not a half-mile from the site of my old home. And, as I write, I have the Vale of Thames for company, that lovely land whose evolution I have watched across geological ages. I have done with time-travelling. I have long accepted that. Indeed, as I have noted, I have broken up my machine, and pieces of it have served me as hose, and other gadgets more useful than a time machine. I have kept my 2 white control levers. They are beside me now, on the seat, as I write. However, while I have been content enough with my projects here, my lack of opportunity to transmit to my contemporaries my discoveries and observations, and any account of my continuing adventures, has been an irritant for me. Perhaps it is just my vanity, but now these pages have given me a chance to put that right. To preserve these fragile pages from decay, I have chosen to seal them up in their original packet, and then I will place the whole within a container I have constructed from the platnerite-doped quartz of my time machine. I will then bury the container as deeply as I can. I have no sure way of transmitting my account either to future or past, still less to any other history, and these words may moulder in the ground. But it seems to me that the cladding of platnerite will give my parcel its best chance of detection by any new traveller from across the multiplicity, and it may be that, by some chance current of the time streams, my words may even find their way back to my own century. At any rate, it is the best I can do. And, now that I have set myself on this course, I have reached a certain contentment. I will complete and seal up this account before my departure into the underworld, for I recognize that my Morlock expedition is not without peril, a trip from which I may not return. But it is an assignment I cannot forestall for much longer. I am already past my 50th year of age, and soon I should not be able to face all that climbing in the wells. I will commit myself here to attaching, as an appendix to this monograph, on my return, a summary of my subterranean adventures. It is later. I am prepared for my descent. How does the poet say it? If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to man as it is, infinite. Something on those lines, at any rate. You will forgive any misquote, for I have no references here. I have seen the infinite and the eternal. I have never lost the vision of those neighbouring universes lying all about this sunlit landscape, closer than the leaves of a book, and nor have I forgotten the starshine of the optimal history, which I think will live in my soul forever. But none of these grand visions count for half as much, for me, as those fleeting moments of tenderness which have illuminated the darkness of my solitary life. I have enjoyed the loyalty and patience of Nebogipfel, the friendship of Moses, and the human warmth of Hilary Bond. And none of my achievements or adventures, no visions of time, no infinite starscapes, will live in my heart as long as the moment, on that first bright morning after my return here, when I sat by the river and bathed Weena's diamond face, and her chest at last lifted, and she coughed, and her pretty eyes fluttered open for the first time, and I saw that she was alive. And, as she recognized me, her lips parted in a smile of gladness. Editor's note. Here the account ends. No further appendix was found. That is the end of The Time Ships by Stephan Baxter,